Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome, everyone. Hello there. How's it going? Welcome back. Day 2 of September, Ninja Balls Games Fest, whatever we're calling this. We're still in August. And we've got 1 day left in August, is that right? I believe so. And then we are, actually into September. But hello and welcome. Thank you so much for coming by. Once again, Guns and Raiders. Moose, how's it going? Eggbirds, hey. Eggbird's gonna lurk since I'm on a bike. We'll have the audio on. Don't scare me too much when starting the stream. Yeah, alright, too late for that. I do that thing where I'm sitting with my back turned to the mic and then I sort of go, good, and then slowly turn towards the mic, moving closer to it. Like a car that's going by. Just like that. Anyway, like I asked, morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Erin, hello. And thank you for the entry march, Gilly. Welcome on in. Right, let's flip on over to the game. Get cracking. What do you say? I'm going to start, as is tradition, by just picking up Ritz and chatting to you guys for a little bit. Oh, how are we doing? How's everyone's summer been? I feel like this year, I don't know if this is your experience, this is my experience, and certainly Maya's as well. This year started off, it's been a very good year so far, but it started off just wonderfully. Like by mid-February we were going, oh my god, how is it only mid-February? We're 6 weeks into the year and so much has happened. We've done so many things. We've got so much done. It's been amazing. Hey, Geldis. After 70 days of vacation, I can log in again. Freaking fantastic. I'm so pleased. So pleased for you. So, for those who don't know, Geldis, bit of an end gamer. One of those filthy end gamers that we love so much around here. Don't let the casual label fool you. But, yeah, and actual friend of the guild, you know, has given me some tips in the past regarding little obscure bits of information which weren't quite correct or which needed some additional insight, whatever. You know the kind of person. Hyperioxes, Lucht, Geldis, these guys cut from the same kind of cloth. And, yeah, was hanging out on stream a couple of weeks back saying, fuck. More politely than that. But, yeah, I've been banned for some reason. And appeals are going nowhere. So, I'm glad they finally went somewhere. That's awesome, dude. Welcome back. Exactly. Has anyone else found this at the beginning of the year seemed really productive and time was moving nice and slow, and then it started to really pick up and it just hasn't stopped? Like, I feel like, where did May, June, July, where did these months even go? August? What the fuck? I feel like I'm still getting used to August arriving and it's going to be September in 2 days. Is that just me? I guess I've been getting busier and busier and busier, but that doesn't really make sense. Belorda Gilly, welcome back. Yeah, Geldit's already tried new dungeons and would say they're extremely based. Maybe coolest dungeon patch since Coral Eyrie. Yeah, I would agree. I've heard a lot of people say that. There's a bit of a mix as well. Like Naj Kaldish is more atmospheric story, whereas Black Gem Foundry, as far as I found, I still haven't done them on live. I just did them a bunch on PTS. That's much more for the other side of me as a player. Like, it's just pure mechanics, teamwork, fun. Rave's Lord, I have yet to try the new dungeons. Yeah, but Lord, I really love them. Yeah, awesome. I have sent this feedback, by the way. The new Bethesda rep, but it's not a new person, but it's someone who now has to do the job of the 5 odd people who aren't there anymore. Ugh, let's not go down that rabbit hole again. But they were in touch on another Discord, Bethesda Discord, saying, hey, new patch, what's up? Olibo and I responded to that. I did mention that update 47 seems to have caused a lot of players to lose faith in the end game. Not faith, but like patience. But honestly, I still think that is a holdover from update 46. The guy asks, I just come out of an intensive course apprenticeship. Half a year of hell. Oh. And I can finally emerge into the daylight again. Well, there we go. So I'm guessing you're relieved that it has gone by a little bit faster. Oh, I have a large van pulling up outside the house. Guessing that is a delivery of some kind. It may be that he needs a signature. So in a couple of minutes I may have to dash. In the meantime, let's have a sip of coffee. Moose, you feel that every year. I know, it's a new one on me. And Gelder's last boss hard mode of Cold Harbor Dungeon is the biggest dungeon fight ever. Yeah. Agreed. Alright, the guy's knocking on the door. Just give me a sec. No, all good. Didn't need a signature. Mark, thank you so much for the sub. Oh, hi, Mark. How you doing today? Realize you might be lurking and working. But thank you so much for the support. We really, really appreciate it. Yeah, new dungeons. That last, just try it. Do yourselves a favor, guys. And if you can get through the first 2 hard modes in there, they're not that bad. They do require a little bit of study and a couple of tries. But we were really baffled by the first one on week 1 of PTS. And then luckily Jimmy J Shabadoo was in chat and said, you guys haven't noticed this? And it was like one small detail. And after that, the whole fight was not super easy, but like doable in a fun challenge sort of way. Second one was much too easy. They made it a little bit more difficult now. And the third hard mode was absolutely insane. If you guys were here, you'll know we didn't even clear it. We spent like 40 minutes there and didn't even clear it. But I think Mo and Jester were getting a little bit impatient. I was loving it. I thought it was absolutely terrific. Moose, soon you will be 80, and I think the same about all these years passing by, and you'll remember this conversation on Twitch, and it will feel like minutes ago. Yeah, like you've just woken up from a coma. Hang on, I was just in the accident. Now it's 6 months later? What? I don't know, I think if you keep your activities daily, weekly, monthly, if you keep a little bit of variety in there, that effect is definitely muted somewhat. If you see different people do different things. I'm a terrible example. I've seen the same group of friends for like a decade now. The only variety is when my sister comes to visit from Germany, because I don't see her that often. So yeah, I'm a terrible example of this, but at least we try to walk the dog in new places, you know what I mean? But I feel that's the cure, Moose. But Lord, I really like that there are so many mechanics. Yeah, I agree. Morning all, morning Mark. And but Lord, I didn't finish that hard mode yet, but only because we were already playing for 2.5 hours. Exactly, yeah. They do take a while. I don't even have a dungeon group at the moment, so I need to fix that. I think Maya is she might have a new one put together. We will see. Hey! Look at Belorda there with a sub, thanks to Erin. Erin WTF, as I've been hearing. The FTW is for the win, right? Well, we're certainly winning here, thanks to you. Really, really appreciate the support. That is how all of this happens. It's how we continue to have time to make the guides, the videos, host the Discord, and I would say update the website, but I haven't had time to do that yet, but I am on it. I am on it, and the reason I'll be able to spend my time on these things is simply due to the support that you guys are willing to give us here on Twitch, primarily.
Hello there.
Obviously sitting through ads as well here on YouTube. Hello there. Hey, Clayzon, how's it going? Welcome on in.
I have a strange egg in a
Well, shit. I have agoraphobia. How are you supposed to emphasize the syllables in that word? I don't want to put the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable. You know? Is it agoraphobia or is it agoraphobia? Hey, Dark Lady Jupiter, we know her. Well, welcome on in, everybody, and good morning. Don't worry, I'm not going to be doing writs and stuff for long. In fact, I'm just going to pick them up real quick. But we are going to go back to a little bit of story time. trying to bust our way through all the story stuff in the Elder Scrolls Online. I don't do a lot of it, but with all of our trial groups struggling, like people are either on holiday, or we're missing a tank, or someone's just off that day. Like, it's this year has been ridiculous. Really, really bad for post-summer prog groups starting back up. Absolutely crazy. With all of that happening, and with no dungeon group, I feel like there isn't a ton for me to do, so maybe finally time to get the jump on these stories that I haven't done yet, of which there are still a few in ESO, and it'd be really nice to finish the Solstice. I did like 70-80% of the Western Solstice storyline on PTS during PTS cycle, because we wanted to do a video on, is it worth getting the season pass, the content pass. Everyone had their opinion on this, but no one was actually doing the content before voicing that opinion. So we thought, well, why don't we actually do it properly and say, we've played it, here's the deal. If I could go back to that review, I think I would ding a couple of stars off the new trial. I think I said it was very good, not as good as Lucent or Dreadsail, but still pretty decent. And I think I'd walk back those comments a little bit now that I've done it like a dozen times. It is good, but it's too long. Too long, too repetitive, especially for pugs. The thing with endgamers, it doesn't matter so much. They go fast no matter where you put them. But pug groups, I feel that is unintentional and a bit of an oversight there. Sword and Snail, good morning. Welcome on in. There's no idea. My TTT prog starts on Monday. Tickety tock. Sword and Snail. By the way, I didn't say this to you on Discord, but I love the name. And I did say welcome to the Discord already on there, but here you are again, verbally. Welcome on in. Thank you for joining, and yeah, I hope you enjoy it. Hope we can do something to make your time in ESO a little bit more fun, a little bit more social, a little bit more efficient. I guess those are the three things that a guild that's doing its job can really accomplish. And that goes for everyone, by the way. If you're on the Discord or not, or just hanging out on Twitch today. Well, Order, what role are you playing in the TikTok prog? I think I've done everything. I think I've done literally everything. TikTok is like the one trifecta I have a crap ton of. I think I have 3 Griffin Hearts, a load of TikToks, and that's it. That is it. 2 Dawnbringers, I guess, but like, what am I doing? I'm not actually doing writs. And I don't have any of the really cool ones. I don't have Planesbreaker or Swashbuckler, which kind of sucks. Sword and Snail, thank you. It comes from those medieval illustrations with knights fighting snails. That hadn't occurred to me, but yeah, that makes sense. I actually did a master's degree in medieval and early modern history, so we had to learn to read Latin, ecclesiastical medieval Latin specifically, and study a lot of those illuminated texts. So yeah, I know exactly the type of illustration you're talking about. Awesome. Balorda would look funny. 3-toed tap dancer. Back in the day, I remember joking about creating a character that only wore sandals. And his whole thing was that he had stinky feet. And you could call it Flip-Flop Fermenter. But wasn't funny enough for me to actually do. Also, I think that might be too long. Puff the Magica Dragon Knight is definitely too long. Carpe Scrotum. That's about all my Latin. Rojo Heel, I see, Valorda. Nice. I quite enjoy doing that. I don't understand people who say Rojo Heel is dull, yet you're heavy attacking a lot, which is inherently an uninteresting thing to do in this game. But you have to, like, just... It's a bit like the Arcanist Beam. if you're really trying to get maximum uptimes, you sort of work around it and you use those few seconds where you're locked into the channel to think, right, what am I going to do next? Or at least that's how I approach it. I find it quite a fun thing to do. Hey, Capno Afara, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. It's definitely funny enough to make. Puff the Magic of Dragonite would be amazing. For those who don't know the song, it is a I don't know if it's actually about weed, but I think it might be. Puff the Magic Dragon lived by the sea. I think it's an American, because they don't have enough like nursery rhymes that they stole from other cultures, so they just, you know, made up their own. I remember hearing it when I was shuttling back and forth between Denmark and England as a kid. Never heard it in Denmark, but in my English school, I seem to remember there was a teacher who would get us to sing that when we were like 5. But yeah, would have been a cool name. Puff the Magic of Dragonite. Gilly-chan, years ago I saw a player named Fat Cat, and true to the name, they played a Fat Khajiit. One of my favourite tanks ever, I think, was, oh, I'm going to get the name wrong, but it was a tank who used to run, I want to say it was a Finnish guy, maybe Hjelmir, I can't remember. But one of the guys who used to run with Hodor and these other Scorpush guilds back in the day, and they would just do their writs in Mournhold, where I did mine. And the Warden tank that they were getting a lot of their world records on and trifectas and stuff like that was called Budget Dragonite, because I think it was still during a time where Warden tank was incredibly strong. And people just hadn't realized it yet. Like, the Warden class was like a year and a half old, couple of years old, I don't know. And people just still hadn't clocked that this is actually a really good tank. So you didn't see that many of them, and Budget Dragonite was the name of his Warden. That's pretty good. Schnax and Kapner, hello there! Balorda saying, Green Balance Siphoning, Daedric Summoning, got Atra and Naz duty. Nice, that sounds pretty good. Well, I wish you all the best of luck with that TikTok. May the enemies fall before you, may the trifecta come your way very swiftly. Although it's a fun prog to do, so I guess I wouldn't wish it for it to be over too quickly. Peter, Paul, and Mary. I don't know, Schnax. That's a good question. Sorden's now one of the best names I've seen as a necromancer called Hyde Undergraves. I mean, speaking of Carpe Scrotum, thank you for that, Moose. One of my necromancers is called Carpe Cadavera. Sees the corpses. Nobody gets it. It's not quite funny enough for anyone to get, but yeah, we'll be switching to her in just a moment and doing some story stuff. Erin, I was thinking I might abandon the whole Dragon Knight part of that. I don't want to betray you, but I'm not really enjoying the ardent flameness of that skill line. It's like the least bursty skill line in the game. And so for doing overworld content, it sucks. People are going to think it's carpets, yeah. Use draconic power. I'm making a face right now, Erin. I'm making a face. Hey, would you look at that? It's Kamul. Hey man, how you doing? Everybody say hey to Kamul. If you don't know Kamul and you haven't followed, then, well, let's sort that out right now. I promise you, you won't regret it. Not just saying that because he's here, genuinely. Hey, Gilly-chan, some of the funniest players' names I've seen in Final Fantasy XIV. Windows update and connection error. What the fuck? Okay, that's funny. I think I saw a name, Gina Hates Me, in this game once. But I don't think we're supposed to use the names of real people at Zos or or actual NPC characters in the game, because in theory it could confuse people. Yeah, you see some really good ones. I can't remember whose Dragonite this is, but again, it was a score push. I think they had a world record Planesbreaker at one point, and the Dragonite was called Spurning Bellweave. That's pretty good. Warden Ramsey is a good one. There are a billion Templars out there with a name like Brittany Spears or Brittany Spears, you know, various things like that. Hi to Kamul if you don't know Kamul. Nice. But yeah, welcome on in. Give that guy a follow. He says, the vast majority of Kamul's stuff is PvP, although we did talk recently about just dragging you ass first into some PvE and just giving you, I don't know, giving you something which was familiar or straightforward, which would just make you, like, after you'd killed something, just look down at your hands and at your mouse and keyboard and go, I have the power. That's what you want. Like when one of my buddies, like Kamul or Wick or Pure, gives me a hot tip on a PvP setup, and then I jump into Zero and find that I am getting way more kills and fewer deaths than I would normally experience. I just want to return that feeling by giving you a setup and a group that's going to buff the living crap out of you and just give you a PvE experience, maybe unlike you've had before. The Ninja Pulls experience, if you will. Fredo, Lara Crafter. That's really good. Yeah, or just Lara Craft. Gina could be anyone. This is true. Gilly years ago walked into a King of Worms, Manimarco. Eggbirds has got a character called Mini Marco, I want to say. Ah, we don't need to. These are already done. Fine, we're done picking up writs. Now, moving into story time. We pretty much finished the main story yesterday. This is all part of our September Ninja Pulls GAMESFEST, by the way. Obviously, the Elder Scrolls Online, we keep being asked, why do you stream in such a small category? Because we fucking love the game, alright? And the community. That's the reason. If we could take you guys anywhere with us, I'm sure we'd be tempted. And we will be doing a lot of that this month. Every day. We're going to stream every day if we can. We are going to finish the stream just as we did yesterday with an hour or so of a different game that we love or that you guys love or that we're curious about. Like today, the plan is to do the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena. I've got it all set up. Got my build figured out. That game is a nightmare to get going with, so I had to do some prep. Come on, yeah, I really should make a build sometime. Do it. Do it now. Yeah, it looks like Manimarco is called King of Worms. I thought, oh yeah, we must have joked about a mini market. Maybe that was taken. I don't know. But yeah, Arena takes a little bit of adjustment. The very first Elder Scrolls game from 1994, I want to say. I get it mixed up with Doom. Because they came out within a year of each other. Game development back then was fast compared to today. Gilly-chan, I tried to play Arena some time ago, but I couldn't figure it out. It genuinely is really hard to get into. Just getting it working isn't as bad as it used to be. But you used to have to install DOSBox and all that shit and do it all yourself. So many people are just gonna check out halfway through that process. Like, nah, I'm already bored, and I haven't even got the game running yet. And then once you do get in, the opening dungeon is brutally difficult. There's no scaling really. So what you'll find is that you are facing. You can face some relatively advanced enemies with no gear. So it's kind of a nightmare, especially if you don't know. If you don't have your head like wrapped around builds and classes and how they all work, which of course nobody does on their first playthrough. So yeah, we're gonna, I'm sorry Erin, we're gonna ditch this shit. Although the Noxious Breath was fun. What do you guys think? So this is what I've been using for Overland. I have to keep Gravelord because it's a Necro. I don't need to have Storm Calling, but kind of like it. Should we keep Ardent Flame, or should we ditch it for something else? Like Assassination, or the obvious choice, which is Adric Spear. Simra, hello there. Eggbirds, I believe 1994 is right. Good, good. Lustful Taoist. Let's keep the spoilers to a minimum, but yet. I know exactly what you mean by that comment. You think the solstice is where is gonna Come on, we'll have like no PvE mythics, no trust. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Hear me out, Khan. Pure Necro. I mean, I was a Pure Necro this time yesterday. I hadn't subclassed this character yet. But it's just, what am I going to get out of Living Death? I mean, Bone Tyrant is actually kind of lovely. You got the Scythe in there. You got the Necrotic Potency. The passives are kind of fun, but Living Death? Woof. And welcome on in, Simra. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend so far. But Lorda, there's one player on EU who made a character looking and named like the luxury furniture vendor. He would log in at the vendor spawn and stand next to the vendor in Cold Harbor. There was a guy in one of our prog groups, Yokubus, who had a character that looked exactly like the banker, Tithys Androno. I don't think he named him that, though. But like the outfit, every detail of the face was identical. Eggbirds, I'm playing Tales of Tribute again at the moment. Ooh. Are you hoping to get the furnishing drops? Well, as part of the September Ninja Balls Games Fest, Eggbirds, we are probably going to have to play some Tales of Tribute. There are a bunch of sub-goals. You can see them all detailed just below chat. I'm just opening them up on my phone here. But yeah, if you look just underneath the stream, I think Khajiit Flirting was the next one, wasn't it? And then we're starting the Wall of Fame, where all of you get your names on it. Some of these will have to wait until Maya is here, which will be in a couple of hours, by the way. And Sword and Snell have been using Jabs and Ardent Flame for Overland, and it's been fun. Yeah. Lustful Taoist. It's already in ES. Yeah, I know, but people haven't done it yet. Guys, like, seriously, Taoist, no, don't do that. I made a video about it at the very beginning of this year, and I put spoilers ahead, like 3 times in the video, and said, seriously, switch it off now if you haven't read the book and if you don't want to know. But yeah, Taoist is absolutely right. This is something from nearly 20 years ago. Back in Oblivion, there was a book featured in that game where Manny Marco does play a relatively large part. You know, is central to the whole Mages Guild storyline in the Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. And there is a beautiful, beautiful book of verse called Manny Marco, King of Worms. It's awesome. Genuinely, genuinely cool. And that is almost certainly, almost without a doubt, the final stanzas of that poem are going to be paid off in Seasons of the Worm Cult Part 2. It is absolutely not common knowledge. If you look through that, if you were to look through the comments section on that video, for example, I mean, don't go and do it. I'll just tell you. But it is full of people going, ooh, and, you know, some people knew about it already, others had forgotten, but the vast majority of people aren't going to read that book. They're going to, like, pick it up and then either immediately close it, or they'll see that, oh, it's a poem, and then just check out, you know? Well, yeah, let's grab Adric Spear. Nobody seems to be objecting to that. Oh, why didn't I do this while I was still at the shrine? Whoops. Means we can also run this on the front bar. For fun. Yeah, you know how we knew this was coming? Those of us who were paying attention, was when the Order of the Lamp appeared. So, well over a year ago. That's when I knew this was coming. Somehow it didn't really land for me when we got the teaser for Gold Road. There was a lamp symbol somewhere in there. But once you saw... I could just go and like... I can't do the story. But once we meet Nalia and all of that stuff and we see this armor... this. There's so much Order of the Lamp stuff. They're giving them all of their identity and all their backstory and all that stuff. The Order of the Lamp is barely mentioned in any Elder Scrolls lore except for that poem, Metamarco, King of Worms. That's when I knew it was coming. So yeah, it's a fun one. Because let me be the teacher because Billy Boyd is a shit teacher. What's his name? Bragas or something? Yeah, this is for Tales of Tribute. We'll see. We'll see. It all depends on you guys actually, supporting the channel and giving us the subs that we need. We absolutely do need throughout September to make that a reality. What else should we run on the back bar just for overland stuff? I guess I could just go with Surge for a little bit of free heals. That'll do. Alright, Simra, how would you suggest somebody start with build making? Either PvP or PvE? Hey, Eggbirds, thank you so much! Zebrakisson, welcome on in. And Eggbirds, thank you, man, for the support and for that gifted sub. They are reduced, that's the whole point of September. That's why we're laying on an extra party throughout the month. Streaming every day, streaming every story in here. So even the ones we've done many, many times. That was mostly yesterday. And a bunch of other games that, will knock over one by one as the days go by this month. But thank you so much for the support yesterday and today, Eggbirds. That's amazing. Absolutely amazing. You know what I would love if there was a dragon break? Yeah. Alright, so Tsimura, I've quit the game last time because I hated that. Couldn't make anything that worked. Alright, well, be specific. What is it you want? That's what I would start with. What is it you want to do? We'll talk PvE. Mostly, but the principles are generally the same. It's just that for PvE, unless you're thinking of solo arenas or you want to solo veteran dungeons that are designed for 4 people, you want to do those by yourself on veteran, you don't need to bring all the bells and whistles that you would for PvP. So for PvP, obviously, you need to be able to self-sustain, self-heal. You probably want a hot, so heal over time, and a burst heal. You'll probably want a bar which is offensive, like this one. You can go on the offensive when you're up here. You have really nice stats on your front bar. Maybe a 5-piece bonus on your front bar, which is really offensively powerful. And then on the back bar, something defensive. That's where your buffs and your heals sit. I'm being a little bit simplistic, but that is a PvP thing. And you can treat PvE the same way if you are soloing the hardest content. If you're just doing overland like I am here, you want to make sure you have major brutality and sorcery. Okay? You can get that from potions, you can get it from a bunch of abilities. I'm also getting it here. I'm literally getting it twice. And Savagery and Prophecy. Again, I'm getting that twice as well. Getting it passively, but shit, sorry, I just realized you can't see what I'm doing. Sorry. So I was on the back bar here. Skeletal Archer and Critical Surge are both giving me Brutality and Sorcery. Front bar. Prophecy and Savagery come from Inner Light and from Detonating Siphon. There are loads of sources of these things. You might want to give yourself Major Resolve. In group content, there should be a Warden support giving you Major Resolve. That's standard. But that's one of the reasons I love Storm Calling Skill Line. It's got really good passives, and it's got Major Resolve, your big armor buff. Biggest armor buff in the game, with maybe 1 or 2 crazy exceptions. But that is like the one armor buff you always want to have. then you want to make sure you can sustain it. With hybridization, that means a mixture of stamina abilities and magicka abilities. Legatus Mornay's, yeah, they built him up so well in this game. So much lore, wow, yeah, there really is. There really, really is. Taoist, reading about it in the future is one thing, actively participating in it really makes me sad. Well, it'll be a big moment. We'll see. And thank you for the follow, Timra. Erin, I don't see discount on subs. Really? That's the whole point of September. Is when you sub yourself. Right. Yeah. Oh yeah, gifted subs will be discounted later in the month. That's true. See discounts on the gifted subs above like 5, yeah. Yeah. Well, it's probably a regional thing. Love to see solo vet Maelstrom at least, yeah. Okay, well, what character are we talking? And Lustful Taoist, you asking me? Simra, what character are you running with at base? We've got subclassing now, so you can change it. But let's take 5 before we get into the story. No matter how big it is, I would still prefer a Dragon Break. Daggerfall Manamarco gets a Dragon Break to become a god. Varna should have his. The Dragon Break is a conceit invented to make sense of a game with multiple endings, all of which are canon. I know you know this, but there's no reason for them to do it again. Like, it kind of breaks the law. It totally ruins the lore. If you think about it for more than a few moments, the Dragon Break makes no sense. It's just a cool way to try and reconcile all the different endings of Daggerfall, The Elder Scrolls 2, happening simultaneously. So it's a Nightblade. Alright, well, here's something you could do. So Maelstrom Arena, make sure you have Major Resolve, make sure you have Major Breach. Major Resolve is your armor buff. Almost 6,000 resistances, both spell and physical. Or just armor. Armor resistances are the same thing. It's just that sometimes, because of the way the game used to work, resistances can be split into spell and physical. 2 different types. Armor just covers the lot, right? So this is my main character. This is my Nightblade. Logging into now. She's also the one with Master Merchant running, so forgive the loading screen and it might stutter when I spawn in. But yeah, so I'm not going to make a build or anything like that for Maelstrom Arena, but let's just go in on Veteran, see what happens. Real quick. I'll explain how I've approached this setup. But honestly, there are a million guides you can look to as well. Where am I? Hrothgar. It's not Stam or Mag only. Your offensive potential still scales from whatever your highest stat is. So you'll have weapon damage, you'll have spell damage, you'll have physical and spell penetration, you have magicka and stamina. Okay, they're all separate, but most things that confer one bonus or another also confer the other. So for example, this set here, it gives me weapon and spell damage, whereas years ago, it might have been only weapon damage, or only spell damage. The vast majority of that is gone. The only thing you'll see, it gives me stamina recovery. Those aren't usually unified, and any sets which give you max stamina or magicka, those are usually not unified either. It's one or the other. So there is still some, but the vast majority of it is hybridized. I would use a food like this one. So if you're are you Stamina Nightblade or Magicka? It is savory food for Magicka and ragu food for Stamina. Gives you max health and max stam or max Magicka. So then you should be sitting on about 24, 25k HP. Make sure you have your buffs. Then you can also use
Do you suppose this one has what it takes?
These kind of potions to restore health, mag, and stam. These are just the very, very basic things. So I've got Major Resolve here. And I've got Major Breach, which is the equivalent debuff Major Resolve gives me 5948 armor. Major Breach takes 5948 armor off the enemy. You won't generally need to use it. Ah, fuck the quest. We're not doing the quest. We're just doing a couple of arenas real quick. We're saying don't put points into both attributes, but use skills that use both. Exactly right. Yeah, thank you. Just summed it up. So dump everything into stamina if you're a stam, everything into magicka if you're a magicka. Again, PvP can be very different. Often you'll see a lot of points put into health because it's the most efficient way of gaining that. The other thing you want to pay attention to is your level of penetration. I'm not going to worry too much about it here. But yeah, for instance, with damage being so high, this is going to be embarrassing. It's even better if you can bring an Arcanist, because then they have range as well. Range and cleave at the same time. Whereas I have to actually run around, which is a bit annoying. Also, I'm using sets which aren't really beneficial in here. Also, you want to make sure you're running Siphoning Spells and Bloody Renewal, so you get resources back every time you kill something.
We will make this quick.
Arcanist is a better example. In fact, if you really, really want the easiest time ever, just get Herald of the Tome on your Nightblade and do it that way. Unspeakably easy. But yeah, armor buffs, armor debuffs, sustain, health. That's all you really need. Then you just build for pure damage. And just make sure that the sustain works for you. But really, really do pay attention to these two red CPs here. Siphoning Spells and Bloody Renewal. They give you resources back every time you kill an enemy. So enough of that. That's obviously Arena 1, which is piss easy. But believe me, I've streamed a load of Arena stuff in the last few months since Update 46 went live. And it is staggeringly easy compared to what it used to be. So, you can stick with Assassination. Either do something like I've got here, but I would recommend Storm Calling from the Sorcerer and Herald of the Tome from the Arcanist. Herald, Storm, Assassination. Absolutely ridiculous. Stephen Cohn, cool look, and also Holy Crow, it's early in the east coast of the USA. Well, good early morning. And Bumblebee, hello and greetings from Germany. Moin moin, willkommen. Wie geht's? Hope you're having a good weekend so far, everyone. And yeah, just catching up now. Varnus is just my favorite character. Yeah, I feel like he was a little bit dull in the base game, but he's got a lot more interesting. Every time they bring him back, they build on him in a fun way. He was kind of just a bit of a hothead, bit of a knob in Cold Harbor, right? I found it difficult to have much respect. How is damage so high now? Because they keep doing things that increase damage. Subclassing, hybridization, scribing, new sets, CP 2.0. They reworked the champion point system. This is a long time ago now. This is like 5 years back. They keep doing things which give us access to more power. The front end. Here's an ESO secret. Noobs just push the buttons. Intermediates follow a strict rotation and cooldowns. Pros just smash buttons as well. If you say so. Right, I'm going to try and finish my coffee here. getting cold. Can't have that. But yeah, front end. I think I know what you mean. If you're talking about rotations where new players just don't have a clue what they're doing, then they try and make sense of it by using a more of a fixed static rotation. As then once they graduate past that, they're back to just tracking timers and pushing whatever is optimal in the next second. BRP, do BRP. Why would I do BRP? Well, solo vet BRP. I don't think I've ever tried that. I think I did by accident. I was just trying to level something quickly. I just needed something to be morphed. And I dived into Black Rose Prison, but it wasn't on normal, it was on veteran. I was like, why is this so slow? But I was on an Arcanist, so I didn't even notice that it was veteran. I still just killed everything. It just felt really slow. Is it something worth scribing? Yeah. Yeah, hell yeah. There's some really cool scribed abilities. Just treat it as an extra thing, not something that you need and that you need to grind out. Don't do it that way. That is the best way to kill any kind of MMO or live service game, I find. Just treat it as a piece of content. The scribing story is actually really cool. I thought it was really nicely done. The soundtrack is completely different. It's something completely unlike the rest of ESO, right? So if you do it that way, then you'll unlock all this stuff after the fact. And if you've done it once with one character, you can unlock it on all your subsequent characters in about like 4 or 5 minutes. It really, really doesn't take that long. I got it on all 20 of my characters in a single day. Like I did it on one character separately, played through the whole thing, but then it was just time to just bish bash bosh, you know, grind out the access to the skill line. It takes minutes per character. It's really quick. Yeah, Sword and Snail, Herald Assassination, Storm Calling is a great combo. It is indeed. When you say moin moin, you are considered chatty. Lustful Taoist, yeah, he seemed like a snob in the base game. He's the only character who seems to have seen actual growth. I'd say Everly, when you meet Everly for the second time. In fact, even just during Orsinium, she's such a doe-eyed idiot when you meet her. Like, she's kind of sweet. I know not everyone loves the voiceover. It's a little bit awkward for me, because since I live in the UK, I can tell that accent isn't a real one that's ever existed anywhere in time or space. Except in that, you know, in that recording studio with that one voice actor. But she does do a great job with the character, even if she doesn't nail the regional accent. And that character goes through some shit. The main reason the Orsinium story hits so hard and is so upsetting is that she's there as your sidekick, reacting to everything. It's a really interesting thing. Like, a horror movie becomes scarier if you are with other people who are scared. Or you know? Or like a scary situation. Or, generally, the rule in horror movies is we see the character we care about getting freaked the fuck out. It's not just the situation, it's their reactions which move the needle in our own heads. You know, and Everly's Sharp Arrow totally does that in a way which is clever. The devs don't beat you over the head with it, but it's definitely there. It's absolutely what they're doing. A little bit of psychological trickery to enhance the storytelling. I'm amazed they don't do more of this. It's so effective. Gilly-chan, I just think he's from Hamburg. Moin is not Hamburg exclusive. Oh, I could do with a hamburger now. It's the whole north of Germany. When you say it twice, it's being chatty. I only ever hear it being used like that. And because I'm not German, I don't have the little nuances and things like that. So apologies if I'm fucking it all up. But yeah, where were we? We were in Kanathi's Roost yesterday. Mary Poppins. That's the classic gag that I make with... Not all. Some of the Wood Elf... I think it's because of an actor called Keith Zarabajka or Zarabajka. It's a Polish surname. He's an American actor, but he's done tons of stuff. And he has this... I cannot do an impression of him, but he has this wonderfully deep voice. He says anything and it sounds amazing. That's a terrible impression of the guy, but he's been in a ton of stuff. He was in Star Trek, X-Files, loads of movies. He pops up all over the place, and he voiced, he was in Batman: The Dark Knight. You know, that one cop who wants to beat the shit out of the Joker in the jail cell. Because his whole deal is being the brooding cop. So, he, you know, perfect. And he's quite a big guy as well. He's like a tall, built gentleman. So, perfect casting there. So, next time you watch that movie, listen out for that voice in the scene where the cop wants to beat the shit out of the Joker in the jail cell. That is the Dark Elf from Skyrim. Because he put on a bit of a Cockney twist in Skyrim, I think a lot of they decided some of the Bosmer and some of the Dunmer were going to do that in this game. I don't know. But clearly not all the voice actors they hired were quite capable of doing this particular regional accent. So it does. You're right. It does come off. Oh, blimey, Mary Poppins. There's a little bit of that going on. Emily's another good one. I agree. And Gilly-chan, I love Emily. She's great. I love that she has a big brother. Yeah. So that's where she comes back in, isn't it? And Moose, horror movies scare me if I watch with other people because them screaming makes me jump. Movies generally bore me. Then you need to either watch some good ones. It's a little bit like heavy metal. When people say, oh, I don't like metal, it's often because all they've heard is the really crap stuff. Or the really entry-level stuff. Same with horror movies. It's anything that's very, very genre. It's difficult for a newcomer to get an accurate impression of what they're missing. Because the most mainstream, accessible stuff is often the worst. Or the weakest. Such is the way with horror movies. I can only assure you. Child of Sithis, speaking of horror. Good morning. How's it going?
Hey, ideas aren't my strong suit. I'm just saying.
This one has heard reports. You've kept busy. Good.
I think we can turn up the dialogue a little bit, can't we? Just the dialogue. Oh shit, it's already max. Raz.
This one has heard reports. You've kept busy. Good. You fit in now more than ever. How did things go?
What is the best horror movie? My favorite is The Exorcist, hands down. But it's because it has so much going on. It's not the scariest. It's not the easiest to get into. A really underrated horror movie is a Canadian-British production called The Changeling. I think it's from the late 70s, and holy crap. It's quite dated, because, 50 years old. But, oh my god, it's about this composer whose family died in a horrible car crash, and he moves to take up, I guess he becomes a lecturer at a university, and he doesn't have a place to live. It's a new town, so he contacts this historical society, and they rent out people, some of their sort of ancient buildings around the city. I think it's set around Toronto. I'm not quite sure. So he can rent out this beautiful, beautiful house that has a piano for a very low price, and it means that somebody's living in it. They get to pay cleaning bills, and everybody wins. This is a real thing that happens. But of course, the house has a dark secret. And holy shit. Ugh. You watch it and you're just like, every other haunted house movie I've ever seen just feels rubbish by comparison, or feels derivative by comparison. So if you don't mind a bit of classic film vibes, but you like a bit of a ghost story, The Changeling is very good, I think. The Others is also really clever. It's a Spanish filmmaker whose name I always forget. It's got Nicole Kidman in it. That's really good. Child of Sith, in people's defense, horror movies have been a genre on life support since the early 90s. Haven't seen an original horror concept in 20-odd years. You didn't see Raw? Raw is definitely... You could call it a lot of things. Unoriginal, I think you'd struggle to defend that. Raw is worth checking out. It's a French film. French-Belgian production. Just R-A-W. It's amazing. The two female leads in that I thought was so fucking good. Saint Maud, I thought was pretty original as well. That's from about 5 years ago. And that's got, if you're a Lord of the Rings fan, the Amazon series, it's got Morveth Clark as the main character, the one who plays Galadriel. In a role that's actually worth her talents, unlike the Lord of the Rings, Rings of Power monstrosity. Alright, Raz, let's talk. We put an end to the troubles around the island.
Clearly, you were meant to help us out. John and Jode have a sense of humor, yes? And of course, Raz thinks discretion deserves
Yes, Kamul.
reward.
Why did you bring that up?
Keep your wits about you, my new friend. Mistrel's houses.
Simra brought it up. Don't blame me. I know what you mean, though, Child of Sithis. I'm kind of with you. That you go back in the stacks on horror, and that's where so much of the gold is to be found. But I think it is too cynical to say about horror movies and movies in general that all modern movies are rubbish. You just got to take all that Marvel and DC fast food and just push it to one side, and suddenly there's a load of actual cinema there. And I'm not saying superhero movies are rubbish or not worth dealing with. They're just way too dominant. You know, it's so you just can't see past them, it feels like. And all the remakes and all that stuff. Love The Orphanage. That is a very, very good one. I don't think it's very original, which is what Child of Sithis was saying. The Orphanage is not terribly original, but it is beautifully well done. Yeah, I really like that one as well. Phenomenal film I never ever want to see again. Gut-wrenching. Oh, watch it again. The bit where she's tapping on the wall and turns around to see if the ghosts are sneaking up behind her. Now I'm sad again. Some superhero movies are phenomenal. Yeah, nothing to do with their quality, just with the type of film that they are. You know, they're not very cerebral. Almost ever. Because they're not meant to be. Even the Christopher Nolan ones, like compared to his other movies, his superhero movies are not intelligent at all. They're not supposed to be. They're supposed to be very accessible, very thrilling, very entertaining. I get it. Like comparing, I don't know, The Winter Soldier to Memento is just a stupid. Like they set out to do completely different things. So yeah, I'd never do that. I'm not a superhero movie fan. Skeever Mount Wen Max. And Raptor Khan, have you seen Weapons? Highly recommend. Is that a horror movie? I've not seen that one. Saw Moose is one of my favorites. Should have ended the series there though. Not very scary. Yeah, I thought Saw was actually pretty good. You're right. Second one was surprisingly decent for a sequel, and after that it was all very, very steeply downhill. I agree. That's the reason I think movies like this and franchises like this, which are just churned out, it's the reason a lot of people think that horror movies are rubbish, or that it's a genre that's just there's nothing there for them. And for the same reason that people look at their kids playing Call of Duty or Fortnite or whatever and think video games are stupid. If you only look so far as the most popular, most mainstream stuff. And again, I'm not really dunking on Call of Duty, maybe Call of Duty a little bit, but certainly not dunking on Fortnite. Fortnite is a very, very well crafted money machine, but it is made with great care and skill, and with a lot of money invested in the psychology of how it works and making it compelling. Some would say addictive, but whatever. Yeah, I don't usually like to dunk on stuff just because it's mainstream. But, Nicole Kidman. So is it kid or man? Well, it's in the case of the others, it's awesome. She's great in that film. A lot of them lack a lot of creativity, the superhero stuff. Yeah, they do, because frankly, I mean, if you're the people making one, like if you work with Michael Bay, and he's making another Transformers movie, you're just going to look at the last bunch and said, well, this one didn't make any sense. This one, we kind of rewrote while we were shooting it. None of it seemed to matter. The box office is always amazing. People obviously don't care about story or anything, you know, plot. We clearly do, but we don't tend to be strict enough for that to show in box office figures. It's the same with video games. I'm guilty of this. I pre-ordered Cyberpunk 2077. Shouldn't have done that, because look what happened. They were overconfident, then released an unfinished game. But I was so hyped for it, and it's the wrong thing to do. Wait until it comes out. And then I could have bought it on sale a couple of years later when it was actually worth playing. And now it's one of my favorite games. Flawless Sinner. The only scary movies that messed with me was the OG Hellraiser and the movie Devil. Because I have an irrational fear of elevators. I know what you mean about Devil. That's an M. Night Shyamalan movie. Which, I don't know, I really like it when he succeeds. Like in The Sixth Sense. But I think that's the only movie I've seen by him that I thought was any good. Like, all the others I've been so disappointed. But I'm not one of those people who wants M. Night to fail every time. But The Devil I did watch. I love the opening shot. Which is a helicopter shot over the Brooklyn Bridge. But it's upside down. There's something so fucked up about that inversion. And this really creepy score playing underneath. Very, very effective movie making. I'm told Old is quite fun as well. That's another one by him. I haven't actually seen that. Maya watched it. Said it was good. Hellraiser is a thing unto itself, though. Flawless Sinner. I just love that movie. I think it's great. Erin, superhero movies are made for kids. We're just not the target audience. Oh, I don't know about that. But Petrified War, hello, welcome on in. We are neck deep in a movie conversation right here. Raz is getting really bored. Let's just spin through.
Without Mr.'s support.
All right. Yeah, come on, say I disagree. Yeah, I think I disagree. I'm not a fan, but there is definitely a lot of stuff for adults there. Pretty sure the average demographic age of Marvel movies is 30 plus. Yeah, it's going to reach a point soon where kids think Marvel and superheroes aren't cool. Because we must have reached oversaturation by now. Like, I was done with superhero movies by X-Men 3. And that was before Marvel, the MCU, even was a thing. They were still just putting their initial plans together for this massive cash cow. And make no mistake, that is what it is at the end of the day. Its contribution is not cinematic, it is purely economic. Not purely, no, but it's primarily. It's changed the industry without really contributing to it in a meaningful way, I would suggest. That doesn't mean the movies are crap. Not at all. Some of them are, I suspect, but Logan is supposed to be really good. That's one that I really want to see. Anyone want to reinforce that impression? Apparently Logan's the way to go. If you don't like superhero movies because they're a bit too shiny and dumb. So I definitely want to check that out. Dayhawk, did you see that the Taylor Swift engagement was overturned? As the referee determines Travis Kelce's knee didn't touch the ground. You are barking up the wrong tree with that. I think I get the reference. Did she recently get engaged? I don't know anything about people like this. I've nothing against Taylor Swift. Wish her all the best. But if you gave me an electron tunneling microscope, I would not be able to locate my interest in her or her music or anything that she's up to. You know? Fueman! Hey, sexy people, and Khan, thanks for the nice Templar videos. I enjoyed it a lot. Nice work, brother. Thank you. Thank you very much. It was fun to do. Yeah, I helped. Raz. Big love. Absolutely. So now imagine Raz is just there with no idea what a movie is. This one does not know. Five Claw.
Can you not feel the
Who the fuck is this?
burns within its belly? Bars barely contain its hunger.
Who's this preachy bint?
For 5 gold, gaze into its eyes. Fear.
Oh, she's got a Labrador in a cage.
Itself. For 10, place your hand upon its fur. Feel the muscle of a true killing machine.
Is that the same voice actor that does Vicosa? That makes it funny. Let's wait until she talks again. Obviously, Vicosa has this kind of voice. But I think it might be the same voice actor. Because she literally becomes a dog. Or a werewolf. That's pretty funny. Even the Hellraiser remake with a lady pinhead was really fucking good, yeah. I haven't seen that yet. On the list. I've only seen the original. I think they continued to get worse and worse, though, didn't they? The remakes, as usual. Come on, just more accessible doesn't mean it's necessarily aimed at the kids themselves. I think some of them are. But, yeah. Like, most romantic comedies are PG-13. Yeah. Hey, it's TNK. How's it going? MCU movies have been planned for ages. Just feel like they're released too frequently. Yeah, absolutely. And Calantax, hello there. How's it going? Hope you're having a good weekend, everybody. Welcome on in. This is day 2 of our September GAMESFEST. We're doing more story, getting distracted with talk of horror movies and superhero movies. What makes them awesome? What makes them impenetrable? I've definitely seen some awesome superhero movies, but my heart just sinks at the idea of watching another one. So I kind of have to have a reason to go there. But I just need a good Sherpa, you know, a good guide who knows, you know, don't bother with that one, or only watch that one so that you will understand the events of this one, you know? But they are, I think we can all agree, even those who are fans would agree they are massively overrated, overfunded, and need to kind of, not go away, but they need to become less dominant. And I think, hopefully, that's the thing. Like, the next generation of teenagers will just be like, oh my god, superheroes are so lame. The stuff that my dad's into, you know, that kind of thing.
Can you not feel the hatred that burns within
I love that Pinhead is, keeps getting flagged by Automod.
For 5 gold, gaze into its
Aaron, all those one-liner jokes in Marvel movies feel like what older writers think teen adult... Yeah, I mean, that depends who the writer is, though, right? They're written by many, many different writers. I think, Joss Whedon maybe is guilty of this. He likes to put in one-liners, and he likes having characters stand around and explain the plot, rather than, you know, show, don't tell. Which is a big problem in video games as well, by the way. You know, that we always have to have an NPC explain what's happening. Video games need to get better at this. Just a little bit more intelligent, you know, Valve-type thinking. Again, this is a thing we'll come back to during the GAMESFEST. We're definitely going to play some Valve games, and we're going to do our best. We're going to keep it fun. You know, it's a piss about. They're games. We're here to hang out and have a laugh. We're not here to be educated on, you know, the history of this game and the design philosophy, but we will dip into those things, because they do affect us, right? And it's fun to think about, they just explained a really complicated thing in like 5 seconds of game time, and I wonder how much design and how many iterations it took for them to be able to do that. Valve are the masters of this shit. And I would say ESO is an example. MMOs in general are usually an example of it not being done very well. The dungeons in this game may be an exception. They got many mechanics you are given a little leg up on learning, because you see a little preview of it play out just before the fight where it happens. They do that a lot.
Lorcan, take them all. Why did the Sylvanar negotiate with these filthy Maomer?
Oh no, poor doggo, right, Belorda? Impen was a good PvP trait. And you like the Hellraiser remake because in the book Pinhead is more like neither male nor female, and the new one nails that. Nice choice of words, in your opinion. I feel like Doug Bradley did a good job, but the voice is definitely male. But also, he's cast for voice. Like, he looks amazing, but the voice, holy crap, shivers. If you guys haven't heard, you could just look it up on YouTube. Pinhead voice. I'm not even going to attempt to do an impression. Ugh. And Gilly, too many MCU movies too quickly after each other, they burn me out. Hellpriest has that automod. Yeah. Can't stand movies where the plot only moves forward because the characters are idiots. Yeah, as a Star Trek fan, I struggle with this as well, Erin. They do this not often in Star Trek, but it's like a trope. That you have all these, you know, it's like the super duper, it's sort of quasi-military, but Starfleet is supposed to be the best of the best of the best, you know? And then when the plot requires it, the characters conveniently become dumb as hell to allow themselves to get their pants pulled down and for the plot to move forward and for the threat to suddenly become serious, you know, for the stakes to get raised. And because it's TV and they need to do this like every episode, old Star Trek does that a lot. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It's what killed Prometheus for me. Is the fact that, again, all these highly trained scientists, they arrive on the planet, as soon as they get to work, they all conveniently become complete morons and do the stupidest shit, and that's how we get ourselves into a hole. Ridley Scott just needs someone at his side to tell him when a script is bad. Because he's amazing at turning good scripts into legendary films. But if the script is crap, there's nothing. What can he do? But he keeps making these films, seemingly without realizing how bad the scripts are, and that the end product is not going to be, no matter how much you polish it, it's still a dog turd. You know what I mean? Kamul. I watched all of them right before the last Avengers because I was always kind of hating on them. My friend told me I didn't even watch enough, so I didn't like them. Alright, I still didn't like them. I think from the whole Marvel Timeline movies, I like Iron Man 1 and Doctor Strange the most. Most were really underwhelming, though. I have a feeling that'll be my exact take. Yeah. Like, if you are a bit of a... If you're just into movies, if you're into cinema, they're not going to hit as hard, because you're like, well, I've seen that before, done better. What is that writing? You know all these things that sit beneath the layer of smash, kapow, special effects, entertainment. More and more of that will bleed through into your viewing experience. That sounds like a really snobby thing. Oh, I've seen more films, therefore I know. I don't mean that. I just mean in the same way that if I've not seen a certain stand-up comedian ever before, I will probably piss my pants at how funny they are. Whereas the person who's seen like eight of their sets before, 8 stand-up shows, will be like, oh, I've heard that joke before. I've seen that. And, you know, we'll both have a good time, but one will have a different experience, you know what I mean? History of Gaming, part 175. Yeah. The list of games, Vipex, is not already set. Not completely. Some of them will be your choice. But yeah, we've got a lot. We've got a Valve week coming up. It's Bethesda week. At the moment, I'm talking Bethesda, the publisher, not necessarily just Todd Howard and company. So not just Elder Scrolls and Fallout and Starfield. We'll probably give Starfield a miss. It is a very good game, but it's not as good as Oblivion, Skyrim, Morrowind, Fallout 3 or 4. It just isn't. It doesn't... those games are amazing, you know, and Starfield ain't that. It's just very good. Flawless Sinner, Automod will accept Hell Priest, but not this other name that starts with a P, yeah. Yeah, you know what Valve are not a master of? Making a part 3 of anything. Oof. Only watch some X-Men movies, but like the Lego Marvel games. Yeah, I can imagine. Half-Life 3 will happen. I hope so. Calling someone a head full of pins is a way to say they have an empty brain, aka bullying. Yeah. Absolutely. Petrified War. I always thought it was a bit like, you know, the head of a pin. I never really thought about it before, but whatever. Flawless Sinner. I've enjoyed the Marvel movies the same way I enjoy the Fast and Furious movies. Great example. They are mindless fun. If you go into them expecting to be challenged mentally, then you're in the wrong movie. Yeah, that is a perfect copy of that, except for the misspelling of enjoyed. Just a random little harmless typo, but yeah, literally that is like the perfect statement, Flawless Sinner. Well done. Round of applause. Round of applause. That's perfectly worded. Fast and Furious, they do a great job of exactly the same thing. They are so stupid, but they get away with it because I think they wear it on their sleeve. And I think when Marvel does that, they get away with it more. Like Guardians of the Galaxy was like carrying around a big banner and wearing a t-shirt that said, "This is dumb fun." Whereas Iron Man tries to pretend it's serious. And it's like, no, pull the other one. Give me a break. There's nothing serious happening here. Anyway, Simra. Off topic. Any of you using an add-on load items that are in the bank from the inventory? Like automatically load? Yeah, so I don't. But if someone in chat is using... The only thing I have is something that auto-loots from... my banker to get like writs done and stuff. You know, so I have an alchemy writ, which requires a particular potion. I'll pre-craft like 200 potions, stick them in the bank, and then it gets automatically removed when that writ is active. That's the only version of that I use. Sorry.
Lorcan, take them all. Why did the Sylvanar negotiate?
Erin saying, yeah, sure, not every movie has to be high art, but it also shouldn't be brain dead to the extent that you feel like you need a lobotomy before watching. Mindless fun is fine. Fun doesn't have to be mindless, is what I would say. Look at Jurassic Park. That first Jurassic Park movie is more fun than any of the sequels, but it's also really smart. Look at Inception. It's better than it's more entertaining than the vast majority of superhero movies, but it's also intelligent and thought-provoking, and yeah, it is perfectly possible to do both. So I don't think that's what Flawless Sinner was saying. It should, if you go in there expecting them to be like super clever, that's obviously not what they're trying to do. But yeah, the idea that there has to be a separation between arty, clever cinema and mainstream cinema is definite bullshit. Absolutely. Like some the Bond movies, there have been a couple of pretty clever Bond movies over the years as well, and they're always like big mainstream blockbuster nonsense. Whiskey Jack, I know one for gear, but none for raw materials. Anox, no meows until now? Blasphemy, yeah. So Tsimra was asking if anyone's using an add-on to load items from the bank to the inventory, like ounces and stuff like that. So if anyone has anything to add, please jump in. Dark Metal, hello there. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, everybody. Happy Saturday. It is afternoon now here in the UK, which is where I am. I guess many of you are on mainland Europe as well. It is just me, Khan, coming at you live from Ninja Paul's Broadcasting Towers. Maya will be joining us a little bit later in, I don't know, 90 minutes or so. So we'll have a little bit of Maya time. This is day 2 of our September GAMESFEST. We are doing Elder Scrolls Online all month long. We're also doing other games every single day. Each stream is going to end with, an hour, maybe a couple of hours, depends on the game. Maybe multiple games back to back. Like we might have a look at Half-Life and Half-Life 2 in the same slot, for example, and talk a little about why we love them, why you guys love them. Maybe playing something for the first time, coming up with little tidbits. Today it's going to be Elder Scrolls 1 Arena, and I've had to do a load of prep for this one. It's gonna be really underwhelming gameplay because it's not the most action-oriented game. But it is very cute and very nostalgic and whatnot. Even for those of us who weren't like alive, let alone playing video games when this came out, there's still that nostalgia thing there, right? And Anox, hello. I appreciate all the meows. Thank you, Kazi. And Erin, do you mean personal assistant? There we go. Thank you. Can help auto deposit and withdraw stuff from the bank based on your preferences. Awesome. Thank you it's a very heavy add-on. That's true. It is. But I know some people who absolutely love it. Vripex. How will the games for the stream be chosen by the community? Well, we're not going to do that today, but there will be like sub-goals and everything is sub-based, right? So today, for example, yesterday we unlocked 1 sub, turn on the mic. 5, treat for the cat and the dog. Then when we got to 10 subs yesterday, I had to create a Maya version of, could someone give us a Captain Kirk screaming Khan in chat, followed by me screaming Maya in chat. What time is it, Khan? PRD, it is 12:24 here in the UK. But yeah, live on stream I had to record Maya! That. Maya! Oversized Watermelon, yo, how's it going? Path of Exile 2 is really fun. I don't have that one. But yeah, we could potentially get it. Anox, I'm trying out Path of Exile 2 during the free weekend. Ooh, I see. That passed me by. There we go. Yeah, enjoying the Diablo vibes. That is exactly what they would be delighted to hear that. And Dark Metal. And don't forget Jagnar Tharn, the Bosma villain. What is he to... He's like Abner Tharn's great-great-great-grandson or great-nephew or some shit. I suppose Tharn does have children, doesn't he? What happens to Clivia? Pretty sure she doesn't make it. So it's not going to be directly descended from him, but via his nieces and nephews. Yo, Anno, hey Petri. So tomorrow, Path of Exile 2, I'll schedule that for you. I'll talk to Maya about it. We're supposed to be doing Bethesda week this week, but whatever.
Those pirates are a stick in the High Elf eye.
We can do whatever we want. We played a bit of Doom, the Dark Ages, yesterday. That was awesome fun. We went to Apocrypha, the Cosmic Realm in Doom, the Dark Ages. So many people were like, holy shit, you're not wrong. This is exactly like Apocrypha. It's eerily similar. It's the same place. Doom and Elder Scrolls crossover when? According to Abner. The Tharn family is huge, yeah. I'm guessing it's a fairly close descendant. It's just one free weekend, yeah. Ahelt, we never learned what happens to Clivia, and I'm still salty about that. I'm pretty sure she dead. I mean, the fact that she is replaced by a Daedra. But she could just be imprisoned in Oblivion, who the hell knows? As we will see later on today, Uriel Septim himself was imprisoned for a long time. That's literally the plot of Arena. Alright, you have any say in these negotiations?
Not as long as the Sylvanar confuses diplomacy with capitulation. He's inside with the rest of them, pretending this won't end in bloodshed. Go, see this farce for yourself.
So right now, this is the Aldmeri Dominion. That was the story that was decided upon yesterday, that we would do that first. I'm not going to listen to every bit of dialogue.
Pardon, friend. The Dominion's arrival on Canarthi's roost has upset the locals. It falls on me to smooth the waters. Please, help yourself to food or drink. I'm happy to speak with you once this matter is settled.
See, that is obviously not a real British accent of any kind, but that one works for me. That just sounds like an exotic accent of some kind. It's the ones where they go a little bit too cockney over the top. Yeah, it bumps you, man. It's like for, it must be like for Americans, Mike Myers' Scottish accent as Shrek is awesome. Like, it's seamless. For Brits, it's okay. For Scots, it's often really grating. They genuinely struggle to get through the films because it's like hearing a song sung just slightly flat. You know? It's not that you're hating on it and it's bad, but it just keeps bumping you because you're used to that intonation. And I definitely know some Scots. They're not just being snobbish about it. They're just like, I struggle to get through it. Like if it's just Fat Bastard in Austin Powers, you were crap, eat the baby. You know, that stuff. It's fine. They're just little one-liners. They're throwaway. But when Shrek has like a whole speech, it's like, oof, that is not what that is supposed to sound like. But it doesn't really bother me. Play Doom on a calculator. Yeah. There's no clear reference in the games for how they're related, but it does say Jigga has a Bosma mother. I didn't actually know that. There we go. So hence the Bosma villain. That always bothered me about the Fat Bastard character. That he's looking at Heather Graham. I've seen few things in the history of cinema more sexy than Heather Graham in Austin Powers 2. Maybe it's the year it came out and the age that I was at the time, but she made an impression. Let me put it that way. And she has to, like, sleep with him to put a tracker up his butt or something. Really, really gross. And then later on, he says that she was crap in bed. That really bothered me. Do you guys remember that? Austin Powers, man, that is a long time ago. Path of Exiles or Pillars of Eternity? Ooh. Yeah, Pillars of Eternity. I've got that one, so we could just do that. We will see. But yeah, we're very open to just playing whatever you guys want to see. We just want to talk about games, why this one works, why the sequel wasn't as good. You know? Just the things that are like instinctive or personal, but also like drilling into a little bit of the technical as to why that works better than that. I don't know, I love thinking about that stuff, and more than that, talking about it with you guys. Always really cool.
Most unexpected. It seems we have a mutual friend. May I ask, what brings you to Mistral?
Alright, Kazi, Path of Exile 1 and 2, and we'll stay separate games. Get in my belly. Yeah. 2 is easier to get into and more catered towards casuals or beginners. There's a lot of stuff that ESO could learn from. Yeah, you're not the first person to say that. Anox, Jagar could have descended from Euraxia too. Or didn't Abner have like 7 or 8 wives? Who knows? Bit of a Musk, that guy, isn't he? Political operator and just a bit of a Lothario. I will reinstall Path again and finish Act 2 and 3 and try out other classes. Nice. Yeah, have fun. PRD, I have a German friend that clearly, definitely described the many, many uses of the C word. Why Oblivion was masterclass but Skyrim was garbage. I think the answer to that is Skyrim was not garbage. But I know what you mean, Petrified War, I hope. I would say weirdness, and that's the thing I've talked about before. I'm so glad ESO is weird as fuck. There's so much bizarre in this game, because I feel like that is core to the Elder Scrolls. Skyrim gets rid of a lot of it in favor of, like, I love the universe of Conan the Barbarian. I don't mean to dunk on it, but it's much more straight-faced. It was an age of heroes. And, you know, that kind of thing. Skyrim has much more of that vibe. Oblivion does not. Oblivion is, by Azura, by Azura, by Azura. You know? It's completely different. It's punctuated by this weird shit. And Morrowind is even more crazy. Don't even go there. Like, I think once the original creators of... Like, Morrowind was originally supposed to be way weirder than it originally was. But once the original creators, Ted Peterson, Julian LeFay, whose passing we are still mourning here at Ninja Pools, he died a couple of months back, or last month, in fact, wasn't it? A day after Ozzy Osbourne, was it? It was crazy. Or was it the day before? I'm already forgetting. But yeah, once those guys left Bethesda Game Studios, it definitely got less weird. Also, it got much more successful, let's not forget. Without Todd Howard shepherding it into a more mainstream direction, maybe the Elder Scrolls would have been cancelled years ago. They wouldn't be making them still. So I don't mean to criticize, but yeah, I do think that is a key reason, Petrified War, why Oblivion was genius and Skyrim wasn't as good. And by the way, Vrypex, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Absolute legend. Grimoire Dragon, welcome on in. Welcome to ad-free viewing. Hope you enjoy it. It's a great month to get a gift sub, I'll tell you that much, because we are streaming literally every single day that we can, which so far looks like every day of the month. And we're going to be doing Elder Scrolls, all of the games that we can play, as well as a bunch of other stuff. Vrypex, want to see Dark Souls 1 or 3 or Elden Ring, and my sub is yours. Okay. I could play a bit of Dark Souls 1. I don't have a save game from very far in, though. Like, very near the start. I'll play Dark Souls on stream with mouse and keyboard. How about that? That could be a stretch goal. Eggbirds, why the sequel wasn't as good? Let me introduce you to the Paper Mario series. Cyborg Planescape Torment? You'll be delighted to hear that is on the list. And welcome on in. Hope you're having a lovely weekend. Planescape Torment is already on the list. I put it there when we were discussing. I was like, that needs to be there. Because I've never played more than like an hour of it. And it's consistently brought up as one of the greatest games ever made. Especially with regard to writing. Kazi saying, Erin, I've installed it already. I'm ready to try when I get some time and eager to play it. Nice. Alex, I remember reading a law book, which said Clivia was the daughter from his 7th or 8th wife. Yeah, I don't have that knowledge chambered, unfortunately. Oblivion was a fever dream. Alex, a fun one, but a fever dream. And PRD, not a fan of linear games. I don't know, they can work. Like Doom. But that's when you take the linearity and trade off, you know, what is essentially a drawback and turn it into a virtue. That's what you got to do. It's like Steven Spielberg when he was making Jaws and the shark didn't work. The shark sucked. He rewrote it and turned it into a more of a suspenseful drama-based movie with more humanity behind it, and turned the lack of special effects on screen into a virtue and a benefit. That's what you need to do. But I agree. I know exactly what you mean, I think. Kazi, I love how they display tooltips in Path of Exile 2. It's so well done. Little bits of info, but you can easily just go deeper and deeper. Very nice change to reading set 5 piece effects that would need an essay to be explained. Yeah, I know what you mean that for sure. Dark Metal Skyrim was a bit too mainstream for some RPG lovers. It removed a lot of skills. And again, I think they managed to do more with that linearity by putting you more in the center of the action, putting fewer menus and tooltips between you and what you were doing. That's certainly what they tried to do.
Then perhaps...
What about circular games? Ozzy was trash. Whoa! Hot take. Actually, one of my least favorite Sabbath vocalists, I must say, but that is a spicy take there.
We upheld our treaty with the
This
people
guy's
of
a dick.
Kanathi's Roost for generations, and this is how they repay our kindness.
Elden Ring, Whiskey Jack.
We will not allow high elf thieves to gain a foothold in our territorial waters.
Basically the Stanley Parable. Circular games. Yeah, that makes sense. Ripex. Dark Souls 1 is the best one? Oh, you think? And the first half is the best part of the game. Ah, I've never heard anyone say Dark Souls 1 is the best.
By all rights, this is our island.
Interesting.
Arani's people occupy it with our blessing. If she breaks the treaty...
I get a little bit frustrated with the first Dark Souls because, A, the port to mouse and keyboard is absolute shit. Like, there's no better word for it. It is... They didn't even try. It's like me when I really couldn't be bothered with my homework or something. Or I showed up to piano lessons, not having bothered to practice at all. It's complete shit, what they did with that. So that really bugs me. And secondly, I feel like the parry windows are so arbitrary. Like, you'll learn to parry one particular enemy, and then you go off and another enemy has... They will just make an extra long wind-up on the animation. I really don't enjoy that as a choice of game design. I know lots of people do. It's kind of controversial. But that pattern recognition, I think FromSoft lean on it way too much. It would be far more interesting if you could just get good at a game rather than having to get good at every single individual enemy one at a time. I just get bored. It's not hard, it's boring.
Since the hurricane, but I don't believe
Bosses are a little
it
bit
was
different.
meant. Welcome to Mistral. May your stay here be full of warm winds and soft sand. Look around.
Alright. Petrified, I'll watch my language. Souls-like games are fun, but I'm terrible at it. So I play for a month and then when I hit my masochist limit, I uninstall. Baldur's Gate 3 in September. That is definitely on the list as well. The question is, Baldur's Gate is so huge, what do we do if we only have a few hours in there? Do I hear Ted? You may have done, he was just here. Cyborg, I tried to play Dark Souls once, could not configure beyond the keyboard layout in my way, ditched it. Same with Elden Ring, now I'm quite skeptical about Japanese games. Oh, that's a shame. But I know exactly what you mean. I just try not to let it colour my impression of the series in general or of FromSoft. They do gorgeous work. They really do.
I understand
and the way that Elden Ring unfolds in front, as you progress through it, that is a work of art, in and of itself. The way that, if anyone here played Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, another game we're going to play during September because there's an expansion coming out next week. I think a week yesterday. Might be Friday it's coming out. The way that you'll go and do one thing and you encounter a door that is locked or you can't get through that checkpoint or whatever, but then you come back to it later and you realize that you're on the other side of that checkpoint now. That's really clever. The way that the world feels like it's all there and you could go anywhere and do anything, but actually you are being cleverly gated and walked through it certain sections at a time. Not completely linear, it's not a corridor, but the way that it sort of unravels piece by piece. So A, it's not overwhelming to a new player, and B, it allows them to tell a much more intricate and sophisticated story because they know certain things will happen after certain other things, you know? It allows you to have an arc. You can't do that if everywhere is accessible at once and you have no control over where the player goes first. Petrified War. Why am I being dumb? PSO. You streamed Stanley Parable, had to learn to play controller? Yeah, no comparison level design. Whiskey Jack, Dark Souls 1 is the best. Okay, so that's a couple of times now I've heard that take in 1 minute. And the first one of the genre, so it's an experience unmatched. Eggbirds, do you think that Skyrim is the best in terms of world design in Elder Scrolls? That may be so. See you later, Kazi. Thank you so much. Dark Souls Remastered solves the key. Well, that's the one I've played. Doesn't exactly solve it, but yeah. Vrypex. I didn't have an issue with Dark Souls 1 and keyboard, but I know it's a common complaint. The controls are dreadful. They're so unintuitive. PRD, I had nerve damage in my left hand, but writs are easier on a controller with my add-ons. I see. Can't go wrong with Morrowind. Yeah. I think I'm with Dark Metal on this one. Morrowind is still my favorite, but it could be those Dunmer tinted glasses I'm looking through, you know what I mean? Cars, you need to get going. I'm switching my two wardrobes with one of my mums, or Ward's ropes with one of my mums. I need more space. That's the bike chat. Alright. Alright, well that sounds fun. If you're still able to hear, then good luck with it all. Purdy, how I view everything. The gameplay of Dark Souls 1 definitely inferior to DS3 or Elden Ring. That's what I tend to hear. But yeah, the vibe, map design, and lore presentation is peak. Okay, fair enough. Dragon's Dogma and 2. Also a lot of fun. They're quite buggy. Yeah, I'd be interested in those, for sure. Definitely can't go wrong in Morrowind. Agreed. I tried getting into Dragon's Dogma on the Switch. Eggbirds, it's not clicking for you so far. The magic system in Dragon's Dogma. Oh. Anox, I don't want to imagine it. It was already buggy on PC and I need mods to fix it. Can't imagine the struggle you had on Switch. So it's now Bloodborne is my favorite FromSoft game. From what I see, it would be mine as well. From what I see, but I haven't played it because, well, I do have a PlayStation, but I don't really use it. Don't really play anything on console these days. I will hold out the vain hope for a PC remaster forever. Well, there was something about that recently. They showed a brief glimpse of Bloodborne, didn't they? In like a Sony presentation a few years ago. Was it the Summer Games Fest showcase? But yeah, it was absolutely not confirmed. Simra redeemed send chat a hug and stretch. Everybody, arms over your head. Rotate the shoulders, have a nice little stretch. Thank you very much. No bugs so far, but the atmosphere in Dragon's Dogma isn't really drawing you in. Okay. And Whiskey Jack, the lore of Dark Souls and Elden Ring is amazing. Chef's kiss. And I know some people will say, what lore? Yeah, I think it's like the lore in Doom Eternal, isn't it? It's there if you want. And it allows you to put the threads together in your mind.
Do not worry. It is safely caged.
What's Fire Breath?
And the maze,
That's his name?
Look to Riddlethar. Did he surrender Jackajay to Skumacat and the others? No. He kept it close for all of us, under his belly for all to follow.
Okay. If you say so. The atmosphere in the game is indeed a bit bleak. And overly brown and grey. Lore of DS. Yes, Death Stranding is pretty good lore. That is a game I need to play. I just don't understand what could possibly be good about that game. The cast list is amazing. It has all these like illustrious credits associated with it, but it's a game, you're basically a pizza delivery guy. It seems like the blandest thing, but I guess that is just the hanger on which they hang all of this other stuff. That's the structure which they build everything else around. So it's probably hard to understand without playing it.
You think this one drinks on the job? Good. Then so will everyone else. What is the
It is a
word,
lot
my
better
dear?
in the second one, but the first game is quite bleak. Fair enough. Gilly-chan, I love Dunmer. Here. So I really wanted to play Morrowind. Started the game, got told to go to a tavern, didn't know where it is. So I asked an NPC, thinking he'd tell me it's near X or Y. Instead, he gave me a law book to read. Afterwards, I'd forgotten why I was talking to him. I like reading law books, but not in the dialogue of an NPC when I'm trying to do a quest. I loved that. See, I love that about Morrowind, even today. The fact that it doesn't tell you where anything is, you just gotta figure it out. And the fact that the signposts, you look at the signposts to say, at a fork in the road, this way to Seyda-Neen, this way to Vivek City. I love that. You actually have to interact with the world, not your UI, to do stuff. But yeah, if you're coming from modern games, it's very, very difficult. Because we are used to being told exactly where to go, where everything is. There's a map with an icon, there's a thing on our compass, there's even a little icon which appears in the world which show us where we need to go. It's crazy how much hand-holding modern games give us, and when you've become used to that, yeah, it's weird to be without it. Personally, I used to switch off quest markers in Skyrim wherever possible. I used an add-on, I edited the ini file, the settings file, to turn off the compass. So none of that stuff is there. Yeah, PD, the only reason I have a controller is because I have radial nerve palsy in my left hand from sleeping improper. Oh, no. Yeah, that could happen to anyone, just sleeping on it like that. But yeah, they're better for your hands in a lot of ways. There are just times when a keyboard and mouse is preferable.
It only takes 3 drinks to loosen the tongue of the Chancery clerk, if you were curious.
Who stole the copy of the treaty?
A good question. Raz answers it with an interesting bit of trivia. Ulandil posted a guard at his quarters the day of the theft. His subtlety is rivaled only by his pleasant personality. Oh, and it's 5 drinks for embassy staff. 6 puts them out. Someone needs to slip into the prag.
Yeah, Raz is great. Great, really well written by Michael Zenke, and yeah, beautifully voiced as well. Just the perfect combo there. Do you guys remember that? We had Michael Zenke on on stream with us live during TES talking about how he's the guy who created the furry James Bond and wrote the vast majority of the dialogue, created the backstory, and all of the stuff involving Raz.
Be disgusted by its cold, oozing nose.
Isn't that amazing? And chat just went crazy when he said that, when they realized, oh, this is the guy who made my favorite freaking character in the entire game. Anox, to be fair, the atmosphere also plays a big deal in the gameplay. I mean, trying to escort a caravan in pitch black darkness, trying to fend off monsters is terrifying. That part of Dragon's Dogma plays like a horror game. The lore and the small hidden game mechanics make it so much more fun. But Lord, have a nice look. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah, I can see what you mean by that. And dark metal. And in Morrowind, you need to remember where everything is. No waypoints for the win. Ah, PRD, thank you so much for the gifted subs. That takes us to 20. Over 20 for the month. We need Maya here to tally them up. She'll be here a little bit later. But that means we need some Khajiit flirting. Unlocked. I guess we'll do that when Maya is here. Oh, thank you so much for the support. That's exactly what we need today and this month in general. That is huge. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We really appreciate it. We never take it for granted, but it is absolutely the lifeblood of this stream and this community and everything that we do here. So yeah, we really appreciate it. Do you guys just want me to keep yapping, or should I like try and get on with this quest? Yeah, you can play ESO without UI help too as well. Simra, you're absolutely right. Yeah. Dark metal, gotta learn your way. It is a very effective trick for immersing you in the world. It's just that obviously it can backfire as well. Like, if I get rid of the UI here, and I'm told that the temple is across the bridge and to the east, you know, I could find that. And it draws me into the world a little more. I might look over there, what can I see? To be fair, Morrowind was a game where you couldn't see that far into the distance. It had this sort of fog of war effect, always in a radius around your player. Elden Ring was my first Souls-like, Erin, and I loved that it did not have any hand-holding in quests. I wish I could forget everything about it so I can experience it all over. I can't wait for Elden Ring. I still haven't played it. Also, like, trolls will focus female characters. Put away torch to attack, and your vision drops so much. Really? Sword and Snail. I think the main turn-off for me with Morrowind is the chance to hit mechanic. Oof. Yeah, the fact that you can visibly see your weapon going through something, but it does nothing. And that's... You're just right. That's not even a personal preference thing. I think we can just say objectively you are correct. When the graphical fidelity had advanced to that point, where you can see the enemy being hit by the weapon, or the enemy passing... The weapon passing through the enemy, rather, that is when the days were gone of, like, chance to hit. You just can't have that anymore. Maybe in a top-down isometric RPG like that, turn-based. But that is, yeah, they had to step away from the pen and paper stuff, which is, remember, where all of these games come from, ultimately. And get real. If you're showing us the world, show us the whole thing. Gilly Chan, I was coming from Skyrim and then Oblivion. Skyrim was the first Elder Scrolls I played. Yeah, we get it. Is there a place you can see what quests you have done, Rave's Lord? No. Only achievements. There's got to be an add-on for that, though, right? There must be. DPS drops significantly learning controller? Oh, really? I guess when you're learning either way, yeah. Like, if you're coming from controller to mouse and keyboard, it'll probably drop as much. Gilly, have a lovely lunch. We'll be back soon. We'll look forward to it. Yeah, both is good. There was a quest? Yeah, which way is east? Well, you turned on that part of the UI for that, I guess. Get that effect when I drink too much? Have a nice luck. Alex, thank you so much for stopping by. Love it. Alright. We need to get in here, and the way we do it is talk to this guy.
Are you lost? Ambassador Ulandil's quarters aren't open for visitors.
I actually quite like this little questy bit here. The Malma are just really cool looking, and I like the fact that they're introduced to us. Yes, they're an enemy, but we are also pursuing diplomacy with them, so they're not just, you know, like demons to be riddled with bullets. It's an interesting one. Like, not everything is just a villain. A little bit like the Reachmen. Like in Skyrim, they're just the Forsworn. They're always an enemy. They attack you on sight. But in the Elder Scrolls Online, it's a bit more contextual. Like, we get to learn a lot more about them in the Markarth DLC, which hopefully we will reach later this month. Alright, dude, what are you guarding?
None of your business. Go bother the clerk. He doesn't know when to shut up either.
Alright. Find a way to incapacitate the guard. Just swift blow to the back of the head. Silly kind. You can't rid of them with bullets you don't have. Yeah, but you know what I mean. The fact that the enemies you're killing in Doom are just obviously... It's so unproblematic. Because they're clearly bad. All you need to do is look at them. They're literally monsters. A small amount of moon sugar in a paper pouch. Known to cause drowsiness. The Malma chicks as well.
Floors that don't sway, sand that creeps into boots, bugs the size of anchors. May the gods see me posted to a proper ship.
Like, they're quite haughty and rude, but they just seem cool. I want to be friends with the Malma, for sure. Whiskey Jack, the whole Elden Ring experience changed my views on UI and hand-holding in open-world games. When I came back to ESO after Elden Ring, I removed most of my add-ons and sorted out a minimalist UI, increased game experience so much. That is a thing that immediately appeals to me about these games, that you just... There are areas that you get to know, and then you have to sort of find your way back to. Learning my way around Novigrad in The Witcher 3, and learning my way around Cyberpunk, around Night City in Cyberpunk. It's just a joy to do that. The world is so beautifully created. The sandbox is so well realized. Either my dog is letting ones go in her basket behind me, or the cat just made something horrendous at the other end of the house. Ugh. I'm being afflicted with major defile here. He's a proper Z, yeah, he is, isn't he? That guy, Dark Metal. Kind of wish you could play as a Malmo without playing as a Dunmer Vampire and Blind Eyes, yeah. Same with the different types of Khajiit. That's a bit presumptuous. Maybe the demons just want a hug. I mean... The fact that they come running at you, screaming, claws out, mouths wide. Sinner is, but yeah, you make a good point. I'd hug a Doom Eternal Cacodemon, such a lovely meatball. Yeah, but then you would die. Their melee attack, their melee attack is horrendously... Like, if you're playing on Nightmare, that's practically a one-shot, if that thing hits you. Speaking of which, we'll definitely be doing some Doom Eternal later this month. One of my favourite games ever. And I'm actually not terrible at it, so... Why is that guard upstairs?
So, he's actually doing his job? Most of the time he's writing love letters to some pretty face in town. Zadi or Zami or something. He's a fool in a crow's nest, searching the horizon for any sign of her love.
Alright, I love this chick. Drinking, tight outfit, taking the piss out of the guy she works with. Also, the grey skin is just a really fun look, isn't it? And the pale eyes. It ought to be really scary, but somehow it's just a really... It looks good on these guys. They rock it. Alright.
Ambassador Ulandil isn't here. And if he was, he'd be far too busy to entertain the likes of you.
I'm surprised they don't have any of these guys voiced by David Shaughnessy. You know, High Kinlord Rillis. That'd work. I can change the demons. Yeah, that little smirk. Yeah, exactly. Maybe they just have social anxiety? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, if you were watching the intro video of Doom, The Dark Ages, that you literally see them eating a guy while he's still alive. That's a pretty unambiguous sign in cinematic terms of these are the bad guys. It's okay to kill them all.
That's what I've been wondering. He spices his rum.
Alright guys, do we give him moon sugar?
I'm sure one of the
Or do we give him the love letter? The fake love letter.
Sleeping at his post again.
Where's his drink? Yeah, so we can either write him a fake letter, or we can just walk suspiciously up to his drink, dump some stuff in it and hope he doesn't see. Let's go with a love letter then, Simra. Your silver fur. My dearest, beautiful Zali, I saw you by the water again. Would he get in trouble? Would the other Malma be horrified that he's, like, a Khajiit fancier? That he's a furry? I don't know. They were just defending themselves. Such an apologist. Dark Metal just both sidesing everything. I guess as a metalhead, you feel like you have to stick up for the demons. Who else is going to do it, right? The sun made your silver fur light up like it was a bright day. I would have stood there forever, but I left a lot guarding the embassy. But I stand a lot guarding the embassy, so I left. That's a terrible love letter. You should visit the embassy to see how important I am. We could eat a dinner together. You know who. Mama is a pussy lover. Oof. Alright, so we can write him some sort of a response. Forge a letter to the guard from his secret lover. Well, it's not a lover though, is it? It's completely one way. It's like, would you trust this chick? You know, I have a letter for you. Trust me. There's no way.
Are you lost?
Hey, this letter arrived for you, buddy.
What? Give it here.
Give it here.
She wants to meet me. Now, out of my way.
Can we actually read the letter? Forged letter. No. Alright, here we go. Never taken a boot party from Nazi scum. Alright, there we go. The treaty. We're not going to read all of that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, welcome on in if you just recently joined. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls, and we are doing our second day of September Ninja Pulls GAMESFEST, where we're going to try and do every story quest, every zone quest in The Elder Scrolls Online, and as many games in the evenings as we can cram in. So welcome, pull up a chair, get involved in chat. We are talking all kinds of nonsense today. We've already set the world to rights with horror movies, superhero movies, game design, UI, all of that stuff. We have the smartest chat out there, so yeah, get involved. Read it all with a marshmallow. Callan Tax. Sword and Snail. He actually said, "Out of my way! I'm about to get it!" Get it, player? Get it, player? The Sylvanar. Alright, I'll tell him.
The Sylvanar and the Green Lady are being put up in the armorer's home. This one recommends you knock before entering. Green Lady gets jumpy at silent approach.
I don't think that's the real reason we need to knock before entering. Green Lady and the Sylvanar, we know what they're up to, come on. Definitely knocking boots. If this trailer's rocking, don't come a knocking.
There are holes in the treaty. When the Sylvanar worries at them, he'll tear a hole in the Marmor side. The treaty, of course. Not Ambassador Ulandale, though that would be funny.
It's freaky hour. Yeah, the Green Lady would get freaky, wouldn't she? Would she like role play as a sapling? Or something? Some sort of tree-based. Imagine how flooded her basement gets when the Sylvanar says to her, "Honey, I've got wood." A strange aura surrounds the Sylvanar's corpse. His body is warm to the touch. A faint smell of sulfur permeates the room. Right, so his bowels loosened when he died? Lovely.
Time for you to leave. No! No!
She should immediately go for our throat. She thinks that we're the ones. Real quote from the Sylvanar, believe me.
You found him like this? What did you see? Answer me!
He was dead when I got here, I swear. I didn't touch him. I barely know the guy. Look at her face. Damn.
Then you know nothing. 1,000 curses on this wretched island. They've taken my beloved.
Who would want him dead?
None who'll survive the day. I am the unerring bolt. Once loosed, I cannot stop till I pierce my quarry's eye. Irani knows her own city. If she won't tell you who did this, I'll shorten her tail until she does. Now go! Go!
Oh, there's a dead guy. It smells like shit in here. There's a crispy critter on the floor. And that carpet, you're just going to have to throw it away, guys. There's no salvaging that thing. Poor Sylvanar, what a way to go. Took to Harani. Where is she? She's inside the embassy, right? I love how... this is another very cute thing about most games. that they just don't have enough infrastructure to make a place feel truly believable. This is a typical Elder Scrolls thing, right? Not just Elder Scrolls, it's very typical, but there just aren't enough buildings here. What have we got? We got the Malma Embassy, the other embassy, the Dominion Embassy, an inn, like another random house, and then a barn. And then a couple of huts down by the water. That's it. That's not a town. But they get away with it, right? Shorten her tail is a weird and terrible threat. That really is, yeah. Yeah, Dark Metal. Did you ever see Bad Boys? I think it's the first movie. There's a bit in that movie where they're investigating an address. And they're both stealthily working their way into the building with guns drawn and whatever, and one of them says to the other, "Yo, you fart?" And it's like, no, and they look at each other, they can both smell a fart, and they go, "Ah, dead guy."
Not again. Please.
Back when Michael Bay
I
made much more interesting
understand what
movies.
the Sylvanar desires, but I already told you, we cannot provide him with our copy of the treaty.
Purely, I moved to Utah and got my head kicked into my steel toes by fascist hard seas. Oof. Dark Metal. Well, the way the new creation engine can run work, I have hopes we'll see more realistic sized locations. Yeah, it definitely can be done. The problem with it is that you need to do it the way CD Projekt have done it. Like I was talking about Novigrad earlier. You go there and it feels like a real city. It genuinely does, but the vast majority of the houses you cannot go into. The vast majority of the NPCs are just drones. So I don't know if AI can be used to give them sort of generic things to say, which are procedural, rather than, cookie cutter. But that would be a potentially cool use of AI, I feel like. Yeah, this is way too obvious of an assassination, I know. Right, Lustful Taoist. I loved Bad Boys. Oh, really? Need to watch it again. It's been years. Yeah, same here. Same.
Dead. But he was just here. What? How awful. My guards saw nothing.
The fact that the Malma have been able to do it at all without arousing the alarm, without raising the alarm.
In my town. I'll shut down the port if I... Of course.
All right.
On my death.
The Sylvanar murdered? These treacherous Khajiit have plotted with the Maormer to slay our noble envoy.
How dare...
Ulondil.
This apothecary must have had a hand in the murder. I'll get it out of him, one way or another.
I love the... Let's just up... I'm playing a villain right now, so let's just up the British factor. There's a voice actor who's done a ton of work on the Elder Scrolls Online. But, do you know what I mean? Like, definitely, I'm being sinister and bureaucratic and evil.
No one here. Perfect.
Uh-oh.
As good a place as any. If that clerk has any sense, he'll find it.
Alright, Maya just messaged me. She'll be joining us at 3. How exciting. So stick around for that. That's when we'll redeem some of these sub-goals that we're meeting. Let me just respond to her real quick. Awesome. I'm telling her chat is excited. How about that? Yay, Maya! Dun 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 dun. Yeah, okay. This actually takes a while. But it's cool. Like, you get introduced to the different players. I guess the High Elves aren't really present here because... they're here, but it's all about the Malma, the Khajiit, and the Bosmer, isn't it? And then we get plenty of High Elves in the next zone with Queen Irene. Who's looking forward to that? I know damn well there are some Queen Irene fans out there. I remember this captain. Isn't she super rude?
Get off my ship before I throw you off.
Again? What a bitch. I need to get into your hold. And yes, that is an innuendo.
And I need a new rigging and a serving wench. Too bad for us both. Now get off my deck before I throw you off. Why didn't you say so? You're a deputy of the guard? The same guard whose authority ends where my ship
That's a
begins?
serving... Again, with the mouth, that smirk.
Water. Your choice. On your way. And don't bother my sailors. They know I'll turn their hides into sailcloth if I catch them shirking.
I don't know, I kind of like it. She just doesn't take any shit whatsoever. Isn't bosun spelt boatswain? You know? I'm pretty sure it's not spelt like that. Isn't it boatswain, but it's just pronounced bosun? That's what I always thought. Gilly-chan, welcome back. This one welcomes you back. Just randomly pickpocketing a sleeping lady. But you know what I mean? They just look really cool. Even in the old, outdated base game armor styles, they just still look really badass. Very 1980s as well, with like the vests and the exposed guns. I dig it. I missed it. What did I miss? This mangy, crooked fellow looking over our napping sailor doesn't look suspicious at all.
Another one?
Yeah, I love the Malma in general. Looking forward to doing the High Isle and Galen stuff, because they feature in there quite heavily as well, of course.
Watch your step, Groundwalker.
I just have the song The Serpent's Kiss in my head by Symphony X. Right, bring the evidence. The crate of Sea Viper paraphernalia containing uniforms and flags, proving a direct connection between the Malma Embassy and the Sea Vipers. Dun dun dun! Yeah, we already saw that. What a surprise! They're up to no good.
Don't cause trouble.
As far as I remember, though, they're not acting in concert with any of the other alliances, though, are they? And that's what you would think. Don't forget Solstice, they're there too. Yeah, and they have, like, giant ears. Some of them. They're like fish fins on the sides of their head. That's a fun little punch-up.
I'm desperate.
Raz.
Killing the Sylvanar was foolish. The Green Lady and the Sylvanar shared a life bond. She has little time to avenge him before she too will die, and the Green Lady is a most dangerous creature. The Malmer planned something, but what? This is a sample of the vile cloud from around the Sylvanar's body.
Now here we go. Yeah, that was for an update expansion a few updates ago. Would be cool if they'd gone back and added it to some of the NPCs. I don't know how much work that would be, though. Might be very, very complicated to do that.
Hand down the throat, a kiss for my wrist. Hand on the lungs, a kiss for my arms. Grasp, tear, yank, and one last kiss for the killer's own heart. Now, what have you found?
She's just... How did she know we were going to bring her this? She's obviously ready to kick some ass, but why would she think that we're going to bring her the information that's going to lead to that? Alright, well, you're in luck, lady. We got it.
No poison in all of Tamriel could harm my beloved. But this scent was on his body. Why is it out here as well? I can see it, leading away into the heart of this wretched city.
Yeah, Lustful Taoist, I'm with you. This one is an excellent voiceover. But the one we were talking about earlier, there are somewhat... When you port to Eldenroot, for example, there is like a little tour guide. Some of those are a bit dodgy. The sound of the voice is lovely, though, isn't it? And this is a great voiceover. No weird Cockney accent here. I didn't notice a scent.
You're blind to it. Easily remedied. Follow if you can.
Let's go.
Tree never falls, or so they say.
It's just like the Witcher senses in The Witcher 3, right?
It makes me nervous.
Smells like lilac and gooseberries. Do not get on the bad side of the Green Lady. She's scary, cool, but scary. Yeah, don't fuck with the Green Lady, absolutely. I like that, though.
Stop her, so I can kill her.
Those kind of lines make no sense. I'm just gonna stand here and wait for you to do something. And again, it's just a Malma lady. With very spindly arms. Alright.
Covered my tracks. Couldn't have found me.
Smells like uptalk in here. Luckily she will die soon without her Sylvanar. Oh, don't remind me. Yeah, I remember that bit. But, you know, such is the circle of life. Of the forest and the jungle and whatever else. Oh, Maya's saying it's been a very tiring morning. So she's going to be knackered when she gets here in a couple of hours. I'm saying, don't work too hard, lady. Feel bad. Like, streaming requires a lot of energy and everything, but I'm literally just sitting here talking with you guys, so it's hard not to feel bad about this sometimes. Anyway, tell me who killed the Sylvanar, let's go.
I followed his orders.
Whose orders?
Ulandil.
There we go.
I've heard enough.
His orders. Had to follow his
There.
orders.
You did what you had to. As did I.
It's not actually that violent, but they can't really depict any of that. It's a funny thing that they do in this game, which I really appreciate. They cannot show violence of that sort because of, well, for ratings reasons, but also because the tech isn't there. You just can't do that. But whenever they can, they make up for it in the literature, like the written parts of the game, the dialogue and the books that you read and stuff like that, that has unspeakable violence described quite often. I dig that. It's cool. And Lustful Taoist, do you know what confuses me about Unmarried Dominion in the 4th era? They don't like Talos worshipping, but they're fine with Ifrit. Yeah, that's actually an interesting point. I did miss the book. I'm not. This is like my
the errant
10th character or something that I
was just
made.
informing headwoman Harani of her apothecary's connections to the High Elves of Somerset Isle.
Shut up, dude. Your assassin
Once
said you
torture
ordered the
begins,
Sylvanar's death.
We'll learn why. My what? You mean the apothecary? I assure you, he was never in my employ.
No, your assassin got Daedric blood from the apothecary and used it to kill the Sylvanar.
Oh, well done. It doesn't matter now. The Green Lummox and her idiot husband lie dead. There's nothing you can do to stop us.
Green Lady isn't dead.
You're lying. She must be dead, or else she'd have come for me. She's coming for me, isn't she? I'm a duly appointed ambassador of the Maoma people. The grounds of the embassy are sacrosanct, according to our treaty. The Tempest is coming. You cannot stop it.
Sea rat coward! I'll have your head for this!
I have his scent, and soon
his heart. Stop! All of you!
This is the Green Lady just charging by. Fuck that guy! That's amazing. Alright, guys. Decide. Do we let her kill him? Or how are we gonna do this?
This is madness. There has been enough death in this city.
Yeah, the Mama betrayed you guys.
This does not excuse a mindless slaughter. We are better than our enemies. You must apprehend him. Don't let the Green Lady cut him down like an animal. We must learn what the Maomer plan for Canarthy's roost.
I watched a really dumb movie many years ago. I want to say Joaquin Phoenix was in it, but I think it's called Mafia, and it's like a spoof, you know, like Scary Movie or The Naked Gun or something like that. And it takes the piss out of a whole bunch of different films. And there's like a flashback scene where there's a little boy, he's selling flowers, and then is running away from bullies. And the line is, the girl that he's running like in the opposite direction of, "Run, florist, run!" Did anyone ever see that? Sylvanar wouldn't want that. Don't know the guy, but yeah. Alright, we'll spare the Malma chump. I can't make it over that wall. Sag. Whoops.
Move, unless you don't mind the spatter.
Her face.
I'll keep him alive for a time. He won't starve. His limbs have so much flesh to sustain him. Go tell Harani the Marama is dead. Leave me to my work.
No, this isn't justice, it's revenge.
Exactly. And I'll have the blood that's due. What does this creature's life matter to you anyway?
Is this what the Sylvanar would want?
You dare speak for my Sylvanar? I'll beat you with your own flame.
What's wrong with her face? Bugged? No, I think it's meant to be like that.
And choke you with the dust. You're right. Curse your bones, you're right. Take him away before I lose myself.
She's just super pissed off.
Away from me.
And his hands are already bound. Okay. Whatever, we're not going to poke too many holes in it. But yeah, man, MMO storytelling can be so goofy. And to think this game is far better at it than most. They do actually a fairly decent job of, like, all this storytelling is supposed to be... is purely functional. It's supposed to get you into the game, level you, give you a sense of place. But they managed to make it more than that. In a way that World of Warcraft never could for me. Like, I always felt like I was just going through the motions and just doing things that someone in an office had decided arbitrarily that I should do. I didn't feel like there was any narrative or any kind of world building or character at work.
We've taken Ulandil into custody thanks to your quick action. No treaty
Botox ran out.
From proper justice.
Very good. Magic Khan. Magic. That's true. There is magic in this game. I think Yisuo's storytelling fell flat after Blackwood. That's a bit sweeping. But to be honest, I can't disagree with you because I haven't really played much of that stuff after then. But I would say the dungeons are as strong as ever. Dungeon storytellings, or stories in dungeons, I should say. Some of you might be thinking, what the fuck? Are you kidding? Dungeons don't have a story. No, they really do. And the storytelling is done in a very different way. I think they're really freaking good at that. It's a lot of fun. Alright, the Green Lady wanted to take revenge.
I understand. I am
What did
sorry to
Ulandil
find
say?
The Maomer have some ships waiting offshore. Ulandil's people signaled them before
Yeah, the fact that it's all
Green
voice
Lady
acted.
arrived.
Yeah.
Some sort of invasion force.
And voice acted well,
With the Dominion's
crucially.
help, perhaps we can fortify the
That doesn't
tower.
happen on its own.
That
That's not just
alone
the
will save
actor
many
showing up
lives.
and being a professional. It also requires the team, you know, Becky Ignowski and others being really on the case, making sure the stuff that they've been given to work with is properly done. And then the recording session that you've got a script supervisor or whatever. I'm not entirely sure on how it works in the case of Zos and the base game stuff, but make no mistake, that is They have their hand on the wheel when it comes to this stuff. You don't just hire the voice actors and bingo, you've got a character. Have you officially joined the Dominion?
I signed a new treaty moments ago. Vicereeve Peladil assured me the Dominion will protect our little island. It's a new beginning for Canarthi's Roost. We will prosper or fall together.
Well, she's worried, man. Look at that face. Alright, final stage of this zone.
Slow pause. You.
This is not as interesting. It's more just about fighting and problem solving. So I think we're just going to blast through this stuff. But yeah, Canarthi's Roost, man. Starter zone. It's a really great introduction to the Dominion and how that works. I didn't really appreciate it at the time. But you kind of do get familiarized with the different components in the Ordinary Dominion. Hang on. We should just go and change something, crucially, before I do any fighting. I just realized the major flaw in the plan. Because when we were using Ardent Flame, I switched to a stamina character. This is a mag character, generally. But I ditched Ardent Flame because it was pissing me off. So now we need to redo all our attributes. Yeah, let's just do it that way. And Ted is howling. That's my cat. He's howling somewhere. Right, where were we? Yeah, exactly. Whiskey Jack, Hrothgar was peak. Elsewhere was good. Downhill since then. I definitely think some of the older ones are the best ones. And I don't think I'm being, like, rose-tinted about that or anything. Let's try cranking up the settings, actually. We're not quite at max settings here. Any area with water, generally, is worth cranking everything up. Long build-up just doesn't feel good since then. I think Hrothgar is my favourite, again, because it's character-based. I don't think the quality of the writing is necessarily that much better. It's just that it's about people and cultures and different ideas of the future. It's all character, you know? All these cosmic threats, they don't hit in the same way. In the same way that we don't get sad when we're aware that dozens or hundreds of people are dying in Minas Tirith in the Return of the King movie. We know that loads of people are dying there. But when Theoden dies, or when Boromir dies in the first one, because we're aware of those characters, we know them, that hits. It's a weird thing about depicting slaughter or war in films and TV and games.
We can't let those...
Just being told, you know, I think when Alderaan is destroyed, like, it's epic and kind of terrifying in the first Star Wars movie, but it doesn't really land. We don't know anyone who was there. All we've got is the reaction of the princess and Obi-Wan. Hello there.
We should check that.
I love that. That doesn't make any sense that it's blowing like that, but whatever. I'll take it. It looks cool. Mine? Oh, we can search for the warehouses as well. Yeah, I know what you mean, Taoist. Yeah. We can rescue some folks, can't we? Just let the blast winds do its thing. Oh shoot! She dead.
Oh, Nistel.
Blast winds can be a lot of fun. It absolutely can. Right, what else am I doing? I'm just running around enjoying the delayed hit of blast bones here. Inside A.
Hey, squad got separated. Nistel and I found Onglorn. They hurt him bad.
Sorry, dude, we're kind of blasting our way through these quests. I'm not gonna stay and listen to all of that. Tell you what, we could get rid of this and slot the execute. Not because it's particularly good, but just because it's fun. Mazar.
A ringing head is bad, but when it remains somewhat head-shaped, that is good, yes?
Oh, what happened, buddy? Welcome on in if you just joined. This is Khan, you're watching Ninja Pulls. We've got Maya joining us a little bit later. 90 minutes or so. Eelsil, there he is. This is the problem. You keep talking to the NPC instead of closing these. I remember this very well. Let's just zoom through this part. Oh no, I need to finish talking to him. Fudge! I'm zooming too quickly. I'm trying to think of the other games that have really impressed me with their ability to basically make me go through fairly mundane things, but tell a decent story in the process. I think the Elder Scrolls single-player games generally are pretty good at this. Just reading a book. Like, surprise, motherfucker! I want to get through this so that we can move on to the Auridon story. That's where we want to be. Well, really, we want to get to the DLC stuff, don't we? Quickly as possible. There's still a lot of the stories in this game that I just haven't done. Because I don't really have or make the time to do it. More of a Trials and Dungeons kind of guy. Again, I'm sorry. I'm trying to get rid of the totem, not talk to you, Furion.
This is Eelsil, speaking directly to your mind. Find my Psijic projection. I know what they're planning. Through my Psijic projection,
the game used to do a weird thing, didn't it? That it would encourage you, actively encourage you, to play the newest stuff first. Do you guys remember that? If you started playing the game a few years ago or earlier, that whatever the newest expansion was, you tended to start a tutorial there. And then, you know, logic would then dictate that you would continue on. So you'd like Somerset would be the newest thing, and you would do that before you did anything else? Yeah, bad design choice, right?
Children of the
It just
sea,
seems it's surprising.
your bonds cannot hold the tempest.
So not entirely clear exactly what they were planning here. But it doesn't look like it was gonna go well. I never knew that you can actually drain the guy. Oh, that's gold. That is a fun little detail. Raz.
Come, you must leave this place. Follow me.
Excellent voiceover. So good. Probably harder to do than any of us can necessarily put our finger on, because he's got to be Khajiit. You can't just use his normal speaking voice, but you can't take it too far if you're one of the main characters, because otherwise it becomes impossible to take that character seriously. Speaking of impossible to take seriously, look at this. When I say that the companions is really just a Barbie and Ken doll system, what a perfect illustration of that reality. Anyway, Razumdar. ESO's main selling point is the storytelling. Why skip that and move to newer content? Yeah, I mean, they obviously didn't want people to skip it, but then why not start them off? I think that's exactly right. They've gone back to starting it in Cold Harbor with the base game story.
The Maumar are fled or dead, thanks.
I've always recommended. It doesn't really matter in what order you play the game, but I've always recommended that people do it in the order that it was released. So do your alliance first, in order, zone to zone, then the others, etc. And then, if you can, or unless there's some reason to break the order of things, do it in the order that they were released in terms of chapters and zones and so on.
Do so well, he would have scrounged you a nicer reward. Apologies.
Yeah.
The Mistral Armory is not what it once was. The Maumar are like drunken uncle. Chase them off.
Great description.
And they always come back. Next time, Kenarthi will be waiting for them. Problem is, there are places that will not be so prepared.
Alright, hang on. I just want to go back to that. Is this like... Is that just supposed to be funny? Or is that a hint that Raz had a really dark childhood? The Maumar are like a drunken uncle. Chase them off and they always come back. What? Lustful Taoist, I do my alliance, then the other two, then move to doing 5 companion quest line, finishing Cold Harbor, etc.
If the Vipers are here in numbers strong enough to assault Kenarthi, all of the southern seas are in danger. Of course.
I'm sorry, we're not going to do all the dialogue. I would actually love to. I'd love to do story, but we are not going to make it through all of this. If we listen to every line and ask every question. That's normally exactly how I play these games. If the game has dialogue, I will freaking soak up the dialogue like a sponge. Probably one of the reasons I didn't have a great time with WoW, because I was looking for that kind of experience, and it's just not that kind of game. It's not meant to be. Anyway. Here we go. Now we have a vector quest, which is literally just go from A to B. Oh, there she is.
Fair day. I'm Astanya, watch captain. With old Raz sent you.
Old Raz.
That could complicate things. Thank you for telling me. The Queen's enemies are all around her. Her protectors must be vigilant at all times. I'll make sure news of the
My name is Carpe Cadavera. No one would be bothered by that. I'll just write that down.
I see you. Well, what are you waiting for?
There's the advisor. Bing bam boom.
You look a typical tavern rat.
So everywhere we show up, there's always like shit going down.
Yes, you did.
Uh-oh. That must be really hard. Like, imagine being a fly on the wall in a video game writer's room and they're trying to come up with a way to break the story of this zone or of this chapter or whatever, and they know the big things that they want to hit along the way, but figuring out how to begin, like an accident or a threat or a plot, is just such an easy way to start, isn't it? It's why we see it so often.
Oh, a pity.
You know, concerned about the
Keep
dead
plan.
burglar?
Some kind of criminal feud.
Fair.
Now, if you have some other task, you should be about it.
Where's Steward Emimwe?
Do I look like a steward's assistant?
That's the same voiceover as Reliquen, isn't it? I quite enjoy spotting when, like, a big character shares the voice with a, you know, a minor one-note character.
I'm sorry, I can't help you right now. I'm very busy and there's a lot to do.
That's definitely the Olorime voice, isn't it? One of my favorites. Just think of the way she says, "Travelers? Now? Oh, of all the times," when you walk into Cloud Rest. Automod held a comment for sex-based terms. Whiskey Jack. I had a character named Bigus Dickus. Made questing just silly fun. Then someone reported the name, and the other character, Incontinentia Buttocks, had to change the names. Don't play those anymore. Still have Nautius Maximus, though. I love that you can meet Raz's mother and brother in Northern Elsewhere. Yeah, man. Stuff like that, always fun. Give him a bit of backstory, I say.
Oh, I'm not upset. Not at all.
But yeah, that's definitely Olorime.
I'm very worried about my cooks. I hope you can find whatever's causing the trouble.
It's such a bright and, like, fresh. It's just beautiful to listen to, but she's not overdoing it.
I'm very worried about my cooks. I hope you can find whatever's causing the trouble.
It's just perfect for an elf. It's especially admirable in Cloud Rest itself, because the Olorime NPC is calling out a bunch of mechanics and things that have to be shouted in order to be, like, they have to really cut through all the noise of... What? Oh. Why did that get me into combat with a reg? That's weird. Dark Meadow, you can't just have fun. You just can't have fun with some names. I agree. Yeah. Alright, let's just go and pay up.
She's rights. You have no rights. But if you pay your bounty,
277. Oof.
I might believe a bit extra would have been appreciated.
Whatever, dude. Long arm of the lol. Hey, Dave, how's it going? Hope you're having a good day. Hope you're having a good weekend, everyone. Welcome on in. Bit of chill gaming here today and tomorrow. But, September, Ninja Ball's GAMESFEST, all September long. Dude, you got poisoned meat in your stocks.
Did you find anything?
Yeah.
Thank the stars. You found the problem. Hold on to that. The captain will want to see it.
That's what I love. I just... There is something very performative about, like, the way the actor is delivering those lines. I'm sure it is not natural for her at all. But by the time it arrives in our ears and Olorime is screaming like mechanics, you know, the light of the well canal when you go into the portal in Cloud Rest, she's the one calling out to you what you need to do, all of that stuff. And it just, by the time it arrives in our heads, it sounds perfectly natural. It's a great kind of acting when you don't notice how unnatural it actually is. I guess that's the vast majority of acting, really, isn't it? What am I talking about? When, you know, when Ian McKellen does like an amazing move with his face as Gandalf or whatever in The Lord of the Rings or something like that. There's nothing natural about it. That's the point. That's what's so difficult. It looks natural to us, but... yeah, I really enjoy that. I think this is one of my low-key favorite ones from the base game.
A uniform? Must have been a cut purse. They're always hanging around the docks waiting to steal away with some cargo. Be careful around here.
Whiskey Jack, really fascinating. We have months associated with events. September is GAMESFEST with Ninja Balls. I mean, this is the first time we're doing it. But yeah, if it goes well, we'll make it a bigger event every year. Why the hell not? Then we have Oktoberfest, then we have November. Oh. Well, we could do something for November. By the way, maybe I should wait until Maya's here. But she did get a couple of emails from some very exciting individuals the last couple of days. Oh my god, I love these. The little Jaboa. So freaking cute, holy shit. Yeah, so people who might want to... Some famous faces, famous voices, who might want to come and take part and help out raise money during our Rage Train, which is starting around the same time as the Writhing Wall event. So the Writhing Wall event is coming to ESO on the 13th of October. And we've already agreed this with Zos. The date just isn't finalized. We've got like 30, 40 streamers, a lot of whom were part of TES. Some of whom couldn't make it and are going to be back, or who are going to be part of this one. And we're going to do a big raid train as part of the Writhing Wall event, which is hopefully going to bring people together from all over the servers to just go and wreak havoc on Solstice, if they have it. If they don't, there are going to be dailies all over the base game zones for you guys to do as well. And yeah, just to unlock that second part of the story coming in November. But yeah, the American Heart Association, who were on stream with us just a couple of weeks back, and they reached out to Maya to do like a fundraising raid train for their November. They do like an October and running up to Halloween. I can't remember what it's called, like Scarefest or something like that. Usually to do with horror games. But yeah, we thought we'd make it coincide with the Writhing Wall, and Maya reached out to a couple of voice actors that she knows. Some of you may already be able to guess one of the names I'm talking about. But yeah, they both, at least two, have said, yeah, I'm in. What should we do? Which would be cool. That means we can get, like, people who voice some of the beloved characters in this game right here with us in the channel, live on stream, talking to you guys, doing some Q&A, doing some impressions here and there. We will see.
Good. Look, I hate to rush you.
So now we need to go and get betrayed, right?
Can you believe it? Dragons in
Oh.
your own homeland. What are you going to do?
This one does not know, but he hopes his family is safe in Riverwood.
There we go, there's the line. Hey, Dave, thanks for the follow.
Kindly step back. We have a situation here.
I mean, we are hoping, speaking of follows, one of the things we're hoping to do soon is reach that 6K follower count. We're at 5947. So just about 53 to go. So yeah, if you are not following yet and you are enjoying the channel and the vibe, this is the kind of thing we do every time we stream. And in September, that means every day throughout September. So yeah, throw us a follow if you like. That'd be very, very much appreciated. And yeah, of course, if you're sitting on any Prime subs or if you're feeling generous, well, subs are discounted here in September. Obviously, don't hold back. This is absolutely what we need in order to continue growing the channel the way that we are. We are beginning to get some sponsorships and that kind of attention as well. Ultimately, that is what's going to make this channel pay. You know, in a way that we can really, really put more time and devote more of ourselves and our time and energy towards it and making the best content and the best hang for you guys. But in the meantime, all that support, whether it's a follow or a sub or just sitting through the ads now and then, we really appreciate it. Just wanted to take a quick moment to say thank you all for that. It's massively appreciated. Lustful Taoist, another weak thing about ESO is the timeline of events. It can be. Too many things happening at once. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't stand up to scrutiny. But I don't really know that there's a way out of that in an MMO unless they do it very differently so that we're all moving through different timelines of the game. They can't really have that. They have to have this vague, the year, second era 582, where we're all existing at the same time, permanently. But at least they finally moved things on with Solstice. Yeah, just as you say. They're finally moving the timeline with Solstice. Alright, well, it's time for me to go and feed the animals. Let's just progress this story a little bit.
Get back! One step closer, and I'll cut my throat.
Yeah, I just want to talk.
Why should I trust you? Fine. Fine.
Let's go. But yeah, there is a plot. A sinister plot. Something is rotten in the state of Auridon.
You're no god.
Look, he's so cheerful.
Like the stars. Quickly, we don't have much time.
What are you talking about?
They're coming. I know you're just a distraction. Listen closely. Captain Estania is corrupt.
We never find out how he knows this. Guess it doesn't really matter.
Veiled heritance. They're planning an assassination attempt on the Queen at the temple.
What's your evidence?
No. Only what I've seen and heard. Please, you must warn the Queen. She's in grave danger, and the guards here.
Good work, citizen.
There we go.
Traitors.
Yeah, still weak. They need to move the timeline of each events before that, and it will look really unseemly.
I live only to serve the Queen.
Sure you do. Baritale?
With pleasure.
Good work.
What are you going to do?
Don't worry. He'll receive a fair trial. The captain... Good call. We'll see that this man is taken to a cell. With respect, of course.
Yeah, that's definitely the Reliquant voiceover, isn't it? Oh no, Gallonway, sorry. Reliquant's got a bit more of this going on. Sort of haughty and a bit more gravelly in his delivery. It's, why am I obsessed with the Cloudrest characters? I guess we're surrounded by high elves, and that's the ultimate Altma trial, isn't it? The ultimate trial?
I have to admit I'm impressed. Cool like the scales of Auriel you are. Good luck with the captain.
Yeah, that breezy delivery, that's very much Gallonway and Cloudrest. Do you know where I can find her?
She sent word. She's moved to protect the Queen. That'll be at the Manor House. Start.
Oh, here we go. Alright, well, we're going to take a quick break. Just a couple of minutes. I'll leave you with a beautiful vista of Volkolgard. There you go. You can watch the players coming and going. So yeah, a couple of minutes, and I will be right back with you guys. I'm just going to feed the dog, feed the cat, stretch my legs, go grab a glass of water. Give us a follow, give us a sub, whatever you are feeling up to. Hello there. Someone's just stopping right in front of us. Is that one of you guys? No. Every now and again, just get photobombed by a viewer. I love it. Anyway, have fun. Don't go anywhere. I'll be back in a couple of minutes.
do but keep at it. Again and again and again.
And I'm back. Nice. Look at that. Sword and Snail, thank you for joining. Look at this one. Whiskey Jack. Just random necromancers with big butts running past. I'll take it. Hey Marco, how's it going? Kept them entertained. Cheers, Sword and Snail. Always sad to see when like everyone's gone after you come back after having like fed the dog or go to the loo or something. I just grabbed a quick bite to eat. It is 2 o'clock here. I fed the cat. He's now chowing like an absolute monster. Like a maniac who hasn't seen food in weeks. Such an idiot, that animal, honestly, I swear to God. And the dog has been fed. I took her out into the garden for a little bit. She had a little sniff. But we are back.
Hold. I must speak with you. Ah, my errand runner.
She's such a bitch. Ah, my errand runner.
Stop. What's that in your pack?
The animation of my character, a little bit delayed there.
This one, now, out of here. Save the queen.
In no prison can hold the Khan. Hope you guys are having a lovely Saturday. We are going fairly briskly through all of these story quests. We're starting to take in the main points and cool character moments and stuff like that. But ultimately, we got a lot to get through. Something's off about that Altma woman, yeah? We're back. And now the rest of the town is blocked off, isn't it?
Authorized only.
I love that animation.
No outsiders allowed.
Let's try it on horseback.
No out. Authorized. No out. You're authorized.
Honestly, I could do this all day. But we're not going to do that. Something's off about that Altma woman. That pretty much sums up the entire Dominion storyline. Think about it. Hey, look. Hello, fellow casual quester. I love questing. Done so much questing today, I'm questing. I'm actually doing a ton of questing today. And this whole month, because we said we were going to do every quest in the... Or not every quest. Every zone in the game. And that... Like, the more you think about it, the more frightening that is as a prospect. So I'm just spinning through as much of the dialogue as I possibly can, which feels a little bit sad. You know, but I've listened to it all thoroughly on previous playthroughs. But hey, look, how's it going? For those who don't know, give that guy a follow. Check him out. He's not much of a quester. Tends to enjoy soloing things that weren't ever meant to be soloed. And once he's soloed them, he tries to get a trifecta. And once he's got the trifecta, he tries to get the trifecta with as little time spent as possible. How are you finding update 47? Are you hating on it as much as some of the other people? Or are you just a little bit like, meh, can't wait until, update 48 and see what we get? You don't need to go get that outfit, by the way. If you run along the wall, there's a gap. I don't think I knew that. That makes sense, though. Is it, this bit? But weird. But either way. Yeah, I think I've made that jump from over the top. Yeah, up that way somewhere. It's been a while since I've done it. Razam, hello there, and looked, oh sorry, Sword and Snail, saying something about the repeating voice line reminded me of a time the mage in Ethereum archive bugged out and just kept repeating her axe summoning line. Oh no.
Explain yourself. What are you doing here?
Keep your voice down, dude. Raz sent me.
Razumdar. Yes, I know the name. You haven't answered my question, though.
Is this the first, like, devastatingly sexy Altma voice that we've had? Male, I should say. We already had the Olorime voice back in, with the stewardess or whatever her name is.
We've taken every precaution.
Also love his beard.
Guard, Captain?
The swirly beard.
A moment, Oselmo. I would hear what this one has to say.
Uh-oh, there she is.
I fear for your safety. Please disregard what was said.
Razumdar was mentioned. He acts on my behalf. If you won't investigate, I will.
Apologies, my queen. As you will. You are a capable woman. But you must be wary. You, come with me. We'll investigate the temple together.
What a patronizing thing to say. You are a capable woman, but you must be wary. Just passing judgment. Oh, we're not disguised anymore, so fuck this stupid outfit. Necro time. Strong beard, yeah, absolutely. Although, what a nightmare to groom that shit. Like, how often would you have to redo those little swirly lines? I could never. I certainly don't have the grooming stamina for that.
What's happened here?
Oh, that's Imimwe. There she is.
I'm sorry. I was wrong. I tried to stop them. Watch out. On the balcony. It's Estania.
My armory. My armory. I cannot control my armory.
Selmo. I see you've met my latest toy.
Stanya. Traitor. Come down here and face me.
Yeah, Stanya, come down here.
I wanted her head.
You shouldn't actually summon the Axis. No way. I've never seen that bug.
So be it, Estania.
Are there more? Yeah.
Over yet, the Dominion won't last. The veiled heritance will see to that.
The Dominion will last long after your corpse cools. Now come down here and face your death.
Long after your corpse cools? That's some decent trash talk. Good work, Oselmo. I like it.
We need to report back to the Queen. Let's get out of here.
He's not even slightly bothered by all the necromancy going on in his face. Here we go. Look, I'm genuinely curious as to your take on this, actually. So, to set the scene, guys. Update 47. The update's kind of come and gone. It's still on its way to console. That'll be in a few days. But it's caused some issues. Like, obviously some amazing new dungeons. Real cool quality of life improvements. It is a good patch for a lot of players, if you look at it from a certain perspective. However, the raiding community, not necessarily endgame, in fact, just anyone who does a lot of trialing in this game, and who tends to keep up to date with the combat system, you know, update their PvE builds, so on. A lot of them have been really wearied by it, and I've been trying to figure out exactly why. I just see it as a bit of a meh patch, as like a stepping stone after the fun but chaos of update 46. This is like a stepping stone to a more stable, balanced version of the game with a bit more, I don't know, build diversity and yada yada yada, stuff like that. But it is not a very exciting patch from a combat changes standpoint. And I've seen some of the, what should we call them, ambassadors for the raiding community, folks like 8 Puppies, Skinny Cheeks, have been very unhappy, much less happy, I should say even more unhappy than we've been, generally, with what's come out of this patch. And, yeah, it's no secret we've been struggling to fill up prog groups again after the summer. And, you know, stuff like this. The atmosphere is just weird. So is this a really shit patch, or is it just meh? And, or is it other games that are pulling people away? What is it? Is it a push factor or a pull factor? I'm just interested in talking about this. But we'll keep it quick. Looked says, Update 47's taking the momentum out of things for me. I can still technically play Skullcaller Peak and get new records there, but the setup's just become more boring and the damage is a bit lower. There's other things to do though. I can probably start working on the most prestigious solo trifecta to get with subclassing now. Well, there we go. That's the right attitude. Whiskey Jack, yeah. Is she hurt or just sitting on the floor? She was hurt, and now she dead. But look, saying I tried some nuke setups for second and third boss. This Skullcaller, and the best option to replace Relentless Focus on backbar was to just put Concealed Weapon. It's not worth putting anything else, just boredom. Yeah. So it's quite uninspiring in terms of where do we go from all these fun toys in Update 46. And let's be real, the vast majority of us, of the players, were saying, alright, this is a little bit out of control, maybe you need to nerf the damage a little bit, maybe you need to balance things a little bit better. I don't know. But the devs are trying to do that, but they're doing it in such a way that it has made things less inspiring. So, yeah, I think Update 47's taken the momentum out of things for me. Another just solid little summary phrase there. I think that's what it is. Score push groups are thinking, well, we're never going to beat what we were able to do in Update 46, so maybe let's leave it. Maybe not permanently, maybe just for a patch or two. But there's that kind of sense, and I don't think I realized quite how big a deal that could be. You know, even groups that aren't score pushing or setting world records or anything like that, they're just like, well, what's the point? We're not going to be able to clear as easily or as fast as we were in the previous patch. And evidently that has more of a demoralizing effect than many people were expecting. I've heard lots of people say, my heart's just not in it anymore, I'm playing the game a little bit less, I'll stay in this one prog group but I'm quitting the other two, that kind of thing. Dark Metal saying, I've been playing a lot more Fallout 76, finding it so a bit boring, waiting on a new story expansion and to start prog raids again. So why no prog raids now? I mean, it's multiple factors, right? There's the cleanup from 47, as Marco was saying. It's the time of year. Definitely true. This is definitely worse, though. Like, I've never had this kind of struggle. We just come back after August and we get going. But as you can, it didn't help that we took July off, because Mo and Otto were asking for it, two of our raid leads. But then they've both now left, at least for a while. And, yeah, then we were supposed to come back in August when everyone else is on holiday, so that didn't really help. But there's definitely a vibe. Like, 8 Puppies has even said, I might just shut down my prog groups for a while. I don't think he's going to do it. But I don't think he's felt... I should be careful, I don't want to speak for him. It's not a thing I've heard him say as seriously in the past.
Well, what did my protectors find?
But it is curious that it's affecting a certain type of player more than others. You know, people who are veterans are more likely to be bothered by this. People who took full advantage of all the power in Update 46. Whereas others didn't really do that, they just had fun with it. So the changes are different. It's interesting. Yeah, Marco, I can still remember thinking these were hard. Me and my cousin having no idea what we were doing. Yeah. I think by the time I got to this storyline, I knew enough to just crush them. But yeah, Ebonheart Pact was the first storyline I did. And some of the encounters there. And I remember there's a boss in Morrowind, like a story boss, I genuinely couldn't do. I died to him like 4 times. And then I went away and just improved my setup before I could actually beat the guy. That was Chodala, whose name never ceases to amuse me. Chodala. Yeah, Vrypex. Wish Blastbones was pre-summonable and stayed by your side for like a minute or so. It's always late to the party. Yeah, it really is. Dave, they have 2 versions of each skill. They're screwing with the base versions when they have the option to adjust the subclass versions. But remember, they've made the choice not to separate them. They've committed to that choice now. So I'm not saying you're wrong. I tend to agree, actually. But for whatever reason, they decided, no, subclassing it's going to be simpler for everyone to understand if they are the same. I see the logic, but yeah, you're right. They've kind of made a rod for their own back, or they've given themselves extra work. Wonder how much this has to do with leadership changes? Nothing. I'm sure of it. It's nothing to do with that. Those Microsoft layoffs weren't announced until quite recently, and this stuff goes back probably close to a year. It's probably about a year since subclassing was definitely happening, and since they began working on the mechanics of it all. When they started rebalancing, I wouldn't like to guess, and I don't think Gilliam would tell us if we asked him, but I'm guessing they did not give him and his team a huge amount of time to, you know, to overhaul all the class abilities ahead of subclassing. Like, we saw what they did on PTS. It was none of the changes that we expected or wanted, and quite a few that were like, what? Why? So yeah, an interesting one. Sword and Snail, I think it's also the fact that people were expecting a bit more out of this patch. Yeah, so the changes, on the one hand, they don't go far enough to fix the issues, but on the other hand, they're demoralizing because they nerf our damage, and people feel like... To be fair, damage has not been nerfed by that much. It really hasn't been. But it does make things a little bit less exciting because the new is less powerful than the old. Maybe it was just people were looking for any excuse to go and play something else. I don't know. And don't get me wrong, we're not talking about an exodus from the game. Of my friends, we're talking like 2 or 3 who've actually left. And one of those left because of update 46. That's it. But, and content creators being very, very angry about update 47 in weeks 1 and 2 before they rolled some of that back, I think probably didn't help. I think there's a general feeling that still belongs to those first couple of weeks on PTS of like, what the hell is this? This is trash, this is hot garbage, whereas in fact a lot of the problems we had were removed from the patch. I don't know. But yeah, Sword and Snail, people were expecting a bit more out of the patch and the changes that people actually wanted. Improvements to skills and abilities that are lagging behind, and didn't get that. Most of the people are on vacation. Yeah, I hope that's it. Look saying, it's almost the opposite. Skill lines that fell behind were nerfed, slightly, but still worse. It's crazy. And the changes are just tone deaf and uninspired. Uninspired is a great word for it. Just kind of dull. There's sort of mechanically, you can see the logic, but it's not fun. I think. Coral Riptide nerfed. Why? Why now? It was insanely good for like 10 patches in a row. Now update 46 made it pretty situational, then it gets nerfed out of general viability. Yeah, it's still good, but it's not very interesting anymore. Same with Alt Change. Pillager Pearls in update 46. After just been out of hand for a while. It's good now, and then update 47 nerfs it even harder. Yeah. I was generally okay with the Highland Sentinel change. Like this idea of Highland Sentinel being crazy situational. Like there aren't that many fights or situations where your group and you are good enough and the fight is easy or simple enough for you to really get the most out of Highland Sentinel. Maybe a dozen, maybe a lot more than that, I don't know. But it's not a set you can just roll with anywhere. But it was insanely powerful. The only reason I didn't really like it is that it threw dummy numbers off and it reinforced this idea that practicing on the dummy is bullshit and the numbers don't mean anything. I don't like that attitude. We're always pushing back against that. It's like dummy numbers do mean something. They just don't tell you the whole story. But generally the idea of taking a really powerful but situational outlier and making it meh, making it less situational but also much less powerful, I generally am not in favor of that. It adds so much spice to the game, you know, when you've got different tools for different situations. And people can choose to ignore that. They can just run Ansul everywhere. You know, Tideborn Ansul or Deadly Ansul, whatever. You know, a combo that just works. You know, run Mother's Sorrow, whatever. You won't have top DPS, but you won't have to change gear or worry about any of that shit. That option has always been there, but I don't really understand the philosophy of balancing by by just sort of making everything... If I were being cruel and oversimplistic, by making everything homogeneous. That's not what they're doing, but, you know? Look, a lot of my gripes with Update 47 are the ideas of Update 47, not actually the consequences. Yeah. Marco had no idea of sets. I was just amazed when dual-wield weapons, they were both holstered on your hips, unlike Skyrim where one disappeared. I'd forgotten about that. Sometimes it looks dumb. I think this character kind of gets away with it, because her whole look is extreme, but... Yeah. Dave, when people playing less and breaking prog groups... Yeah. Yeah. Could be that too. You're absolutely right. Yeah, I see what you mean. So people being worried about that. I hope not, because that's we don't need to worry. Morale at Zos was probably terrible after a huge chunk of the studio got let go, but it had nothing to do with ESO. Not directly. It was this other MMO that they were working on. You could almost argue that for the leadership side, it's a good thing, because it means all their resources are now focused on this one game. I wouldn't make that argument, but some people did. Sword and Snail, yeah, exactly. I don't think I've seen anyone complaining about Ultigen on healers, but they seem to really hard focus on nerfing it this patch. Yeah, they wanted to catch some outliers, and they thought, I don't know, all the talk about power creep and stuff like that, they seem to not realize that we're talking almost exclusively about the fucking Arcanist. And then a couple of other things. It's like, we are fine with the Arcanist being good. We don't want Fate Carver or the Arcanist in general, or Herald of the Tome to be in the bin and useless. Nobody wants that. But the idea that it is the easiest, the strongest, the safest, the most AoE, almost the most single target option for just that is insane. You should not have that. Give us different skill lines where they can all be a little bit OP, but for different things. And I don't think they've figured out a way to do that yet, or if they've got one, it's still like in the testing stage. They don't know what to do about Fate Carver. So in the meantime, the response to people saying there's too much power creep is to nerf the interesting things like pillages. That was... Yeah, it's a fundamental... I wouldn't even say it's tone deaf. It's just a fundamental misunderstanding of what makes that fun. And I think that is part of the issue. How many of the devs can really play in organized, optimized groups on the regular? Because that is a pain in the ass to organize. You just can't play your own game the way you would if you were a regular player. But look at that. I'm going to stop yapping for a moment because we've been raided! Raided! Oh my goodness. Rollem TV raiding us. Thank you so much. Hello there. Thank you very much for the raid. How's it going? Happy Saturday. We are hanging out, doing some questing, and we are trying to unpick why some people are so mad about Update 47 while others are fine with it. Why the raiding scene is seeing a bit of a shrug of this latest update. We're not shit-talking the game or anything like that. We're just trying to figure out what is up. But what is up with you guys? What were you playing? Were you having fun? We're doing a month-long September GAMESFEST here at Ninja Pools. We will be joined by Maya in about half an hour, but for now it's just me, Khan. You're very welcome in. And we are a teaching guild in the Elder Scrolls Online. We do all kinds of nonsense, DPS guides, prog groups, teaching trials as well for new players who haven't done the trials before and just want to learn them in an environment where it's okay to be a learner and not where people are expecting you to pull your weight and stuff. So yeah, we do a lot of that, and we also have a YouTube channel, a Discord, and a Twitch channel that grew out of that. Here on Twitch, we don't do as much teaching and preaching. It's more to do with just hanging out and having a laugh and swapping ideas. But yeah, thank you very, very much for the raid. Really appreciate it. And Dave1910, too much damage in the game and they nerfed it completely normal for every game. Yep, especially Arcanist Beams are so boring even in Battlegrounds. I'm so happy if they nerf that one more too. I can't. Yeah, I don't have the answers. I don't know how they can do it. Don't know exactly how they should do it. If I thought I knew, I would definitely tell them. I would share my thoughts. You never know. But yeah, it seems clear to me that that's the outlier that needs to be fixed. And like I said, I don't want Arcanist to be rubbish, but it makes the end game a lot less fun, a lot less inspiring when everyone's just running the same stuff and the game becomes easier and easier and easier with every patch. I don't like that. And it's definitely not just me. But then you gotta keep some fun stuff in the late game for the players they've learned the mechanics, they've done that stuff, they understand the buffs, the comp, the rotations, and now the fun is that mixture of social and sort of organized gameplay, where you're hanging out with your buddies and you're doing cool shit together as a team. There's a reason it's called the end game. There are other things that you can do as your end game, obviously, but there's a reason that one is there, because it is so freaking cool and so, like, it's so hard to replicate in other games. And by downgrading that experience even slightly from patch to patch, I know it's risky. Look, Highland was a bad change. Yeah, see, I'm torn on that one, because on the one hand I didn't like the dummy thing, but like I said, I like having powerful outliers that are situational, and this is an example of them taking that away. So yeah, I didn't mean to say it was good, I'm just sort of torn on it. And get out of my pug. I think we're all just suffering from update 46. I think you might be onto something there. Kill variety so much. Novelty wearing off. Slight nerf in update 47. Just making people realize how bad subclassing is. I wouldn't put it quite like that, but basically... And hey again, Marco, how's it going? Yeah, pretty much, actually. That is my suspicion. I'm not sure. But yeah, I suspect that a lot of the shrug that we're seeing with update 47 is really about update 46 and the unresolved issues with that. But also, the changes that we're seeing that aren't really the right kind of response to the problems that we had, or at least the main problems that we had with subclassing. Petra, there's nothing to figure. People hate when game isn't one flail, one beam. I mean, it did make the Arcanist less powerful, less interesting, without making it... Yeah, like, if you make something less powerful and less interesting at the same time, that's not good. They should have just put a different timer on the banner, I think, so that sometimes, like, every other beam is just one flail, and the others are two flails. That would have made the Arcanist a bit more interesting and less powerful. That would have been a better change. Just off the top of my head. But who the hell knows? My hope is that they're buying time with some of this stuff. Like, these are temporary patches. Literally, like, to, you know, just put a patch over something until we've got a more permanent fix. Anyway, look, Highland was a bad change. You can see why I think it was good. I disagree. The dummy is effectively irrelevant. Imagine if, for some reason, dummy didn't exist, and we, I don't know, tested DPS in Maelstrom Arena. Would you say that Sul'Zan is overpowered and should be nerfed? No, I wouldn't. Would you say that, or Acuity? But Maelstrom is real content, dummy is artificial content. The community is just not knowledgeable enough to look at DPS in a more accurate light than dummy single target. Yeah, I think ultimately that last point is the correct one there. It's because the community craves simplification. And if you're trying to be a content creator or a commentator or just trying to help people or whatever, you have to operate with these really simplified terms and ideas. Ultimately, it's dumb to say this build is good because it does this on the dummy. But we do it all the time. Because unless we have a bunch of, like, logs of perfect groups, consistent groups, and the same player doing a bunch of different setups on the same boss with different characters and subclassing builds, it's very difficult to gauge The dummy is just too good a yardstick because it's so consistent. But yeah, that's a fair point. Are you a real Dave? Likes to play catch. Hey, afternoon. And Sword and Snail being both AoE and the best single target is the issue, I think. I mean, it isn't the best single target, but it might as well have been because of the ease of the rotation, the consistency with which you can get those kind of results. Just leave my Arcanist alone. Jex Vero. Well, they have to do something about it. Frankly, if they don't fix the goddamn Arcanist, the game is in trouble. People have been fed up with it since 2 weeks after it came out. And I'm not even an Arcanist hater. I quite enjoy playing it, but most of the people I play with, they would rather do anything than play the Arcanist. But because it is so freaking strong in so many encounters, types of fight, they might finally have changed that now, but I still see a lot of Arcanists everywhere. Anyway. Yeah, Beam is not the best single target, is what Vishy's saying. And Ligaios, as a diehard casual and Arcanist fan, I want to keep my Beam. Yeah. And no one wants the Beam to be rubbish. But it does too many things for free. And lets me play comfortably on carpal tunnel days too. Yeah. I think that's an underrated part of it. Oakensole is so often touted as the accessibility option. It fucking isn't. You have to hold down a button. Almost everyone I asked, we did like a snap poll, we asked that we were able to find 23 people with actual disabilities in their hands. I think 2 of them used Oakensole. The others said, no, I don't like it. It's not good for people with hand issues because you're pressing one button all the time. That's terrible. And it's the one same motion over and over. Actually a regular rotation where you're clicking at least 6 different buttons from time to time is better. This is not an accessibility thing. It's basically a straw man by the Oakensole fans who want to justify their undying devotion to that one mythic. Arcanist is the real accessibility option. Always has been. In my opinion. Skylamina, is there a gear set that could replace Null Arca? Yeah, lots. Order's Wrath, for example. If you want a minor Slayer set, you can use Unsul. That's very good. That's from Sanity's Edge. For single target damage, Reliquin's still pretty good. It's just about whether you need that line of penetration or not. If you don't, then obviously it's weaker. But Unsul also has a line of pen on it. Remove beam, fixed. Yeah, I know you're kidding. And so yeah, it does compete with single target setups in content and it's a lot easier for that reason, yeah. MDGA made DK great again. Look, I'd rather not hold up the stream, but I feel like every time I start yapping here, it's just pure talking. But if you want to know how to fix Arcanist, I have some very strong non-standard options. Go, let's hear it. Yeah, let's hear it. You're not holding anything up. I can quest.
Well,
just like that. Look, watch me. Look, Ma, no hands. Right, one hand. But yeah, this is what I love. This is the shit. When this is the juice for me, you know, when chat gets going. Should I actually ride or should I take away shrine? Yeah, may as well take away shrine. Slightly quicker. Also, it is really handy for me to have a sense of what other people are thinking. I know what I think, usually. And if I don't, then I usually invest a bit of time in figuring out what I think and deciding what I think on a topic. But knowing what other people think is incredibly useful. Not because you have to capitulate and agree with what the majority says. The majority could be wrong. But if you find that the majority thinks something drastically different to you, or has thought of something that you haven't, that's massively interesting. Our opinions all get better as a result of stuff like this. I don't want to wax lyrical too much, but yeah, I think this is a value. So yeah, look, if you've given it some thought, please do share. But, you know, I appreciate the concern about holding up the stream. But, yeah, honestly, don't worry about it. Mike, EVG, the only way to balance Harkness is to delete the class. Oh, dear. Unrelated, but your character's fashion and look is impeccable. Why, thank you very much. I have kept this. I got this, so this is the ancient Daedric style. This is how old this look is. I haven't been able to bring myself to change it. Ancient Daedric had just started dropping when I bought the entire thing. It was crazy expensive. I think I spent 15 million maybe on all that stuff. Because I farmed like 5 or 6 pieces myself. But I just bought the rest. And the prices were so stupid. Because it had just dropped and it was a really cool style. But yeah, she's the first Necro I made. Day 1 that Necro got released. I only had a handful of characters at that time. Most of them I didn't play. A few of them were still under 50. But we were all, like, a group of us were all making Necros on day 1. And we'd already, like, come up with the names and the look. Like, this is what this character actually looks like. Skins. There we go. Suddenly it doesn't look that scary, just very, very thin. But I think I literally made one on PTS when I was messing around with the Necro. I was like, well, how can I make the freakiest character? Skins. What skin was she wearing? It was like, Runic Seabroom, was it? Nope, it's the other one. Seaborn Silver. Was the Sorcerer DP or OP before the Arcanist appeared? Yeah, sort of yes and no. The Sorcerer has had the most ridiculously easy ride, and by extension, Sorcerer players. Because it is incredibly easy, it's incredibly powerful out of the box. Right, you don't need to do anything or learn anything. The pets just do free damage. It gets free healing. It gets good sustain. It's just a very... It was a very, very good one to recommend to new players before the Arcanist showed up. And it basically never had a bad patch. It went through long periods where it would have some of the easiest and highest single target damage in PvE, and was one of the most ridiculously annoying PvP characters as well, because they could just attack you with quite decent burst and then get the hell away. So you could safely attack anyone because you had range, you had good burst, and you could kill some players who weren't ready for it or who were a little bit more squishy. And then if you ended up fighting against a DK who saw you come in, you could just get away from them. They would never, ever, ever be able to catch you. But it wasn't as egregious as Arcanist. And the thing in PvE as well, when talking about trials, a lot of the more recent trials, if we're thinking about Lucent Citadel, you know, Dreadcell Reef, even Sanity's Edge, to a degree, there's a lot of cleave damage called for in those fights. Right? And the Sorcerer doesn't have much of that, so Necromancers, Dragon Knights, much more appealing. Hey, Mike, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you very much. I'm a fashion fiend, and I want the ancient Daedric set for my Necromancer from Scary to Fairy. Looks like a relative of Nosferatu. Kinda does, yeah. Count Orlok. I wonder if Lucht is typing away. I hope so.
You look familiar. Have we met before?
Literally just standing in front of one another. What a typical rich guy. Have we met?
Ah, Volkalgard, of course. Welcome to Tanzelbil. Perhaps you will get through to Her Majesty where we could not.
Again, what a lovely voice this guy has. Tippity top voiceovers, almost across the board.
I'm glad you're here. We came to Tanzelbil to honor the spirits of our ancestors, and now they seem bloody well determined to kill us all.
Mike, thank you so much. It's a pleasure. You and Mike are my favorite streamers, the only ones really. Keep it up. Well, we will... If people are subbing throughout September and GamesFest, that is exactly it. We will endeavor to keep it up and grow and expand and enlarge upon everything that we're doing. That's the idea.
We call upon our honored
To better understand what you guys enjoy the most and to bring it to you.
Your ancestors disavow you, false one. The veiled queen is the rightful heir, and
Like the Templar video I just made a few days ago. That is a direct response to someone in chat when I asked the other day, you know, what kind of videos are you guys most interested in? Somebody said, I'd love to see more videos where you only subclass one skill line. You know, because every class has there's one skill line that you don't want as a DPS, so ditch that. And bring us one which has two. So in this case, I guess it would be Gravelord and probably Bone Tyrant. And that's why I made that one, because I was already doing testing for the other Templar video. And I was like, well, fine, this is an extra day's work. Somebody literally asked for it in chat. I can't actually remember who it was. I don't think they're here today. But that was them. And, you know, 5,000 other people have watched it since. And that's just in the first week, so I guess, yeah. Renegade Ice Wolf, thank you so much for the sub. I really, really appreciate that. That's massively, massively grateful for me and Maya. Very kind, thank you. By the way, Sword and Snail, did you see the latest Nosferatu movie?
Well, that could have
She doesn't look as much like that
Maybe
particular
it's all that
iteration of the
royal
monster.
nonsense.
But yeah,
we call upon our ancestors.
Alright, let's crack on with this. We really, really appreciate it. I say we, it's just me at the moment. Maya will be here shortly, in about 20 minutes. Hold on to your butts. We really do appreciate it. I cannot say it enough times. Every streamer relies on this, and we know that they're all here. There are some really cool folks out there all vying for your attention and support. So we're immensely grateful and humbled that you want to spend it here.
Protect me as I complete my prayers to the ancestors.
That was a bit wussy, wasn't it? Protect me! Damsel in distress.
May the ancestors bless you.
The visual effects are a little bit cooler when you turn everything up. Fellow necromancer, look at this. Sword and Snail, personally I've been loving the options subclassing has given us in terms of making viable themed builds. It's still pretty tough to make a viable non-magical build though. Like a classic fighter type. I know what you mean, yeah. And yeah, to be clear, it's really just the organized trial running community which is especially bothered by this stuff. I haven't really seen much despair or negativity or boredom from anyone else. Subclassing is not a bad system, absolutely not. It just was unfinished, frankly, when it went to PTS, and it was still unfinished when it went live. And we had some fun, but there was always going to be a reckoning. Man, Auridon is so beautiful. Any of you guys know the painters, the Hildebrand brothers? I think only one of them, possibly both of them, are dead now. I'm not sure. But they used to paint a lot of Tolkien book covers and illustrations for the American market in the 1970s. And they have a very distinctive style. And I feel like when they were doing Auridon, they must have thought about or looked at their artwork. Here we go. Renegade Ice Wolf, you're welcome. Thank you so much. And hello, Grey Kirk. How's it going? Order 66 for everyone. Yo, yo. What health percentage should the Nightblade Stam Execute be used as spammable? About 35. But you can do... It depends what spammable you're using. But yeah, usually it's going to overtake your regular spam at about 35%. And then it overtakes the bow proc a little bit later. Stuff like that. Yeah, 34%. There we go. Thank you, Vishy. And here we go. Looked. It's an absolute wall of text. I'll summarize it. This is the summarized version, lol, because it's complete... because it's a complex issue. But the reason Arcanist is so strong, relative to other classes, is mainly because it has the type of damage that all classes lost in Update 35, due to dot changes. In other words, the way to fix Arcanist is to undo Update 35 and buff everything else. So what you're talking about is damage over time, that is sort of cleave damage, essentially. So with Blockade becoming weaker, Stampede becoming weaker, Siphon, Caltrops, all of these things becoming weaker. Arcanist replaces that with its corridor of damage. And it's interesting that you should bring that up, because Arcanist was still being developed when Update 35 came out. I do think Fate Carver was added quite late, but again, another thing that alongside context that the developers don't often have as easily as we can get access to it is an up-to-date sense of where the game is at. You know, in the same way that the popular meta usually lags behind a couple of patches, maybe the devs' understanding of what the urgent gaps and outliers are is also a little bit... You know, it takes time for that to percolate, whether it's through feedback or experience, direct experience. Anyway, continuing. Specifically, this has to do with something I call on-demand AoE damage. Something we used to have, arguably, almost more of than Arcanist has nowadays, in terms of coefficient/numbers. Just new sets, stat sourcing is stronger, and content got HP nerfed by 10%. AoE.skills nowadays do absolutely zero fast damage. Yeah, case in point. You see me in Overland barely... The only reason I'm casting Stampede is to proc Rush of Agony. It doesn't have time to do a damn thing. And even then, it's just for the lols. It doesn't actually hit. Look.
Hello there.
Okay, it was still my biggest source of damage. So maybe not the best example. But it did one tick. And everything is dead. I know this is Overland, but trash balls are pretty much the same. Most trash is dead within a few seconds. And even in boss fights, once the boss gets to a certain threshold, there's a genuine question, is it even worth casting your dots anymore? They're only worth using if they last their entire duration. And this was done to simplify things for the player. Anyway, getting back to this, the so-called wall of text. AoE's dots nowadays do absolutely zero fast damage. Casting a dot like Orb in a fight that is less than 10 seconds, skill like Path or Ritual of Retribution, sorry, used to be actually worth casting in short fights. Yeah, they'd get like halfway through the duration, and then they would draw level with whatever else. Jexper agreed, look, leave my Arcanist alone. Everything is damage per cast now, rather than DPS on a skill. And these skills are so long that almost all fights are over by the time the dots outweigh a single spammable. Yeah. All this is to give a perspective on what Arcanist has on release. Everything we lost 2 patches before, i.e. Update 35 versus Update 37, Necrom, which is when it came out. The way to nerf Arcanist is to give us back its damage type on other classes. I mean, it still wouldn't be fast damage, but yeah. I would say that, and that feeds right into, think about what other classes have competed with Arcanist since it came out. I'm thinking Necromancer. Blastbones, there we go. Pretty much on-demand AoE splash. And what's the other one? DK. Think about it. Talons. That neither of these are close to the beam, but they do something similar. Now, the only other nerf I'd actually give Arcanist is have a linear damage reduction on beam the further away you are from the target. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so it still has the range. And the one that you normally hear is people suggesting, oh, you know, it should deal full damage to the first target, the nearest target. That would be a version of that, but it's literally just a lot of extra calculation. But I'm guessing that could work. They've got sets that work that way, haven't they? No, thank you for sharing. Like I said, always interesting to hear, especially if someone's thought about it. What do you guys think? So, after about 7 to 8 meters going down to about 66, 75%. Only drowning. Thank you very much for the follow. That puts us at 946. Getting close to 6k there. Hello there. And Mike EVG, my opinion is that combat in general should be slower. The pace being so fast makes DPS a race, rather than being tactical. One second? One ability per second? I wouldn't mind if boss fights lasted longer. I honestly think it's tough to make this argument, but I think the game might be more fun in the long term if they just took a ton of our damage away. But that would be obviously very unpopular. I don't know. And I could be wrong. So I don't say it with any degree of certainty. This is my kind of conversation. We talk about this a lot. Most querying. What do you mean fast pace? Being instantly cast and damage being instant. I miss my Talons, Vishy. Yeah, Talons is cool. I think they'll figure it out. I think they must know. I for one have been telling them. You gotta find a way to bring that back.
You did it. Now I must perform the ritual.
1 skill per second isn't very fast. It's not Tekken, yeah, or StarCraft, or... It's more of a feeling than anything else. Because, yeah, one skill per second is pretty slow.
The ancients bless you for your prayers.
The full damage further down, the more enemies you're hitting is trash. Yeah, it's the way that puncturing sweep used to work. I'm just not convinced by it, by its viability.
The flesh fails me at last.
I don't know. Interesting for sure, though.
That's a relief. Thank you.
Now I need to go in the tombs. Let's go.
I can handle myself. I was a warrior long before. I'm afraid.
Right. This is where most people's love of Queen Irene starts to kindle, right?
Let me come with you.
The fact that she actually takes care of business.
I should well no.
You make Arcanist either bad or not do anything, depending on the numbers. Yeah. Also make no sense thematically, considering then why does the beam have insane range? Full AoE hit. Sword and Snail. They could make it work like lightning heavy attacks, portion of damage on an initial target. It doesn't have a target though. So it is tricky. I'm sure there is a way. But generally look, is talking sense. For, you know, in my opinion, for whatever that's worth. It is an issue that they took away the cleave. And then they gave us the Arcanist.
It feels good to draw my sword again.
Are you coming now? Come on, dude. Only drowning. I think that combat pace is decent. Are we talking PvP? Either. We're talking mostly PvE, I think. Because Arcanist isn't busted in PvP particularly, is it?
I feel the ancestors guiding me.
Yeah, but you're just going around killing all the ancestors. So...
Foolish girl. Our people will never name you that queen.
It's a very resource management-based combat. I hear some people say that they wish sustain would be nerfed again because it's too easy. And I think, again, I know where they're coming from, but I personally wouldn't find that fun. I don't think sustain problems are difficult or interesting. Do you know what I mean? They don't add like a layer.
Onward we go.
It's more of an obstacle. But that is an argument I have heard. I wonder. Mike EVG, I'm not a DPS player really, so I may be phrasing it wrong. Yeah, don't worry about it. But yeah, like an instant payoff for damage. You want more of a Necro or a DK style playstyle where it's sort of you have to prime the pump and keep pumping, and then eventually the water starts flowing. And if you stop, the flow slows. That's what it feels like to play old school Necromancer for me. Whereas what I'm doing right now is much more bonk.
The things I endure for my people.
Do you need a rest?
I do not need a rest. Come on, dude. I love how she thinks she's in front. And that she's waiting for me. No, you're slowing me down, wench.
This can only end once.
Don't want to stay down here any longer than we have to.
Agreed.
Beyond this door lies the ancestral chamber at the very heart of Tenzel.
Look, saying I'm not. No, I'm talking exclusively PvE. Yeah, not touching PvP. It's of my opinion they should have separate balance. I would also agree with that, and I hope that that is what's coming once they're done with the Vengeance testing. PvE or PvP alone is already a big enough issue to balance. Combining them makes it almost impossible. I would agree with that. My Queen and Raz are the best AD has to offer. Likes to play catch. I definitely know what you mean there. Moose, that's the best AD have to offer. It's pretty terrible. Only Drowning just came back after 7 years. I switched over to PC and was insulted. Had to restart and buy everything again. Yeah, fuck that. I'm sorry, man. But someone gave me the Gold Road collection. Beautiful. Look, anyway, in my opinion, the only way to truly ever fix Arcanist is to undo Update 35. It reminds me of what I'm saying about Update 46. The problem is not Update 47. It's what they did previously. Interesting. Anyway, I'm going to have to go AFK for a minute and go and get Maya. So she can join us in just a moment. Just catch up with chat. If you nerf Arc in basically any way, you're not targeting the actual issue. Yeah. I know what you mean. It would have to be accompanied by some buffs somewhere else. Or just, yeah, which is, I guess is what you're saying. You know, buff this other stuff to make up for it. But don't just give everything a beam, obviously. I've heard that suggested as well. Just give everything, you know, direct AoE damage, spam. You're either just making it unplayable or... Yeah. Is Warden good for DPS? Yeah, I mean everything is. Currently, because of subclassing. But Warden is actually really powerful, but it struggled with sustain prior to subclassing. But yeah, you could get some really decent damage out of it. And it has some built-in free cleave. And now with subclassing, yeah, I'd say it's got a couple of very interesting skill lines. Not necessarily the most attractive right now, but yeah, absolutely 24. And Sword and Snail, that's also key to why Beam is so popular. Having that little break to think about what we need to do next is so nice. Yeah. Order 66. Literally what it's supposed to happen. Mechanics throwing you off your pass. And they do still do that. When the beam gets interrupted, it sucks. Mike EVG, exactly the flow. If DPS is built up over time, it makes more sense. Too many instant damage skills makes for broken builds. I mean, you look at the damage you're getting from stuff. Again, this is dummy stuff. Do I have anything that isn't a dummy saved recently? This is in a trial. Blockade of Fire is in the mix at 8%. But I mean, it's ridiculous. Look at that shit. And this is a real boss. A mobile boss. This is quite a complicated fight. Lots of hopping around. So yeah, I guess that nerfs the dot damage instantly. This is the mini-boss in Dreadsail. What about this one? Good old Azure Blight. We barely knew you. Alright guys, I am going to have to do another BRB. Again, it's only going to be about 5 minutes. but I will be back with Maya in tow, and we're going to have some more fun, and hopefully do some more of those sub-goals. I will see you in just a few minutes. Sit tight, and thank you very much. Be right back. And I'm back. What did I miss? Thanks, Moose. Appreciate it. Oni drowning. Thank you so much. Man, you got to be one of my favorite ESO streamers already, 10 minutes in. You're one of my favorite viewers already. Sucking up to the audience like that. Well, we do our best. Just wait until Maya gets here, which is in a couple of minutes. She is here in the house. This is her channel, really, not mine. The YouTube is mine. But when we switch to going full-time on this, frankly, it only makes enough money. It doesn't even make enough money for that, really. But it was only realistic for one of us to go full-time with the Ninja Pulls content creation thing. So Maya decided to bite the bullet, and she massively upped her workload with her other company. She runs a cookery school. So she's now working like 7 days a week, practically, just to make that work. And yes, the revenue from all the different things that we're doing with the ESO community, it's creeping upward, which is excellent. But that's the deal. That's why it's so exciting when Maya gets here, because everyone who's been watching the channel for a while is like, hey, it's the OG, and also we have more fun when there are two of us here. But thank you very much, everyone, for sticking around. Sorry I was gone. Let's just catch back up. Mike was saying, yeah, the flow. If DPS is built up over time, it would make more sense. Too many instant damage skills make for broken builds. Done dungeons before as a tank with Arcanists who absolutely delete bosses in seconds. I think that's more to do with the power creep and somewhere you're coming from. I'm not sure that getting rid of direct damage would be the thing. But if for example, if we imagine a world where Lucht's suggestion was acted upon. If, by the way, anyone's wondering why I'm pronouncing it like that, Lucht, I'm trying to pronounce it correctly. As Lucht is one of our many friends from the Netherlands. And for a long time I said Lucht, you know, it's like it was a German pronunciation. But yeah. Whatever, if anyone's going to... Maya's in the house! Maya's in the house. I'm guessing you heard that. But it's not me being pretentious or weird, I'm just trying to do it correctly. as a sort of a bilingual...
Cunt is also weird and pretentious.
Yeah, also weird and pretentious, but as a bilingual person... Maya! I want to get the pronunciation of people's names, at least, correct. Yeah, so Mike EVG, if we live in a world where those Update 35 style changes were walked back, and dots increase as a proportion of your damage... Maybe then we just up the health of every boss everywhere, and then you won't have that issue. But yeah, it's an intricate knot to unwind, or to unravel. I don't really see it that way, other than not pressing another skill for a few seconds after beam. Still have to pay attention to everything else. Pressing a skill button is the easiest bit. Only drowning, I think Cyrodiil needs an update. Oh god, yeah. I know what you mean there. The map is not Cyrodiil, and the same triangle of a map with the same 5 buildings reused is awful. Amazing 9 years ago, but it's due for something new. I would agree with that. I still think it works. Yeah, I need to rejoin Discord, so give me a sec here. Otherwise, we won't be able to hear Maya. We wouldn't want that. I'm also going to turn my mic down a little, just so the balance is correct. Alright, ready yourselves. This is going to be the highlight of today's stream in 3, 2, 1. Hey Maya, how's it going?
I forgot to unmute. Hello.
There she is.
Hi.
Welcome. Everybody give it up for Maya. Like I said, this is her channel.
Hiya.
How you doing? You fed the cat again?
Yes.
I already took a break to feed the cat and the dog earlier.
Hi, Mike. Hello. Well, he was hungry.
Only Drowning wants a guild-based full loot kind of server. The reason you the reason you feel it's a problem is because you're doing content that is supremely power crept. Yeah, Sword and Snail, probably just a skill issue on my part. I can get through a pass no problem, but go to bits when mechanics interfere. I see what you mean. Completely normal.
Thanks, Naris.
Yeah, completely normal. That's one of the big arguments, correct arguments, as to why a dummy DPS test is a very, very imperfect and very incomplete way at gauging your capabilities or the capabilities of your build, because you're not doing any mechanics. You're not listening to any callouts. You're just doing your burst whenever it's ready. A lot of raid leads, if you're in a decent enough group, they will get pissed at you if you drop your ult whenever you feel like it, because you're just trying to get maximum numbers. No, it's like, no, we wait for the burst phase and the war machine and everything. So sit on your ult, you selfish bastard.
Wow.
I've literally been told that, like, stop being selfish, Khan, if I'm just dropping my ults whenever. And, you know, fair enough. If the raid lead wants that burst phase. Wow, it's beautiful here, isn't it? Holy crap.
So what did you guys get up to?
We have been unpicking all kinds of knotty issues today, Maya.
Oh, tell me more.
Oh, it's the dog making that noise. I was wondering what the hell is that crunching noise? What is that she's eating, by the way?
It's called a moonbone, which is dried cartilage. And she loves it.
Ugh, my favorite.
At least it's not one of the, like, smelly, shriveled dicks, right?
At least it's not wet cartilage. Blech.
What's the dog doing? The dog is chewing on a treat, and it's really crunchy. Yeah, it's not wet, because she's gonna make her way through this very, very fast.
Thanks, Mike. That's so kind. Like both of you, you're fun but still relatable. Yeah, we like both Ninja and Poles. Appreciate it, Moose. Like, I've just started playing on PC, cranked the graphics up to Ultra, and I've just been walking around in first person. I know what you mean. I do this if I'm questing sometimes.
Oh, I missed that, Mike. Sorry. That's very sweet, and thanks, Moose.
Only drowning, my biggest complaint so far is that there's no proximity chat on PC. I miss so many amazing friends. Made so many amazing friends. Hilarious interactions PC has never had. That hurts my heart. Well, we do have Discord. I suppose console does as well. But, yeah, I guess they added it to the console release, which was a year after the original. But they never bothered to retrofit it for the PC version. I don't think it exists as an option, does it? Or does it?
You don't exist as an option.
I think, actually, I could be wrong. Maybe you can switch it on. Thank you, Maya. But obviously the vast majority of players surrounding you will not have it active, so it makes no difference. Alright, let's blitz through this.
Look, she's like, yeah, Discord definitely isn't the same.
In that tone.
Oh,
it's absolutely not the same, because you have to, like, get on it. You can't just randomly, when somebody walks past you, say hello. Yeah, I'd love proximity chat.
Hang on, can I just be stupid for a sec?
Go.
What's proximity chat?
You know, on a console where...
How would I know what that is on a console?
You can just have a little chat bubble that comes over your head saying hello. It literally appears...
Holy cow, that's a thing?
Yeah, that's the thing.
I want that. That sounds awesome.
Yeah, it would be cool.
Is that a Galarian? Oh, no, that's
Galarian. No, Maya.
Well, I'm sort of looking over your shoulder weirdly, so yeah.
Lustful Taoist was chatting about Galarian's upcoming fate earlier. You know, just assuming that it's such a big deal that everyone must know about Manamako and Galarian. And I was like...
Galarian!
Fuck yeah!
Yeah.
Worm Cultist, your game is through, because now you'll have to answer to Galarian! Fuck yeah!
Fuck yeah!
We're such idiots.
I was literally just going to say that.
But yeah, so Taoist was just chatting freely about what's going to go down between these two, thinking it's common knowledge, and I was having to be like, spoiler, spoiler, spoiler. They're like, dude, this is like 20 years ago. I know, I made a video about it, but not everyone knows. So take it easy. But I don't think anyone minded. Didn't seem like they did. Moose saying, I don't know if anyone in my guild who like the area voice chat, it's just random noise. Yeah, people's terrible choice in music, screaming babies and pets. Yeah, proximity chat makes games 100 times more funny. I can see that immediately. I don't even have to see it in action. I can see that. They added it. It should be opt-in with the ability to turn it off on the fly. Yeah.
Look, I want to get called slurs by PvPers and Alligator Desert, even if I walk by. It's looked as that guy again. That's not particularly slurry, but you know what I mean.
Group voice chat would be useful on PC. Sure, there's many people who can't or refuse to use a separate voice chat. For a long time, I didn't want to go on Discord yet.
More often than not, live chat is just idiots screaming instead of normal stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Sometimes it could be amusing. So chat bubbles exist, but it's a setting. Yeah, where at?
Yeah, I wouldn't actually want to hear what people are saying.
Oh, right. No. No.
Just a chat bubble. Where is that?
In some weird AI voice.
There we go.
You really suck at PvP. Rethink your life.
Only known players. Do you want to log in and we can test it, Maya?
Okay.
Braz.
Ah, my friend. This one was just thinking about...
So where we at?
Nothing personal.
We're about halfway through
Raj
the...
threat
Well, not
assesses
even
all
halfway
of
through the
his
Auradon
assets.
storyline. We've got a lot to do.
Yes, you'll be...
Hurry up then.
Her Majesty.
I will, yeah. I'll be out in the wild grinding, run into someone doing the same thing, and we just post up on a rock, talk, and part ways. Nice. Friends that you saw every day that were never on your friends list? That's fun, yeah. It's as close as you can get to a LAN party in our age. Still wholesome. Ah. You guys are selling it. It was amazing to hear some dude scream into battle as his voice fades into the cold flare. Maya, your mic's picking me up a little bit.
Okay.
So you could just toggle the thing and it will reset.
I don't think the cat will eat until Monday now. He's still trying to, like, steal stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, you're tiny.
Zone chat is awful most of the time. I'll definitely second that. It's some of the worst advice you can get for playing this game you will get from the zone chat and from the official forums. It's not the game's fault, particularly.
Holy shit, we had 11 subs already?
We have indeed.
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa.
Look, I think this is made worse by our only example being console, which, no offense, tends to have more of these types of people.
Right, Khan, I is online.
Cool. Almost invited Kamul by accident. Can't have that.
I was looking at the name, I was like, who the fuck is that?
Support to me?
What's
Oh, I'm flagged as healer? What the hell?
Ready the cargo today.
Dude, no.
Man,
Gross.
the sound of the dog crunching that cartilage is really, like, off-putting. It sounds really bad and painful.
It does, doesn't it?
So hang on, how do you actually use the chat bubble? You need to go into settings.
Hang on. Yeah.
Settings interface and chat bubbles.
Okay. Oh, what?
And just turn it
Oh.
on.
Where's chat bubbles? Hang on, settings.
Interface.
Interface. Chat bubbles.
Yeah, then scroll down a bit and it's right there.
Yeah, I've got it.
And then when we say something, it should work.
Man, why are you in my face, cat?
Do you see that? You say something. So I said yo, Maya says no. That's the closest thing we can get. Man, your character's so inappropriate, always wiggling her ass.
Wrote you a message.
You have a big head. It's actually a normal sized head. It's just my ears and the body that make it look that way. But yeah, there we go. There's you don't have assholes chewing and listening to music. Yeah, the eating, that is the worst. Like, we once had a kid basically join our guild, and it was like someone had met them through their dad, basically. It sounds a bit catfishy now, but this kid and his dad used to play ESO together. They joined this raiding guild, and they came in to join our old guild before Ninja Pulls. And he was a perfectly nice dude, but
I'm 13, I'm the best reader, I'm amazing, everyone. No, that's not how you play this game, let me tell you.
yeah, he had some serious growing up to do. But because we'd then relaxed our 18+ rule, then we had some other guy come in who was like 14 and seemed way more mature and much more like a grown-up than this other kid. It was much more like normal to hang out with. But then they were just chewing and belching into the microphone. We're like, no, fuck this. Got rid of both of them and made it an 18+ guild again. Like, just sitting there drinking like Coke and belching into the mic. Give me a break, man.
No, gross.
Not a chance.
Uh-uh.
Anyway,
that's fun.
Chat bubbles. There we go.
It's probably going to piss me off, and I would have forgotten by then, like, that I have it on, and like, oh my god, no, what's that? Who's talking to me?
In update 47, bridges are for losers. You can just swim.
That is so funny. Yeah, what do people think of the mount riding? Let's not talk about update 47 in general, but like the mount
Swimming.
Like, that is
Mount riding is low-key one of the best additions to the game.
Swimming is awesome. Yeah, I heard someone mention that they feel like it's too fast. I was like, no, you don't want it to be slow. It's so much fun. Is that sarcastic? So much fun there. I think it's really great that you don't get dismounted when you're just like doing surveys and stuff, because that was driving me crazy.
It's a giggle. That's what we experienced on PTS, but now that it's live, I don't get amused by it so much. It's just like a nice surprise still whenever I do land in water. And oh shit, I'm still moving at full speed. Almost.
Well, this Moose is saying, I think I have only met like 3 players in ESO that were definitely confirmed younger than 18. Everyone else I know for sure are older, but I'm sure there's plenty young players I have no idea about. Well, this is a guy who was probably like 14. He didn't say, but we were like, so we just sort of talked to him, and then, so your brother, you know, oh, when is his birthday? Oh, is he older than you? And they're like, dude, you're 14, right? And I think that's at the point where we were like, I was saying to the guildmaster then, I was like, you need to make it 18+ because this game is 18+. It's just not worth the risk. When I had a guild, a PvP guild, we just put everyone who was under 18 in their own group. Oh, fair enough. No, I want to speed splash with my in-drink. I love it, right? Why would you want to slow? And yeah, it's fun. The game is 18+. Isn't it 18+?
I think it is.
I thought it was, yeah.
Friend here was too noisy. Had to have some fun with
Peggy 18, thank you, Moose. Peggy 18.
When the roots are fouled, there's only one thing left to do. Rip them out of the ground.
The guy was saying, I used to play on console, had voice chat always disabled. For a while it was bugged though, and opted you in automatically. And you had to turn it off again, and I heard people yelling at their spouses and all, not missing that. Yeah. And Gilly-chan, welcome back. Yeah, it would definitely have to be a thing where it was opted out of, but like telegraphed in a useful way, so the game would direct you towards it. I don't know.
Yeah, game age restrictions are a bit silly. It's
just a liability.
Yeah, that's it. So no, well,
so a bit
shouldn't
silly.
have been playing it. Yeah. But PG, so that's parental guidance. So since that kid was here with his dad, that was fine, and it's on the dad's. Right, that's how it works. I'm an expert. In Germany, it's 16+. Really?
Take our friend here.
How weird. Bah.
I noticed you get knocked out a lot in the Ordinary Dominion storyline, and Raz is busting you out of prison.
Yeah, look at Moloch Ball's law, and you'll remember why ESO is 18+. Oh yeah, no, there is some really.
The Lord of Rape, like that is just.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Argonian maid, yeah, there we go. It's there's sort of the title is the whatever it is, the age is just sort of slapped on it because obviously people want to avoid liability, which I do understand. But maybe wouldn't it be great if we could actually like, okay, so when are kids able to watch this? Teenagers, what else are they, are they able to drink, have sex at like 15, 16, but they're not allowed to play a game?
But it's an interesting point you make, looked about the swearing and all that stuff. Like, it does all feel very kid-friendly and whitewashed.
Yeah.
I think that's more to do with there's no swearing in Elder Scrolls, or there hasn't been. The worst you get is someone saying "bastard," and I think honestly that's because the Americans don't know what it means, or how offensive it is, or it could be deemed in.
Yeah, Moose. I'm
like
guessing
England.
we're on the same page as it. Just putting 18 on there, just because you just don't want the hassle. You're done with it. It's kind of, and if that means that like a parent is like, "You're 17, honey, you can't play this game." But yeah, parental guidance.
I've been thinking about this because we've been finally, like 8 years late, we finally got around to watching some of the new Star Trek that Paramount has been making. We don't love all of it, but most of it's actually pretty good and fun and blah, blah, blah. But they made the decision to start swearing. Star Trek famously has almost no swearing in it. Like, there was a movie in the late 90s where the Enterprise literally is about to crash land on a planet, and it cuts to a close-up of the android Data, and he goes, "Oh shit." And it was like a huge, what a pathetic cinematic moment. But it was treated as like a big deal because, they don't swear on Star Trek. And finally they've decided to just get rid of that and just to hell with it. And mostly it's used appropriately. The when people actually do swear, there's nothing worse than when it's just done for show. Hey, we're allowed to swear. And it's like a 13-year-old getting too excited about this.
Hey, Cooking Koalas, look at that. Hi, Con and Maya. Love you guys. Love you too, Cooking Koalas.
Hey,
how you doing?
koalas.
And I just spotted that Alatariel. Sorry, really? Please tell nobody I let my son play at the age of 10. Please keep it a secret. Hey, that's the point. It's parental guidance.
Yeah.
You made a decision. You thought, hey, this is fine. You're there, so it's all good. And that's, yeah.
But I don't think I'd want to see Elder Scrolls go that route. Certainly not in this game. Maybe if there was a stripped down, much more combat oriented, it's not part of the main series, it is like, I don't know, something like Battle Spire, where it's just about the combat, you're fighting your way out of something. Maybe then they could have like a sweary, grizzled Imperial general or someone that you report to.
Be done with this place.
Yeah. Yeah, what Ollie's saying...
I need you to kill those fucking Daedra.
Yeah, if you put M on the game, it's just, I guess, most parents are not going to bother doing their research, but then I'd imagine a lot of parents are just like, I'll just play the game. It's unlikely that, like, 18, I don't know. But yeah, like Roblox, it should be 18+, but it's a child's game. That is a worrying one, yeah, because of
That should be 18+, because there's no... They don't make the content. All the content on there is, like, completely unregulated.
I've genuinely spoken to a few devs or people who are definitely in the know. They're like, please tell everyone, do not let your children play this game.
Yeah, child predators literally go there.
Exactly, yeah.
That's where they go to hang out on the internet.
In general, the German age ratings are almost every time lower than international ones, also for movies. Oh, below that, are Germans just more mature?
No, there's that strain of conservatism in...
I know.
In, but like, still. German cultural appreciation. Well, I was talking about this with my sister when she was over just the other day, and talking about the weird permissiveness there is. Like, when we were at the Wacken Festival, this is over 10 years ago now, but it was like the 5th year I was there, and this is a big heavy metal festival in Germany, northern Germany.
For treason against the Queen.
And for reasons that I won't go into, there was a British guy and a Dutch girl that'd been talking in the beer garden, and he'd convinced her to do various things to him that would, like, get him going. And eventually, he persuaded her to... he bought her loads and loads of beer. She drank it all, and then she was already a bit drunk, and he asked her to wee on him in front of everyone. It was a very, very weird moment. But you know, the word spread across the beer garden where hundreds of people were sitting that this was about to go down. So everyone started turning around and watching. And I remember being at the bar when this happened, and I saw a couple of anorak-wearing German pensioners, like 65, 70 years old. They were locals from just up the road. They were just there to check out the festival and have a quick drink, because this is all happening in the fields next to where they live. And the big like grins on their faces, they weren't being dirty old men or anything. They were just like, "Oh my god, that's so funny. That's so random." And I could not imagine. I was like, that's the most German thing, that they're just like getting involved and they're not going, "Oh, how dreadful!" But you know, they're not into heavy metal. They're just checking it out because it's here and it's fun. But so the Germans have, on the one hand, they have this like super laid back, anything goes, man. But also this weird puritanical strain that comes through as well. It's a. I've never been able to square that circle. But it's a weird, like, conflict at the heart of at least my vision of what Germany is like as a place. And my sister is someone who lives there. She largely confirmed this when I was talking to her just a couple of days ago. And said, "Do you find that?" She's like, "Oh, absolutely. It's so weird. It is so weird. It's like, on the one hand, it's cool to be into whatever you're into. And there's nowhere near that, like the social stigma of playing an MMO or being into video games or fantasy. I feel like there's a real social stigma over here. You're a nerd if you do that. Whereas in Germany, it's not like that, is it? Anyway, that's a very random tangent again. But
You're very good at those, Khan.
Yeah, but it does result in these weird ratings things. Germany's not the only country. Like Australia. Also, you think of Australia as being like super up for it and laid back and chill. Yeah, do whatever, mate. You know, who gives a shit? And they're very sweary and just a jolly people. You know, they're not strict or conservative or anything, but they do. Again, they have this really puritanical strain in their society when it comes to video games, horror movies, and that kind of stuff. It's really weird. I just think we need to grow up as a society, basically, on an international level. But, then again, better to over-police what material is available for small children than to under-regulate it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, and you find some really bizarre stuff. What was that book that, like, your sister was given for her little kids, where dogs go to a ball?
Well, that's harmless.
Yeah, but check it out. So, dogs go to a ball. This is like an
They go
annual
to the
meetup of
opera.
all the dogs.
Yeah.
Whatever. But they hang their assholes. Yes, they hang their assholes on the hangers before they go in. So, but then there is a fire at the opera, and they all have to evacuate, and they just scramble and they grab any old asshole, and then they spend their lives looking for their asshole, and that's the reason why they all sniff each other's bumsies. There you go. It is harmless, but that's just for me. That was like one of the most bizarre books for kids ever.
It was slightly disturbing, but it's also funny. Kids like that kind of shit, I feel like. But yeah, the illustrations were the weirdest. They were like, because the dog butts were like these little detachable pink donuts, and they would all hang them on a peg when they got to the opera house. And then when the fire broke out and everyone left in a panic, they just grabbed whatever arsehole was there. So that's the one they're stuck with for the rest of their life. So
that sounds like going to a party. Oh, fuck yeah, I'm just going to grab any old asshole, and then I'm just going to marry them and be with them. I want to hang my asshole.
And we've all been to a nightclub with that kind of evening. What my friend used to call the meat market. You just grab any old asshole and head home with them.
Okay, I know. OMG, Maya. What an incredibly original story, right?
Origin story.
Origin story, sorry. I know, right? Why does this happen? Why do dogs do this? But yeah, here's a pretty crazy story.
Can assure you, if the veiled inheritance is in Skywatch...
I think it's a pretty funny explanation, though, for why dogs sniff each other's butts. Because if you're a kid, that's a pretty outrageous thing to see for the first
you
time.
might want to make it clear, like, hey, dogs do that. Children do not do that to other children or parents. or adults. Imagine just like visiting your friends who just got a kid. Hey, he's walking, it's great. And he just goes, hey, sniff. No. Flaming Demigod, over-policing also has the issue with what we're seeing in the UK, all in the name of the children, when in reality, it does nothing to help the children. Yeah, like reprinting books.
Yeah, and it gets used as a straw man by people with some weird ulterior agenda. Yeah, I completely agree.
You're an ulterior agenda. No, I didn't even pronounce that correctly. Never mind.
Perhaps now you recognize Razumdar, yes?
Yes.
Skywatch is a day.
I love this guy's just walking around and doesn't notice. That's a lady, but whatever. How does this disguise work exactly?
Yeah, so I just see that there's talking about, do Germans collect World War II memorabilia? And Lauren's saying, in addition to showing Nazi symbols being forbidden publicly, why should anyone collect memorabilia from the most disgusting and inhuman time period on this planet? It's
a thing. But I bet it's more popular in America than it is in Germany. I bet you. And probably in England and Denmark as well. More popular than it is in Germany.
Yeah, it's not something that computes for me. Like, why would you want that on your wall?
This is not an explanation. I don't have an explanation. Obviously, I'd be an idiot if I claimed that I did. But part of it is the oversimplification and demonization of what was a very real political and public movement. Demonizing them is fun, and it works, and it's the way we tell stories. But look at Italy, for example. Like, so Italy did not have the Third Reich, but it did have Mussolini and an awful fascist regime. But because Italy didn't have the fallout after World War II that Germany did, where Germany was forced to and volunteered to institute educational programs and public laws and censorship that very, very, very much reinforced the message that we did bad, this was bad, Third Reich was bad. Italy did the exact opposite. It tried to whitewash the fascism from the first half of the 20th century. And as a result, has never really reckoned with it. So that you can get away with doing and saying and showing things and symbols in Italy that would cause outrage in Germany. Because it confronts you with this weird doublethink. It's like, if say you're an Italian and you're thinking about this past, well, Italians aren't an evil people. I know that to be true. I'm Italian. I'm not evil. My Italian friends and family, we're not an evil people. So how could we have created this quote unquote evil regime? It doesn't compute. So either you have to conclude that the regime wasn't evil, or that somebody else did the evil, and that it didn't come from, it wasn't a grassroots thing. Because that is a horrible, horrible thought to sit with, that the evil lives in amongst us all the time, and it's just waiting for an excuse, or for us to get lazy, and then it can come out. Getting a little bit philosophical.
Blame the Templars.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, what Moose is saying, though, don't erase history, though, but yeah, don't display it with pride. I couldn't agree more. Like, there are way too many countries that do that. Like,
like the Confederate flag in the US.
Yeah.
It should.
Or just, like, we just watched the amazing documentary all about China, and it's yeah, I mean, things that just happened not that long ago, but let's pretend that didn't happen. We don't talk about it. Nobody knows about it. And it's no. That's how we learn. That's how we don't make those fucking stupid mistakes again in the future, right?
Yeah. Being frightened of our own humanity is probably quite a healthy thing. Not frightened, but
these goddamn Freemasons are Freeman Templars in here, so sorry.
Another word and I'll have to bring you to a
But yeah, I think, and I'm not, Italy is just an example. It's not an Italian thing that I'm describing, but because they have a very, very different relationship to that time than, say, Germany does. It's not a perfect analogy, but whatever, you get it.
Yeah.
Or Japan, for example, as well. They were also very much forced by the US to reckon with what had happened. Italy just didn't go through that.
Drink up.
So yeah.
Yeah. Moose. Not sure we as a whole have learned based on how some things are going. No, that is true.
It's
That
getting
is true.
it is getting better. If you can zoom out, it is getting better. Absolutely. But you're right. We have to be skeptical of ourselves
Welcome to
and of our
You've passed.
of our capacity for absolute horror as at the group and at the individual level. You've got to be alive to this shit. Otherwise, how are you going to stop it? Storytelling is a great way for us to do that.
Yeah, it's there is definitely some history that is uncomfortable to hear wherever in the world you are, because whether it's your ancestors or predecessors have done some pretty shady shit. But I want to hear it.
I mean, I don't want to hear it, but I'm aware
You know
that
what I mean,
I'm aware that I
yeah.
should. Yeah.
It's more of a I
don't want to hear
yeah.
another story about how white men suck, because I am one. But yeah, I get it. I understand why those things are being shared, why they're being brought up, and it's totally the wrong reaction to get all defensive and say white men are now a persecuted group. It's like, no, come on.
Answer this correctly.
That's not even fair.
Yeah, I'm not saying let's relish in what we've done wrong, but I just mean I want to hear it. I want to know what's happened because I want to be informed.
But
yeah, Google every Templar you kill in Assassin's Creed. Even in Italy, they were all Templars. Ubisoft is screaming at us. I'm American. My ancestors did nothing. That's what our history lessons taught us.
The Freemason thing is really interesting, though. Like, it's odd. I wonder if they still do this. But Masons who are basically just... It's just an old boys club. They have absolutely no connection to Templars whatsoever. It's complete bollocks. I literally studied this shit. It's all been made up. A lot of, like, Wicca and Druidic religions, they suddenly appeared in the 18th and 19th centuries with no historical evidence or record whatsoever. They were just made up by people in the early modern period. And now people go around saying, they practice an ancient religion much older than Christianity. No, you don't. It's a couple of 100 years old, mate. That's it. Masonry is the same. It's just an old boys scratching each other's backs club. And
There is part of me that just really wants to wear a cape and I don't know if they do that, and have a candle and have a secret meeting when absolutely nothing happens. Belotto's saying, I grew up in a city where Belgian soldiers were stationed and doing their military trainings. Even my grandparents' house, there were Belgian tanks. Walking to school, I also passed a Belgian soldier settlement. I can't speak.
Wow.
Yeah. That's epic, yeah.
Don't stand.
Yeah, it's hobbyists and social clubs made up. Insert surprise. Pikachu face. Pikachu.
I remember having a slightly testy conversation, though, with an ex-girlfriend's granddad. Because he was a Mason. He was an incredible snob and kind of a horrible man, actually. There was a real darkness to him, which...
See, that's the cape. It makes you dark because you have to be dark if you have a cape.
He was like a raging racist and homophobe and all of these all of these really nasty things, but which his family just weren't aware of. I wonder if with things having changed in the years since then, he's probably gone now, rest in peace, but yeah, I remember having a testy conversation with him about this. It's like, I've literally studied this period in history. Give me a break. This is not real history that you're talking about. There is no connection. You're not continuing the tradition of the Knights Templar. There's nothing knightly about what you do.
An impressive
But a lot of them believe it. They fill their bookshelves with these volumes written by other Masons, of course, establishing very tenuous links in the style of Dan Brown and all that stuff between, the history of Jesus and the Middle Ages and the protection of the Holy City and a bunch of boring old farts trying to make each other richer in the modern age. No. Not having it.
Yeah.
That blast wounds was funny.
Just imagine you want to drive somewhere and have to wait because the tanks are blocking the road. I mean, where I used to live, there would be cows blocking the road. Not the same thing, but still was very annoying when I couldn't get through.
This in Czech or in England?
No, in England.
That's very British. Or sheep would be more British, wouldn't it?
This was actually kind of scary because I left like super early. I was somewhere down in Somerset, Dorset, whatever. Tiny country lanes, just having fun. And there was just this big, whatever they are, group, like there was like 50 freaking cows, big things. And I was in a little car, so it was a little bit scary. And I thought, should I get out?
Yeah, you were in a student car, is what you're saying.
Yeah. And there were like edges, up the, like there were trees or whatever, so, or like rock or whatever. So they couldn't go anywhere. I couldn't go anywhere. And I thought, well, this is going to be interesting. And they just sort of kept going, and eventually, as they sort of walked past, there was a farmer who was like, "Have you seen my cows? They escaped." Okay, great.
I may have seen a cow.
I may have seen a cow. My religious sister got mad when I read the Da Vinci Code. Well,
was she also into literature and didn't like that you were reading awful crap like that? I eventually read it because of what I'd studied at university. I was like I had a unique animosity towards that whole thing. Because, I don't know, Dan Brown does have a certain J.K. Rowling way of making a page turner. You know the phrase? Book is a real page turner. I could see it. It's constructed a bit like a cheap movie thriller. It's kind of compelling. But the actual stuff in there, these are not original ideas at all. They're very, very old and very, very feeble. And I kept hearing people recommending the book, and because I was a snotty 21-year-old or whatever, I would then explain to them all the ways in which it was stupid. So eventually Maya got tired of this and said, you should really read the book. If you're going to talk shit, at least read the damn thing. So I did. And I talked more shit than ever after...
Yeah, but that's kind of normal for you, though, isn't it?
Talking shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, happens a lot. But the funny thing is, I can see the appeal of the book. It's kind of a fun... It's not a great work of literature, but again, I don't think anyone thinks it is, even the author. It's just supposed to be an adventure.
No, it's just a bit of an adventure, yeah. I never thought it was like an amazing piece of writing.
It was when people thought it was really revelatory about, well, what about modern religion? And when it's like, no, that is feeble. That is the wrong place to look.
No. It's like looking for Assassin's Creed and saying it's slightly historically inaccurate, potentially. Do you play games for historical accuracy? Come on, don't be silly. Bellona only went onto meadows to get close to the cows as a child. I used to escape kindergarten to go and hang with the sheep in the fields. So, I get you.
One of my old science teachers used to do that.
Go and fuck the sheep?
I think he's still in prison, yeah.
Yeah, I didn't do that. I was just hanging around. There was a little lake, so I was just, chilling.
Talat, hello, welcome. Hello there. Hope you're having a lovely Saturday afternoon.
Sword and Still, okay, this is one of my favorite comments ever. The world is flat for sure. I read it in Discworld.
I love Discworld.
It's a fact, it's in a book. There we go.
Crazy. I read all of the Discworld novels up to... Oh, I think Going Postal. I made it quite far in. I am told they did start to deteriorate in terms of quality as he was getting older and older, but that's a lot. I read I don't even know how many that is, but that's a lot of novels, and a couple of them were misses. I didn't think much of Moving Pictures, for example, but it's crazy. I still think the third book, Equal Rights, is the best. And that must suck. That must be like when the developers at ZOS hear, the writers at ZOS hear us all saying that, Hrothgar was the peak. It's like, really? That's the first... It's like the first big expansion that we did. And you're saying that is the best story? We've never managed to do better in all of these other expansions? That must be such a pain to hear that.
Yeah.
But it's true.
Don't forget about the elephants and the turtle. On most stories are just another man's perspective, including religious ones. No. it's just a fun story. There we go. Flaming Demigod, that's got the same energy as we're living in a simulation. I saw it in the Matrix. True. Moose, what I don't get with the Flat Earthers, why are all the governments and other agencies trying to fool us? Like, what would they gain from making us believe that Earth is round if it's not?
Queen, this one apologizes. We must.
Yeah, I have no
One
answers.
of many things to ask about that.
Who let that cat
Yeah.
in here?
I think because if you allow yourself to say this is all a big lie, then it also you give yourself permission psychologically to just go completely off the reservation in terms of what else
the other way.
you choose to believe. You literally just close the book on facts and you open a completely new book which you have the freedom to write yourself. We are not rational creatures, ultimately, but we tell ourselves that we are, and that's why this kind of stuff is actually so dangerous. Because when we believe something, when we are convinced of something, we can also convince ourselves that it is a rational, logical, complete picture, and that the people who go around believing that there isn't a conspiracy are just crazy, or they've been tricked. Because there's no way that we could be misled or have our perspective skewed.
Oh, thanks for the hydrate. Yeah. Yeah, like, don't forget about all the flat earthers who tried to prove the Earth is flat and found it to be round. But yeah, Bellotta's saying read 13 Discworld novels, have to get the rest and read them. Nice. Sword and Snail. I still haven't read them all. I need to get some more. Nightwatch is my favorite so far, I think.
Nightwatch was very good. Equal Rights was just sublime. I think what I liked about that is the same thing I like about South Park, is when they come up with a really good metaphor for the thing they want to dunk on and zing on that week.
Yeah.
When they just get it right. Oh my god, it's so good.
Legos is saying my favorite is Clockwork City, Rothgar second. That doesn't make it much better though. But yeah, that's
Understood.
Yeah. Flat Earth is just a weird LSD conspiracy. Usually means they did too much. Moose, you don't need to make up a fake evil government to be angry at. You can just be angry at the actual government.
Yeah, but the hopelessness of trying to actually change the world and realizing there's so little we can do about it. Even if we elect someone who's really well-meaning and genuinely intends to drain the swamp or whatever, it's only a matter of time before they fuck it up and become a real pain and just another person that we want to get rid of. It's that like generational we're constantly reaffirming that hopelessness that fuck, there's actually a really, really strict limit on what we're able to do, and you're believing in a super evil government. It kind of allows you to get away from that. I don't know. I'm trying to break it down very simply. Of course, it's never quite that simple, but I think ultimately that's what's going on with these bizarre things. They make no sense. They're not supposed to. They don't have to.
Yeah.
It's because it's like the most racist, the most like far-right extreme two of my friends. They're both guys that things went really, really badly for in their 20s. The rest of us went to university. We got jobs, we got girlfriends, we got houses, whatever. None of those things happened for these guys, and it sucked.
We got fitties.
Yeah, and one of them, kept like losing his job and stuff like that, and blaming the whole thing on immigrants and Muslims and whatever just enables him to believe that it wasn't his fault.
Yeah.
Because what a horrible reality to live psychologically. I fucked up my life. It's cruel. It's fucking cruel. And it's not true either. Society is unfair. He got a raw deal and he made some bad choices. But in his mind, it's as simple as either he has to blame it on some like nefarious conspirators and immigration and people replacing white men, or it's all his fault. The bed that he's lying in, he made it, and there's no one else to blame.
Yeah, nobody wants to just
there's one reality
blame themselves.
that
Yeah,
is just a daily struggle, whereas
Hey
one...
Tatsuya, good morning. How is it going? We're good. How are you? How are you on this fine? Where are we?
This is
Saturday.
Saturday, yeah.
Were you about to say Friday?
I was about to say Friday.
You were.
Ba-ba-da-bum, bum, bum-ba-dum-bum. Wow,
Hey!
PJ Brini. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. You have arrived at You have arrived at the perfect time. Maya is here. Hey Maya.
Hello to Germany. Guten Afton? That's not no.
Afton, that's Danish.
Oh,
Abend.
shoot. Oh, sorry about that. Good evening, good afternoon, and willkommen. See, I got that one.
Willkommen. Let's just say that one. Guten Tag.
Guten Tag.
Wie geht's?
Tatsuya saying, not too bad today. That's great.
Well, it's a heavy sack. Look at this.
It's been raining, like super wet today, which is kind of weird. It's been so hot, and suddenly it's just like super warm, and it's very annoying.
Yeah, we've got classic British weather this week. It can't really make its mind up.
No.
But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you've been having a lovely time. And if you don't know us, this is Khan.
And this is Maya.
We are Ninja
Hiya.
Pulls. We're a teaching guild on PC EU and PCNA. We do play other games than the Elder Scrolls Online, but generally this is our thing. This is our home game, if you like. But this month, we are doing a lot of extra stuff as part of September. We're doing the Ninja Pulls GAMESFEST, which means we are trying to do all the stories in ESO. This is day 2. I know September doesn't start for in a couple of days, but September is already well underway. So this is day 2. We're doing every ESO zone story, and we're going to play a different game at the end of the stream every single day. So we're really, really going to smash it this month, and hopefully put on some really good shows for you guys.
Yes. So yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Also, just going to put it out there, if any ESO streamers want to get involved with a yet another awesome raid train we're organizing for next month, it's going to be in support of American Heart Association. And we already have quite a few confirmed for it, which will be really awesome. But we also might have some very special guests. And one of them, Khan, can you do a little impression?
I was talking about this earlier, but I didn't give any names.
Just do a little impression.
But we've got, are those definitely going to be
I mean, they
part?
both said they really want to take part, so unless, like, dates somehow, something, it doesn't work out.
All right,
Khan's
well,
gonna do
I'll
it.
do a terrible impression of one of them.
A close one.
Stop right there, criminal scum.
Even Shroom, thank you so much for the follow and welcome in. Any guesses who that might be? I don't know. So yeah, it's going to be a good one. So hopefully we'll have more information to share with you guys as throughout September. But yeah, it's going to be a good one.
I can't really do an impression of the other one, but I'm going to try just for the hell of it. See, anyone who's played Lucent Citadel might be able to gauge who the character is just by inference. But the voiceover is absolute honey in the ear. Demonic honey poured into the ear, so I can't really replicate it, but here goes.
The knot is mine. You can't have it.
That was not bad at all. Really no guesses? Like literally none? Okay.
Everyone knows who that is. They just, the name is slipped their minds.
No,
or
but I
whatever.
meant the first one. There's been no guesses for the first one
Yeah,
either.
that's what I meant.
Oh, I see. Sorry.
Anyway, the wonderful Wes Johnson and Paul Goyette are... Looks like they're going to be joining us as part of the raid train for the American Heart Association next month.
The charity...
Well, actually, it's in October, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it is,
So
yeah.
we're not in September yet, so it'll be next month in a couple of days.
13th, we're looking at the 13th, so when the Writhing Wall event drops, hopefully we'll have some drops on Twitch as well, just to make it even more fun. That should be the date, unless something changes drastically. But yeah, the American Heart Association, they're super excited. I just had a chat with the national director and national, it was just amazing, and they all want to make sure that every streamer is happy, so they'll talk to everyone and offer help, and yeah, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be a party.
It's going to be a party, so basically every month we're just doing a party.
Yeah, with
That's
a
it.
fundraiser behind it.
Yeah.
But for this month, we're not raising money for charity. We are simply trying to drum up support for Ninja Pulls for the year ahead. So it is September. Subs are reduced. There will be further reductions later in the month on gifted subs and whatnot. But yeah, we're also trying to get to 6K followers. If you haven't followed and you like the look of the stream, you can always unfollow later. We won't mind. We'll be very sad about it, but we won't tell you, so we won't make you feel bad.
Yeah, well, there is obviously TwitchCon, so I know, but I've spoken to most people because we're starting on the 13th. That means there's a couple of days leeway, so anybody who is going to TwitchCon but would like to participate, they'll just be on the first couple of days.
Jesper.
Simples.
Hello there.
Hey, boss. Hello. Woo-hoo.
Hey, Jesper, you just missed Maya trying to say good evening to the Germans who just arrived, and she said, "Good aften." Just in a moment of trying to find the right language gear.
I don't speak.
That's some of the things my Mortmore used to say. Hast du meine große Handkat gesehen? Was the thing that she used to say as a sort of a mangling together of the Julekalender, yeah. I think it was Devil's Master the other day was asking me about the Julekalender.
I had a feeling. We'll just have to see.
You leave the Kartoffel woman out of this.
Oh yeah.
I was hoping you'd.
I've heard that or of that.
The Kartoffel woman, yeah. Safety walks. How's it going? To first hold. Bro, we're making some progress now. We're gonna smash this. We could keek in the book. Keek is to peep or to look.
Okay, not pee. But yeah, if anybody's interested in the raid train, do send me a DM. Basically. Basically? What does that even mean?
Just in cases.
Yes, yes.
Hey.
The ball guy, thank you so much for the sub. Woo, woo. Thank you. Where are we with our goal, Khan, by the way?
That's what I was going to say. You and I need to do...
Let's have a look.
Yeah, you tally it up now. And I think we're going to need to do some Khajiit flirting. And I think with that Wall of Fame just got unlocked as well.
Wall of what?
Wall of Fame. I was going to say Wall of Flame, but that's something else.
That's something else.
Hold there. Meru.
Right, well, the reason for all these sub goals is we're really trying to put on a show and give you guys reasons to support Ninja Balls throughout the month. I'm just going to do a UI reload. It's getting a bit choppy.
Yeah, so Khajiit, it is indeed Khajiit flirting and the Wall of Fame. All right, well, that's something I'm going to debut on the stream tomorrow. I just need to get that ready. But it's basically where everybody's names are going to go from now on, and obviously everyone who has subbed so far. So got us this far. Everybody's names will appear on there, and then eventually I'll open it up if people want to like do little messages and stuff at the end of the month. It's going to be awesome.
The thing that's going on is just September, and as part of that, we're doing a Ninja Paws Games Fest all month long, every single day. We're playing as much ESO as we possibly can. We're going to play a different game as well at the end of each stream every single day. And we got a ton of goals and other nonsense that we will do as people sub and get us over each line. So the Khajiit flirting, Maya. Is that,
hey, Anno!
Is that the two of us? Hey, welcome back, Anno.
No, it's, well, it's me trying to seduce you, flirt with you.
It can't be a two-way thing.
I mean, it could be, yes. But that's going to be weird. He's gonna. I can see it from the back of his head. He's getting ready to do it. I just didn't want to put it on you necessarily if you weren't interested, but let's go.
This one does not want to pull your whiskers or brag, but I have a very large tail. Would you like to see?
Oh, bright moons. A nice big tail sounds wonderful.
Is that a mouse in your pocket, or are you just pleased to see this one?
Right, mine's just finished. You could have prepped for this a little bit better.
I didn't
just
expect
chuckling.
you to go.
Why would you say, actually, is that a mouse in your pocket to a female?
I wasn't sure why you'd say that.
Yeah, let's not go there. Let's just move on. Let's roll with it. Mike, I just logged back in and Maya's laugh greeted me. Welcome back.
Yes. Bright moons. Is that a sword in your pants? Meow. Oh, yeah. Do you want to taste my moon sugar?
My
That's a good line, Belorda. Mouse in Swedish is a family-friendly version of... Oh, yeah, of course it is. So there you go. Vajayjay. That's the verb for JJ.
Thank the divines for brave souls like you.
Welcome to...
Oh, that was that.
Look at this kitty.
So we are oh no, I'm not going to even say that. 2 subs away from a voice changer.
Yeah, what's that going to be?
Well, I'm just going to...
You're going to be talking in chipmunk voice.
Probably, yeah.
Oh, come on. Who wants to hear me make Maya laugh while she's doing a chipmunk voice changer? Come on, that's going to be amazing. Just a couple of subs away. We've had a couple of pretty good days, actually.
Yes, we have.
Success. Just
What are you doing? By the way, what are you closing there?
It's the thing which is
Chipmunk
opening...
tickles? Alright, let's go.
Chipmunk tickles.
Where are those 2 subs? Let's go. Yeah, sorry, what are you closing?
This is First Hold. The site of the first ever Mages Guild.
Ew.
Look at the poor blast bones. What?
I don't know. Where do I go? Yeah, we only have the rest of today and tomorrow to get to 6,000 followers in order for us to add
The wards are down.
the tickle
Razumdar.
redeem.
Get you moving.
Ooh.
Yeah, we're 54 followers away still. So, yeah, don't know.
Nah, we'll make it. All in good time.
My friend, it is good to see you again. Your talisman.
Aw, Raz.
Razumdar sees you have met Sinian. Cheerful, isn't she? We Estri is vol.
I'll be right back.
So yeah, quest. This bit, I remember even the first time I did it was a little bit frustrating because it was over so quickly. That's what she said. Oh yeah, you have to light all these first. Hello? The fuck? What? Why are they just coming on randomly? I think there's a lag here that I'm not seeing. I don't remember how to do this at all. There we go. Yeah, but this bit, the fight is over so quickly, and the fact that it's not instanced, you know, so you could ruin somebody else's quest by nuking the boss, effectively. They just walk in and they don't hear any of the dialogue. They're like, what happened? It's not a big problem, but... I know, it is a shame. I always thought... It's a catch-22. I want to hear my laugh. To her heart's content, but the effect would kill me. The dilemma. No, it'll be fine.
The refuge of dread.
I feel like these place names have to be said in a stupid voice. It's the only way to do it. That ain't so bad if you're a necromancer. Yeah, going back to what Moose was saying before, there are some definite fetch quest vibes to bits of these story quests. I guess Happy was saying that as well yesterday. What was I saying? Was that not you, Moose? Was it just Happy yesterday? I thought you were saying something about the story quests having quite a lot of... You know, there were some bits in there that were a bit fetch questy.
I am back.
Welcome back.
Well, I'm back for another, like, 10, 15 minutes.
Awesome. Let's make the most of it, guys. Or I'm most sorry. I guess that was Happy.
What?
Talking about the quests having... The stories actually having quite a lot of fetch quest stuff sprinkled in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that was Happy. You're right.
It's easy to forget. The most important beats are definitely not fetch questy at all. But every now and again, there's this thing of like, oh, just randomly do these relatively arbitrary 2 things before you can progress. I've been falsely accused. Khan should be tickled. Yeah, good luck with that.
Are you even ticklish? Like, really?
Yeah, no more
Tiny little bit, maybe, but not really, no. I'm the squealer in the family, sadly.
You dare challenge
I have been falsely accused. Hey, kitty. Hey, kitty. So there's a kitty in my face. And no, that's not a euphemism. It's a real cat. And it wants cuddles. Well, yeah, mm-hmm.
Bonk.
So who's excited for Indiana Jones, the DLC, dropping next week?
To see what Wadima posted on YouTube. Been with my wife 28 years. Keep flirting. Good advice.
That is good advice.
Yeah, I'm actually pretty pumped for the indie expansion. It was a very unexpected game. I think, as I said,
way, right?
yeah, I was not expecting to be that bothered by it. Like I said, I love the movies, but you know, after the first,
You're not like a giant indie fan.
No, it's just there is something really fun and cool
Yeah.
about some of the original, like 1 and 3 in particular. I also believe second movie definitely has its moments. So yeah, like the whole vibe of indie, but that's very difficult to capture in the game. And the amazing thing, the insight that they had at Machine Games, and maybe at Bethesda as well, because I know Todd Howard actually worked pretty closely with them in the early days to sort of get the ball rolling, and what kind of game this is going to be. It was to make it really funny. And there aren't actually that many funny computer games.
The battle reef tells me
No, that is true.
In the midst of like big threat and dramatic moments and sneaking and running and
your service to
there's like a crazy bit where you escape the Vatican City. I wouldn't say too much, but wow, it's like a set piece.
You mean when like you fly in the air and there is like flames chasing you and the fireworks?
Well, I was going to say there's the escape from the Vatican City is one of the coolest like showcase moments in a PC game I've seen in a long time, and then they completely top it 1 act later when you go to Shanghai and all of that stuff. Like holy shit, it is breathless. I immediately hit reload and played the whole thing again. Not the game, but like this particular action section where you cannot stop. It's just wild. So that was really fun. And yeah, it was just an unexpected delight of a game. Very, very different. Difficult to compare it to other games because I can't really think of any that kind of work like that. Uncharted is the obvious one, but it works quite differently to those. Yeah, very interesting. So I'm low-key quite pumped for that one. How about you, Maya? You looking forward to it or not so much? I know you didn't like indie quite as much as I did.
No, I don't think that's quite fair. I just didn't quite get a chance to play as much as... I'm not great with puzzles. I don't have patience for them. And there were some that were just a little bit tricky. Like, I was getting a little bit fed up. But to be fair, a lot of them I was quite happy with.
Yeah.
Like,
they were intuitive,
I think they
right?
just... Yeah, exactly. They were not just sort of random, something has to fit somewhere and work out. Well, that's bollocks, isn't it? So yeah, no,
the King of the Wood
I did like it. I just need to play it more. Basically, that's it.
Yeah, video game puzzles in video games aren't often that good. It's like, well, this.
Some puzzles make me question my education.
Yeah,
Nice one, Reese.
but it's true. Video games have a tendency to make us feel dumb and
or expect to regret.
discouraging us in a way that they're not supposed to, because they're essentially, it's a made-up puzzle. There's no inherent reason why this should go there, or it's just this goes here because the designer made it that way. That's the way it needs to be, because level design. Whereas the ones in indie have like an underlying logic, like, you know, going back to the Da Vinci Code and that sort of Dan Brown type thing. There's a logic to. There's no reason why that puzzle would ever exist in real life. It's not a thing. But, you know, in a world of Indiana Jones or Lara Croft or whatever. In a world.
You can't go straight after me. That just makes my attempt, like,
look at these
absolutely
two.
Laughable.
Look at these two ladies just hanging out.
Aw. I mean, what are they up to?
They're just, commandos.
They're commando?
Yeah, I don't
They're
mean
going commando?
They've gone commando. I think in that armor that would be rough.
I mean, what kind of underwear is going to make it not rough in that kind of outfit?
They do both look a
It's
little
gonna
bit
chafe,
sour.
no matter what you do.
Look at their lips; they're kind of pursed. Like, oh, this is chafing. I really want to scratch myself, but I can't.
Oh, that would be really
What
annoying.
would you rather go commando in, leather or metal? Like mail.
I'm going to go with leather. I don't know why.
You'd rather go commando in leather.
Either way, you're getting sweaty.
This is a weird conversation, yeah.
Well, you never know. When Maya shows up, all sorts of bollocks come up. That was weird. No, I'm not. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I'm not. That one's too easy. I'm not going after that low-hanging fruit. Leather would be softer.
Leather would be a bit softer, yeah.
Have you ever tried wearing leather trousers, though?
It's No, I don't think I like it.
I need to stick the waist
Either
round.
way.
What am I doing? So we're not going to do like the complete zone. Obviously, there are a bunch of little local quests that I haven't done.
The metal would feel cold.
Dear doesn't like it.
No! I'm gonna run away from you. Mister.
Right, where do we go?
Yeah, you're a cat. You're a dummy. You're a Duma cat. Yes, you are.
Debil Kochichka.
Yeah, he's a debil kochichka. It was very funny. We were in a shop where the owners had no idea that obviously we were Czech. Why would they, right? Well, I was Czech. He's not. But the guy said debil kochichka. Or you said debil kochichka, and he knew what it was.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, that was it. Because we were referring to Ted as that. Debil just means idiot, basically. But they just laughed, and it was funny. Kanmai, are you fans of Souls games? Not really.
Not enormous, but yeah.
Tried it.
It's. I need to play through all of them.
Yeah.
We were having a conversation about this earlier. But I'm like playing through a proper playthrough of Elden Ring. It's on my list of things I'm looking forward to. Unfortunately, the game was such a hit and is already such a classic that it never goes on sale. I think I've seen it for 10% off one time, and frankly, that's just not enough. I know that I should be prepared to pay the full amount, but it's been out for like 2 years now. Come on. Just put the damn thing on sale and I will buy it. Like at least a 50% off. But frankly, right now, there are other games I would rather spend £50 on, if I have to. Seinfeld in the 1500s. I was in the armor. But yeah, I love what FromSoft have done to that whole space. It's worthy of respect. The one thing I sometimes have an issue with, they can be overrated sometimes, and I think maybe they get a little more credit than they necessarily deserve for the lore. That's the thing that immersive sim type games have been doing for ages. That kind of incidental storytelling. And sometimes if you listen to fanboys on Reddit or whatever, it will seem like they genuinely think FromSoft invented gaming, which is just funny and a little bit crazy to me. But yeah, I really like that approach to storytelling. Let the player kind of do the work and do the digging. Yeah, FromSoft are known for being like that. Exactly. What is that Chinese game? Is that Black Myth, Wukong? Came out recently, but not recently. Ended up selling pretty well, probably because everyone in China bought it, but I don't think it's been on sale ever yet. Yeah, Wukong. They're making a sequel to that already. They just teased the tiniest little cinematic for it. I was quite interested in that, I'm not going to lie, because it was a bit like Elden Ring or a FromSoft type thing, but way less punishing. Like, we're really going to make you do this boss 100 fucking times before you can actually kill it. It was much more approachable, and you could, you know, maybe die a few times before you grokked how to beat the boss. And that appealed to me. That has a lot of the good things and few of the drawbacks of a FromSoft game. But then the developers or their publisher, I guess it was the publisher, behaved pretty abominably around its release and its promotion, and it really put me off, I have to say. You weren't, like, if you were streaming the game, you were forbidden from talking about the existence of feminism or homophobia or basically acknowledging that China exists as a place. Or that Xi Jinping is a person, because anything could be taken as criticism, and criticism of anything Chinese or anything like that was banned. It was like, look, you can get away with that in that country, but you shouldn't expect to act like that on the international stage. And I'm so done with people being greedy enough to just let people get away with that kind of behavior. I don't know, I didn't really know how to feel about it. Luckily, I wasn't like a big streamer that they'd asked to promote the game or anything, and I still definitely want to play it.
Just to clarify, it's not anyone who streamed it, it was sponsored streams.
Yeah, sure.
Obviously.
But everyone with which they had a relationship, they had to sign a contract saying they would not do these things.
I find that astonishing.
Throw the bloody pirates over the side.
And it's like if somebody asked me not to swear, like, fuck that.
I know it's a small thing, it's the promotion of a video game, but it is exactly how things work all the way across the wedge, and this is just the thin end of it. Is when people talk about being censored, and you can't make jokes about the things that you want to make jokes about, and the crazy censorship that we have in the West. I just want them to think about this as the starting point for what they're about to say next. Because yeah, there can be some tyranny around, oh, you're not allowed to say that. Absolutely. And there is a conversation to be had there, but like, we get so caught up in what we're used to that we just don't even consider what's normal and how much worse it could be. I don't know.
And I need help.
Well, okay. Let me just kill this mud crab. Yeah, die.
Poodle Poodle. So you've got like, what, another at least an hour in here, and then you're going to switch to Arena, right?
Yeah, we're going to do some Elder Scrolls 1 Arena in a little while. We're going to remind ourselves what started this entire crazy thing. And I'm sure everyone's seen it before, but don't worry, I'm not starting completely from scratch. I made sure that I at least got through the opening dungeon. So you guys...
I failed at that.
Honestly, I bet that is the vast majority of players just give the fuck up in that first dungeon. It's way too difficult.
Anyway, I'm going to have to love you and leave you, everyone. But I shall see you later.
Awesome. All right, well, I will put us back on a little BRB screen then. Please don't go anywhere. I will be back in just about 4 or 5 minutes maybe. Go and grab yourself a coffee, glass of water, whatever, have a smoke. And yeah, we'll be back. We'll be doing some more chat about gaming and Elder Scrolls and combat changes and what Zos needs to do, in our opinion, to make the world a better place. And,
bye.
Nothing less than that. But I'll see you back in a few minutes. Have fun. And I'm back. Welcome back. Thank you very much. Thanks for sitting tight. Sorry, I tried to put the BRB screen on, just left you with a view of my desktop and game instead. Whatever. Return to Monkey. I just saw that, Mike. And Mortal Shell having a Rotting Christ soundtrack sold me. I remember with some pride, one of my friends, when we were like 12, and we thought we were cool for being into... I don't know, what were we into back then? Like, I don't know, Papa Roach or some shit. And my friend was into Rotting Christ at the age of 12. And I thought that was so edgy, man.
When I went to bed last night, I dreamed of a fully laden ship docking in the harbor. I thought it was a good omen. Couldn't have been more wrong.
That's David Shaughnessy, isn't it? That's High Kinlord Rillis.
When I went to bed last night, I dreamed of a fully laden ship docking in the harbor. I thought it was a good omen. Couldn't have been more wrong. He was wading through the swamp with a handful of soldiers.
Yeah,
He
that's
looked
him.
greener than
That's the
water.
man.
But good luck to the Cat Lord, I say.
Do you know where he was going?
To the other end of the marsh. I've only seen the place from the Haven docks. Never thought I'd wade through it. If you're headed after the Cat Lord, cross the marsh and make for the walls. I'd wager he's by the gate.
Yeah, Moose. Oh my, it looks like you've won. What happened in Haven?
One moment I was nearly asleep, and the next I heard yelling. I looked outside and saw raiders with torches, so I leapt out the window and ran. That's right, completely nude all the way here. The fisherfolk loaned me some clothes. Good of them.
I don't remember this. I'm sure I spoke to the guy.
Never seen it before this evening.
Alright. Shit's going down in Haven. What's the wood elf lady? Oh, no, it's
This makes
Altmer.
little sense. How could pirates capture the largest port on the long coast without a fight?
Doesn't make a ton of sense. You are absolutely right. Well, thank you guys for waiting. While I was just dropping Maya back at work. She said she had a really, really nice hour and a half hanging out with us there. So thanks for that. It is a bit tiring coming home for your break and doing, like, more work. Streaming is a different kind of work, for sure. It can be quite draining, so yeah, that's always awesome. Always love it when she says, oh, that was a really fun one. I feel really invigorated after that. So thank you very much. And as we continue with Elder Scrolls Online story stuff, I'm thinking back to what we were talking about earlier in terms of favorite stories and why. I still think, for me, the Ebonheart Pact story in its entirety is the weakest for me, but basically just because it lacks the unifying figure of the monarch to sort of tie everything together. What's his name? Euron the Skull King is absent for most of it.
I can't be the last one.
Whereas here we've just done a zone with Queen Irene pretty much by our side every step of the way, and she's coming straight back as soon as we're done with this area. We're just being introduced to Garnish 3 because he's going to come back later. It just seems like it's much more, either it's much better worked out, or I don't know if they just had issues with Peter Stormare with the voiceover, or I don't think they did. Anoxero for base game. Yes, EP is the weakest. Not just me, but overall I thought Blackwood was the weakest. Yeah, I haven't done that one. So I guess I'll get back to you on that. I understand your concern about lack of supplies for the ritual, but you're forgetting there's a local mage's guild to raid for stores. Once you confirm they have the goods, send me word so we'd know to proceed. Gamma Ravenhair. I've forgotten so much of this. And to be honest, you know, we're not really giving it the chance to sink in, are we? Investigate Warlord Ingold. Let your lot fill their pouches, but the necromancers will need bodies for the plan to work. 10 cartloads should be enough, and look for bodies in the streets before you go about making any new ones. If the people of Haven see us bashing down their doors and dragging out corpses, they'll find courage beneath their fear. Geez, this is, again, the written word. Super dark. But Lord, for me, the worst stories were Blackwood and High Isle years. Yeah, fair enough. Why? Not to like interrogate or question your opinion. Just interested as to why, and that goes for you as well, Anno. Is there a reason you can put your finger on, or was it just like overall felt a little bit underwhelming? Isle was bad, but I still can't get over how bad Blackwood was. And the way they butchered Everly's character, she was annoying in the expansion. Blast Bones is just awesome. Just class. The Lord of High Isle, they promised political intrigue, which wasn't present, and Blackwood was just boring, no depth in the story. Yeah, I think... No, here we go. I don't care how, but I want that drugged Wamasu out of the hold and under Haven. It should fit through the old Imperial Aquifer outside the city walls. If we can't secure our escape route before the ritual completes, we're sunk. And don't jostle it. If it wakes angry, it starts melting support columns. We don't want the city to come down until after we're gone. Okay. Entered combat as I was jumping into the river. Whoops.
Some of Haven's guard arrived to defend the fisher folk and refugees. I thought to sneak along the beaches, see what I could learn. Then I saw you. So, what should we do?
I wonder if part of it is to do with... There's writing. There's storytelling, right? Storytelling. But then there's the type of storytelling you do on TV, in video games, in a novel, in a comic, in a movie. And even within that, there are different approaches and genres and all that kind of shit. Is this game appropriate to play with friends? Absolutely. That's literally what it's for. This is an MMO. So, yeah, it works super well. It works way better if you've got a couple of friends, or just one, even. But frankly, it works pretty well as a solo game as well, because it's the Elder Scrolls. So many people come to this game wanting to play it solo that the devs have really catered to that crowd in a way that perhaps they shouldn't have, but whatever, they've done it. But, yeah, about the writing thing, I wonder if there's an element of, right, I'm writing for a video game, and you start from that premise rather than coming up with a story that would work anywhere. A story that would work in a book, as a movie, in a TV series, something which is just inherently dramatic and interesting, and something which the reader or the gamer or whatever wants to explore and learn more about. And if you have that, surely a skilled writer can chop it up into a way which works for the medium, but not in a way which undermines the key dramatic beats and components of that story. But if you start the other way around, right, we need to make a TV show. What story works for TV? I think if the pressure's on you to churn out this new narrative arc every year, it's got to be tricky to do it the way I just described. Like, it's like saying to a musician, go, create, or to a writer or whatever. It's difficult. Inspiration has to come from somewhere. Anox, in terms of lore, the story made no sense. We're talking about Blackwood here. Especially if you're a member of the Dark Brotherhood. And like Belorda said, after all the hype about political intrigue... Okay, no, we're talking about High Isle, sorry. Like Belorda said, after all that hype about political intrigue, and they delivered a paper-thin fanfic that a child would write. Yeah. I know what you mean. I will confess that, yeah, I truly lost hope for the game. Thought they'd given up on the game and moved their better resources to some other project. Well, they had moved some of their resources, but it really felt like the overall plot of both expansions were written by someone who was totally unaware of the background lore of the universe. Interesting. Like, Firesong had an epic escape in one quest, and it was completely bugged for me. Died like 5 to 6 times because the mechanic didn't work. It was just a real bad ending to a whole terrible year of story. This year is when I'm tentatively slightly more positive. I thought the story on Solstice, it's part 1, so it's hard for it to be a real banger, but it was cool. Just, I think as I said in that video we did about it, it hits different when you recognize the characters and when they behave like they know you. And the enemies know you as well. Ugh, you're that guy. We hate you. You know, this kind of thing. It just hits a little bit different. I thought they did quite well with that. But it wasn't an earth-shatteringly original narrative progression. Like, the way that the plot moves forward was fairly typical.
Really? What are the Jackdaws planning?
It's always been a weak point for the Elder Scrolls for me. The world, fantastic. The characters, the setting, or the lore, it's all really, really interesting. But the ability of the developers to tell good, compelling stories, narrative-based storytelling, it's very hard. It's much more to do with like a vibe, you know, than plot point A leads to B leads to C. Partly because when you give the player that much freedom, you have very little control over the way they experience it. Anyway, they're bringing bodies to the fort for some kind of ritual.
What? Why would pirates do such a thing? We must get to the fort and stop them. But if they hold the fort, they must have the gates locked. How could we get in?
Play the game again chronologically, so you had a lot of, hey, it's you again moments, Belorda. Yeah, gotcha. We can get in through the aquifer. It's handy that she's right next to it. Oh, how do we get in? I just happen to be right next to it. Things like that. That's just a small thing that we don't care about, but it does undermine what the action and the dialogue are in contrast to one another, you know? Any excuse to get into the sewers, always fun. Also, I love the way that Puncturing Sweep lights up the room. Even Blast Bones. That's a lot of fun. Oh, better hurry up. It's coming up to 5 o'clock. We're going to need to do some arena fairly soon. I did not mean to ult. How embarrassing. Yeah, I would love it. We were talking about earlier the blast bones that would just stay on you for a while. That'd be so nice, wouldn't it? Anox also playing it chronologically, and the most amusing part of the experience is that I've come to accept that my Vestige character is a bit of an amnesiac dumbass, considering he asks about the Daedra in every other conversation. Yeah, again, that's another shortcoming of writing for... I think that's the writers of this game allowing themselves to be victims of genre convention. The constraints of writing for an MMO. Right, so one of the things that you have to consider is that players could have come from any activity. You have no idea what they were doing last. This is the way, right? Yeah. Just that quest mark was a little bit dodgy. So you constantly have to waste a huge amount of budget. They only have so many lines that they can afford to record and have room for in the game. They literally have budgetary constraints around this. Voiceovers are extremely expensive. So they have a limited number of words and things that the NPCs can say, and they have to blow, I don't know, 30%, maybe more, on just garbage repetition of stuff that anyone who's paying the remotest bit of attention should already know. I don't think this is a mistake. Like, the devs know exactly what they're doing, but are they right to cater to that type of player? Surely that type of player is just skipping the dialogue anyway. I don't know. I'd love to know the answer to that. Because you're absolutely right, Anox. You know, that's the thing that you keep in counter. And you ask the question, because it's there. It's dialogue. We know that the voiceovers are expensive, so we want to kind of want to hear all of them.
You've done it.
Sometimes they're fun and interesting. They add a little bit of extra texture or info, backstory. But you end up just hearing the same shit again and again and again. There's also, whenever a quest involves a MacGuffin, which is very often, oh, you'll need this enchanted amulet, or you'll need this magic stone or doodad to do the thing that you need to do. And they will repeat the name for it like 20 times. Again, just to idiot-proof the quests. Again, I'm not convinced that that's something that they need to do. Oh, that was, that was Gyamia, apparently. Because the players who don't play chronologically or only play 1 month a year. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. They've got these constraints, and they have to work around them, and they've made the decision, a little bit like not separating PvE and PvP. They've made that decision, and they're sticking to it, and that's why we get these things. Like, I don't blame the devs. I mean, they have to include it for new players, but for continuous veteran players, it always sounds hilarious. So my headcanon is that the character is amnesiac. I like that. And I like the use of headcanon as well. Whenever I use that term, people ask me, what are you talking about? Headcanon, what's that? And Gilly, one thing I found funny was when I did the Ebonheart Pact story for the first time. Just did a quest for Almalexia. Next, I met a priestess of Almalexia, and she asked me if I had heard of her. My main is a Dunmer, so especially funny. Alex is silly, but I like to roleplay my characters into the oddities of the game world. Makes for interesting stories. Well, it's immersion breaking, is what you're talking about. This is a big deal in the psychology of user experience in gaming.
Greetings, my friend. You did it.
How bad are you hurt?
They won't tell me. That means it's bad, isn't it? I'm going to die. Truly, your words bring me hope.
Aww.
Lord Garishri isn't here, is he?
Hey, not pure. Yeah, in the Elder Scrolls Arena
Arouse
section.
The people of Haven against the pirates. Please.
Also, can't still raid you.
Him with my fate.
We're in the Elder Scrolls arenas? What the fuck? Why? Oh, that's hilarious. Still can't radio. Hope you have a wonderful stream. Thanks, Pure. Take it easy. Have a good weekend.
I die from wounds justly earned.
Yeah, they give her a little bit of dialogue like that. Then suddenly you care about that. If it's just someone, oh, Kazagi is dying. You're like, who? What? When they make her say, they won't tell me how bad it is, that means I'm dead meat, right? Suddenly that does move the needle, at least for me. But Lord, also in the past they dropped the player into the newest expansion like they never met any Daedra. Yeah, exactly. It's the nature of a game that goes on for this long. I get it. But I think it is okay to make fun of and criticize as well. Baba Jester, it's not to idiot-proof the quest. It's advertising for when they release the item as a cosmetic in the Crown Store. How's it going, Jester? How you doing? You having a good Saturday? I hope so. You are just in time for a little bit of Elder Scrolls Arena. Absolutely badasses. Look at them. They look so pleased with themselves. Yeah. We caught ourselves a Necro. Alright, Garishri, what's up?
Ha! I knew you'd done it the moment those undead fell to tatters. Half of the pirates surrendered on the spot. They must have thought whatever you did to the undead would happen to them next.
Pirate leader's dead?
This means three things. First, you were instrumental in cracking.
Yeah, we get it.
I'd like to know why General Endare pulled her Jade Dragoons.
Kazagi is seriously wounded.
But the last I saw, she was carving her way through undead warriors. How bad is it?
Seems bad. She didn't want you to worry.
Nonsense. I'll send for Mages Guild healers to treat her immediately. Don't you worry about Lieutenant Kazarki. She fought like she was born with 6 claws. There's no way she'll go without a fight.
Not yet, Jester, but I'm going out for hibachi tonight. So things are looking up. Nice. Alright. Tell us more. We're talking meats, we're talking... I don't know. What do you normally have on hibachi? It's normally meats, right? Skewered meats and the like. Pure good luck on all the questing, mate. I must sleep, but I'll catch you soon. Also, thank you very much for the builds. Been good fun running with them in content. Great to hear. Thanks so much for the kind words and for the support. I will talk to Maya about the YouTube thing and we'll see if we can fix it. Well, thank you either way. Have an awesome Saturday and, yeah, sleep well.
First hope, so much death. I hear the place still smells of fire and death.
But Lord, I like playing the base game main story as a necromancer when Abner tells you, we'll make a necromancer of you yet. Yeah. Yeah, we did that just yesterday, didn't we? Fun stuff. What is next? It's Elden Root time. I wonder how many people want me to go to do Elder Scrolls Arena right now so we can get a full hour at least? Or would you rather I wait a little bit so we can do a little bit more here? I'm kind of good either way, to be honest. Quite enjoying hanging out with all these elves and Khajiit again. Feels good. Ah, but also questing Auridon at the moment. My Arc tank got his soul back 2 days ago and started Cadwell's Silver for the 7th time. Nice. Where am I headed? We need to... Oh, yeah, we need to go upstairs, don't we? Talk to the king. Scordo. That's the Solstice quest, isn't it?
You'll hate to ask, but I could use some help.
Yeah. We'll be back to see you later, buddy. He has no idea who I am. Hate to ask. By the time we talk to him, he'll know all about us, man. Although a lot of the Scordo stories aren't quite the main story, are they? The one in Cold Harbor, I think, is. Like, that is mandatory. But I think the one in Southern Elsewhere with him is just a side quest. I believe that's correct. Gilly-chan and the Aldmeri Dominion quests, Altmer NPCs will comment if you're an Altmer or not. In an EP quest, there is a Nord who absolutely hates Dunmer. I expected him to comment on me being a Dunmer, but he didn't mention it. Yeah, they have to see that stuff coming, don't they? But yeah, making the immersion breaking part of the game. But Lord, I got 4 soul-driven motif books stored, and 2 characters already learned it. Wicked. Baba Jester, usually just fried rice with beef and shrimp or scallops. Oh. Hey, those 5 companions tables look cool as hell when you put them together like that. Looks like either a cool weapon or a fan blade or something. Prince Naaman, I remember you. So we're already seeing familiar faces from...
The prince is thoroughly engaged at the moment.
from the previous zone. But around here, it's like the last place left with tiki cocktails, 1 bucket of rum, and 2 straws. Hell yeah! Oh, now I'm jealous. And I'm having steak tonight and probably a bottle of red wine. Scordo is part of the main story in Daggerfall Covenant. That's true, yeah. True. Gilly-chan was just about to comment on that too. I will take the rice and beef, you can keep the rest. Oh, what, the prawns and the scallops? You're kidding. It's like the best stuff. Alright. Frying red lentil patties at the moment. Ooh. Alright, we gotta cut it out with the food chat. Or else we gotta ramp it up.
One to approach so fearlessly. Give me a good reason to speak with you. I'll make it seem like you're here at my request. Otherwise, my subjects will think you cut the line and start sizing you up for dinner.
That is a fun voiceover as well. I like that. Queen Irene sent me, bitch.
How thoughtful. I could hardly turn down such a generous gift. How are you at building embassies? Good question. You wish to serve the Comoran throne? You can start by asking Prince Naaman why his people aren't fulfilling their promises. He's the one who seems to have the entire Elden Tree lodged up his flue. I can say that. I'm the king.
I immediately am enjoying the way that this character is written very differently from Raz or Irene or any of the NPCs on Auridon. There's just a totally different and fresh flavor to him. He's cutting the crap, he's making jokes. Not a big deal. The fact that they got the voice actor to do what he does as well is great.
Enough. Don't leave your mouth to hang agape. That again, my sister, Queen Irene, foolishly.
And this is the same voiceover as Sirion from the Banished Cells.
Everything was to be handled through Ambassador Tarinwe
You know?
at the Ultima Embassy.
Stay your tongue, Varanil.
No, you don't get to question me. Not after you slew High Kin Lady Estri. I suppose that's my burden. Very well. I won't give you the satisfaction of doubting my loyalty.
Oh, you can't eat seafood. Well, fair enough.
Asking after the Khajiit?
I'm not gonna lie, that would suck, but not everyone loves seafood as much as I do. I guess when your family is Danish, and my dad in particular is an absolute seafood maniac.
Ask a stonemason. I have to promote. Oh, we need to be unified against our enemies, and having a high elf in charge is paramount to our success. But do we really need all this coddling?
Yeah, all right. We don't need to talk to him. We are pressing on.
You're not one for waiting in lines, are you?
So notice people are dodging my question about, you know, why some stories are better than others. I don't blame you guys. It's difficult to put your finger on it sometimes. Like, you know which one you prefer, but if we're asked why, we're not always sure. And we may need to look at it a second time before we can really, like, grok why we didn't like that thing or why we do like that other thing. I don't know. That's the way I am anyway. Sometimes it's very clear to me because there's a specific thing that I really don't like about a movie or a piece of quest design or storytelling, whatever it is. Other times, you just know that it didn't hit you the way that other things have done, and you're wondering why.
Come out! Come out and talk to us.
I like stories which catch me emotionally. I love octopus. Oh no. You can't have seafood, but you love octopus. Yes, stories which surprise or move the emotional needle. For sure. That's a good start.
I suppose a wanderer like you.
Just a story where you care what happens. It sounds so simple, but actually, not that easy. Of course, we're always somewhat interested in, like, oh, what happens next? But cheap writing does that J.J. Abrams or Damon Lindelof thing from Lost, where they just put an inexplicable mystery up in front of your face and just rely on innate human curiosity. Ooh, that's a crazy thing. I wonder how that happened. And then if you're lucky, the writer will come up with a decent justification after the fact. But better writing is stuff that makes you inherently interested. I care about these people and what is happening to them. And video games struggle with that quite a lot. One of the most amazing games of that is Cyberpunk, for sure.
Then I can't let you inside. Her instructions were very specific. No one gets in without her written permission. The Khajiits could riot. That would be bad. Very bad. What?
We just, yeah. I could have sworn. Time for my cigarette break. Merkmeyer, I was crying like a little girl. The story was just good for me. Well, there we go. Good storytelling should provoke something like that. It should have heart. Shouldn't it?
Where is the guard? And what are you doing here?
This guy, so irate. Video game storytelling is also very mechanical, so it's easy for that heart stuff to get lost. During Guild Wars 2 stories, I cried so much. Really? Really? I thought Guild Wars 2 was not all that when it came to stories. But I've never touched it. I took one look at the cutesy little animals and mounts, and I was like, that is probably not for me. But I've got some friends who really love that game. And at least one who left ESO specifically so they could spend more time in Guild Wars. He was saying it was all about the combat system and the performance. The reason he left ESO was because server performance was particularly bad at that time. He's like, I never have this issue in Guild Wars. This is pathetic. I'm out of here. It was a real shame.
You there. We need to talk. Saw you standing over the body of a dead wood elf. Nearly put an arrow in your throat. Good thing I recognise you. Azerith, Bindask Ranger. We work directly for King Camoran Eridon. Saw you earlier in the phone.
Papa Jester, still haven't done the Merkmeyer story. I keep meaning to. Same with Dark Brotherhood. Dark Brotherhood is actually one of my favorites. Dark Brotherhood and Thieves Guild. I think Thieves Guild is better, but they paint little portraits of these characters that are just interesting. And it's got nothing to do with the fact that they're Dark Brotherhood or Thieves Guild or anything like that. I just like the way those characters are constructed for a game like this. It's pretty smart and different. And I think crucially that is a thing that they were trying to be doing. You could maybe criticizing it for... You could maybe criticize the Thieves Guild one especially for being a little bit woke. I wouldn't criticize it for that. But for saying, oh, we are going to represent the underrepresented. But frankly, that made it more interesting. And it's also a good thing to try to have a broader spectrum of characters that we can talk to and interact with, and like experiences that we can just get a little flavor of. Obviously, they're fantasy characters; it's not real, but
So
the
you're
story
standing
is
over
still
the body of a
real.
dead
You know what I
wood
mean?
elf. Nearly put an arrow in your throat. Good thing I recognize you. I know enough. The king suspects Ambassador Tarinway has been up to no good. Little things, some of her associations. But he can't accuse his allies of undermining the whole alliance. Ambassador Tarinway used criminals to smuggle supplies. Never directly, but enough for us to notice. I'm not saying she had these stonemasons killed, but I'd like to ask her myself. Problem is, there's nothing we can do while she's in the Altmer embassy. If she left the embassy, she knows.
I remember being a little bit disappointed by this the first time. That it's like, oh, we dealt with the Veiled Inheritance. Oh, wait. They're still back? It's a little bit like those, the new trilogy of Star Wars films. Oh, really? It's just the same enemies again? Like, it's perfectly believable that, you know, a vanquished enemy still has, you know, covert sympathies and agents that are sort of lurking in the shadows, plotting vengeance or whatever. But I don't know, I just would rather have had something fresh. But Lord is saying, go for Murkmire, it's really nice. Brotherhood was not that good. The Brotherhood storyline itself isn't. It's the characters who meet along the way. Same with the Thieves Guild, in my opinion.
Orcs are all about honor and all that, yeah? I wonder if he really tricked me.
So you're going to come down here? I don't have to grind anymore to be able to do the Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, that's true. Although you level up pretty easily just in tandem with doing the quests. Like then, still remember using an add-on for grinding Thieves Guild levels. Really?
They call this place the Middens because it's where all the refuse ends up. We clear them out now and again, but they always come back. Necessary evil, I'm told.
Are you certain the ambassador is inside?
Spoke with someone I trust. She's definitely here.
He's very quick to trust us, isn't he? This guy. Here's where a lot of the wood elves eat people comes from, is from this section, isn't it? Papa Jester, come to think of it, I still haven't done the Ebonheart Pact Zone quests. They're going to pull my RP card. Oh no! Get on it, you know, they don't take that long to do. The dialogue is always quite interesting. What's she up to?
Do a poor elf a favour. Kill as many of the bastards who've brought their filth in here as you can. They've beat us down, taken our things, and gotten some of us strung out on skooma. It's awful.
The wood elf pronunciation of skooma. That's quite fun.
Could you help me out?
So the unhoused of Elden Root, at least they live underground, like not out in the open, the wind and the rain. Supremacist soldier.
Prince Naaman sent someone to the embassy. We have to leave before we're discovered.
So the ambassador?
On your feet. You're coming with me.
Why?
Just the
Where are
siphon.
you taking me?
That's hilarious. My god, there's so much green.
To King Camoran Eredon, where you'll answer for crimes against the Dominion.
You'll have me killed and served for dinner.
Only if you're proven guilty. And if you are, none of us could stomach you.
Covetous Countess. Is that the name of the add-on, really?
Good working with you. I'll take her from here. You should inform the king of the good news.
And all the supremacists who were enemies, they're now just chill. They're not hostile anymore now that we've arrested one of theirs. Doesn't make a ton of sense, but whatever. Just, yeah, I should. I'm going to need more skill points on a lot of my tunes thanks to subclassing. It's pretty fucking cool down here. Oh, there are still some hostiles. I see. Sticky Claw. Man, I've forgotten all of this. Sticky Claws? I don't remember them at all. Feel bad just coming down here and fucking it all up.
The itching, it just won't stop.
So I'm guessing she's one of the ones strung out on skooma. They keep chasing me. Alright, that's my new favorite thing. Summoning a blast bones and then running past them. Hello. Bonk. Man, lots of, like, naughties down here. Undesirables, you know? I like that. That's cool world building. Balorda. It allowed you to only accept the Countess quest, so just port to a Countess, give the laundered stuff to her, and return. Why would I be killed on sight by the law? I must have done something. Camel Dessert. Welcome on in. Yeah, Elder Scrolls Online, baby. All day we've been playing this. 6 and a bit hours already. We're going to be flipping on over to the Elder Scrolls 1 Arena pretty soon. Because this is day 2 of Ninjapol's September GAMESFEST, where we are playing as much Elder Scrolls story as we can cram into the month. Hopefully all of it.
Fate summons you, champion.
And as many other games as we can also every evening. Going to fire up a different game. Who's ready, in fact? Should we do it now?
How foolish you are to think you could get away with a crime.
Yeah, whatever.
I applaud your good sense. The bounty is paid.
Let's just finish this quest. Mass Effect when? Well, not this week. Bethesda week. Also, Mass Effect is a pretty shit game to watch. I'm just gonna... I don't know. Am I wrong about that? Is a very good set of games in a lot of other ways, but there's not much in the way of spectacle. Certainly in the first one.
Is this the tallest tree in all of
I don't know, but we'll definitely give it a go. I guess we'll find out. When do you do the teaching trials? Maya keeps not arranging them when I ask, but it's also a little bit tricky. They're generally going to be in the evenings EU time, so between 5 and 9 p.m. UK... yeah, 5 and 9 p.m. Central European time. And 6 to 10 p.m. UK time, give or take. But we need to get the next one scheduled in for the coming week. Right, here we go.
You've returned. What have you learned of the Khajiit embassy?
Yeah, the ambassador conspired against the Dominion. Would you believe it?
Oh, good. Nothing I enjoy more than talk of conspiracy. Did the ambassador have a manifesto? They usually have manifestos. No matter. I trust you resolved it.
I forgot how great this guy was. They usually have manifestos. That's genuinely funny. He's just like, oh, fuck. Well, it is what it is. Yeah, we captured her.
Splendid. I'll allow you the honor of informing Prince Naaman. Why not tell him the duly selected High Elf ambassador was working against the very Dominion she pledged to support? I'll sit in my throne and try not to gloat.
Yeah, this guy kicks ass. Why all the love for Queen Irene? This guy's way cooler. You pretend you didn't hear that, just I mean, do you think that's wrong? I'm perfectly happy to be corrected on that point. I've never tried streaming Mass Effect, but I've played it, and I feel like there's just not a lot of spectacle there. In the same way that I massively enjoy playing Dawn of War, but I don't think that... We'll probably try and stream that, and then we'll find out. But yeah, with Dawn of War, I guess you can get in and zoom in and look at all your units, and that's kind of fun.
I heard what you said to the king. Ambassador Tarinway, a traitor, my wife's killer, a loyal servant, and I, Queen Irene's representative in Eldenroot, required to thank you for your efforts. Very well. I'll provide no reason to question my duty to the Dominion.
This guy's definitely gonna betray us. Like, he's basically telling you.
We'll interrogate Ambassador Tarinway until we know the extent of her treason. Then she'll die, as all traitors must. But, no. Ambassador Tarinway's betrayal could not have been more absolute. She knew the details of the ratification ceremony, which puts Queen Irene at risk. It's my sister's own fault.
Ooh.
She thought to appease the Sylvanar and the Maid. The ratification ceremony ends with the orrery, an ancient device beneath Eldenroot. It will divine Queen Irene's capacity to become Empress, or some such. But Ambassador Tarinway, doing so...
So the next stage of conspiracy is all there. Alright. Fit to rule. I remember this bit. I remember a surprising amount, but I've also forgotten some very, very cool things. Like all that stuff down in the midden. That was really fun. Really interesting. It gives you the sense, even though it's very, very superficial, gives you the sense of an underworld. Which, like we were talking about before, you know, the size of the towns in this game, they're pathetically small clusters of buildings that are supposed to be towns and cities. The illusion kind of works, but it's a bit of a magic trick. Anyway, I guess we will leave it there with the Elder Scrolls Online, and let's hop on over to the Elder Scrolls Arena. He's so jealous that he isn't king. Bubba Jester, honestly, I think it's one of those games that's fun to watch for people who've already played through it. I bet that's true, for sure. Yeah. Mass Effect 2 and 3 are more generally appealing, especially the co-op. Yeah, never even tried that. Never even played 3. Never installed it. Because never finished the second one. Every time I try with Mass Effect, I just get a bit bored. Like, I love BioWare games, and I like the companion interactions and all that stuff. There's nothing wrong with the game. There's always something else which draws my attention away. And I've tried like 4 times with that series. All right. Here we are. Look how old school. Hey, Aaron, welcome back. Mass Effect, I think it is really, really good. I just need to... Hang on, let's... We'll maybe restart this in just a moment. Beloved at the small towns for years. Yeah, you just gotta... You just sort of gotta get over it, haven't you? But it is quite strange. Like, I'll watch Mass Effect 1 all day, but I've also played it an unreasonable amount. Well, thank you for saying that. It just gives me more reason to go back and finally crush it. Also, Maya and I, the last time I tried, I think I would have got further, but Maya and I were kind of playing it together, and she got really bored. Like, whenever I would, you know, we'd, like, hot seat it, so, oh, you take over for a little bit. And she just wasn't interested. I think it was because the gunplay in Mass Effect is so shit, the first one. So she was like, either give me an isometric clicker, where I just click on the enemies and line up my attacks, or make it an actual shooter. Like this sort of weird middle ground. It was really bugging her. I don't want to speak for her, maybe she'd contest that, but... But yeah, welcome back, Erin! What does MMORPG stand for? Many men online, role-playing girls. Female Shep is the best. Male Shep didn't feel as badass. I tried as both. So they were both pretty cool. But yeah, Femme Shep is Jennifer Hale. So... yeah, let's close this and start again. So you guys can see the 30-year-old jank in all its glory. I mean, it's not that janky, to be honest. And Gilly Chan, if I remember rightly, a dev once said, the towns and cities in games should always be counted times 100 to be more accurate for how big they're supposed to be. But of course, you can't do that in game. Exactly, yeah. I mean, you can now. The best techniques are passed on by the survivors. Gaiden Shinji, Blade Master, First Era 947. Here we go. For centuries, different factions battled in petty wars and border conflicts until Second Era 896. Tiber Septim crushed all those who opposed him and took control, proclaiming himself as Emperor. Still, the bitter years of war had its effect on the populace. The name Tamriel, Elvish for Dawn's beauty, seldom fell. Oh, bollocks. Different sides of the same coin tossed every day. The people of the known world began calling the land of their sorrow the Arena. Now, 492 years after the Tiber Septim took control and kept the peace, the land of Arena has a new threat. The Emperor Uriel Septim VII celebrates his 43rd birthday. It is said that hope flies on death's wings. Prepare then, for as the Elder Scrolls foretold, it will be here that your adventure begins. So who hasn't seen this before? This is the old school, the original Elder Scrolls game from 1994? Absolutely crazy. Yeah, Jester, yeah. It gets much better after 1 and then 3, yeah. And hey, Happy, how's it going? Never played this. Male Shepherd is great. Mark Meir does a great job. He does. Problem is, he's up against Jennifer Hale, who's a legend. It's a little bit like Cyberpunk. I really love the voiceover of the male V. He's kind of cool. He just sounds like a fucking badass. But then the female V sounds so much more interesting. There's so much character in delivery. There's yeah, for Maya, she can't play as the male V anymore. She says, I don't think it's quite that black and white. But yeah, he just gets outclassed. Never played any other Elder Scrolls game, but Lord, whoa, what? I don't think I knew that. Gilly Chan played it for 24 minutes, then gave up, couldn't get into the controls. It's not as bad as it seems, but yeah, it's rough. Let's do a start, and then I'll load a. Look how old school. Also, that's a different Uriel Septim. So there's Jagar Tharn, Imperial Battle Mage. Distant ancestor, or distant descendant, rather, of Abner Tharn. Game volume is a little bit loud. Whoa. Let's generate, because that's pretty funny. Okay, so you can't see it yet. But up in the sky, there's the thief, the warrior, and the mage constellations. So each time we answer a question, I can't actually... I can't do anything now. Might have to restart. God damn it. Come on, Arena. Get it together. Never even attempted. It is tough. It's actually quite tough to get into. Mostly because the starting dungeon is brutally difficult. It's very MIDI, yeah, Moose, right? It was free a few years ago, exactly. Yeah, buried somewhere in my never touched games on Steam. Already broke it. But you see what I mean? Like, it is set not long... Like, the intro here, Second Era 896, that's only like 300 and bit years after ESO. So, the time of Tiber Septim and, like, the setup for all of the original series of games is kind of coming. But it's much more of a generic fantasy setting in a way which is really cute. Looking back, yes, we saw all this. Emperor Euroseptim the 4th. It's not the 4th. It's the 7th. But whatever. And yes, that is Tharn's great nephew or some shit. As in Abnathan. And yeah, he takes on the appearance of the Emperor. Summons a bunch of Daedra to act as his Imperial Guard. Alright, let's generate the class. 10 questions shall be asked that will determine the path of your destiny. The scroll bars roll the parchment up or down. Use A, B, or C to answer the question. So this is very familiar. We're not going to do it properly. I'm just going to read the first one. Your father sends you on a task which you loathe, cleaning the stables. On the way there, pitchfork in hand, you run into your friend from the homestead near your own. He offers to do it for you in return for a future favor of his choosing. Do you A, decline his offer? Have I got scroll lock on or something? Well, I'm not able. I'm just going to press A to everything. This is not the class we're actually doing. I just wanted to show you guys. Look, so that is a warrior question. Can you see that? That he lights up. I'm just pressing A to every single one. That was a mage. And the more questions that align with the warrior or the mage or the thief, the more that constellation lights up. Come on, that's pretty cute. For a game this old. And these are literally the same... They're so similar to the ones we still have in ESO. Isn't that crazy? So we're not actually making a real character here. We're just messing around. From where dost thou hail, Bobo the Archer? Yeah, I love that they use the same questions for TES 3. Some of them are very similar. I'm not sure. Are they all the same? Maybe so. Alright, where are we from? You can't be an Imperial. That doesn't exist in this game. But look, all of the others, it's already there. It's crazy how well established everything already is. You can't be an Orc either. If you're from High Rock, you're just a Breton. Ah, Hypergris Elder Scrolls with Doom, Hex, and Heretic graphics and sound. Alright, Happy. Where do you want me... We're not actually going to play this character. I've got a High Elf Sorcerer ready to go. But, where... Come on. We get a little description. Where do you want to be from? Bobo the Archer from Somerset. Done. Thou hast chosen Somerset, land of the High Elves. Wouldst thou accept this as thy home? Aren't you glad that they abandoned that? That's so silly. No Tamriel. It's all Tamriel, baby. Morrowind. I asked Happy first, but yeah, we accept that as thy home. Then thou wilt be known as the archer Bobo, who wouldst call Somerset, land of the High Elves, his home. So silly. Know ye this, also, thy race is tall and stately, for thou art kings among princes. Thy people were first on this land to breathe the spring air, and first to leap, nimble with the wind. Thine eyes canst see all, even when naught is out but the mistress of the night. It's so corny, I love it. And then it gives you some tips. Let thy fate be written in the Elder Scrolls. So, yeah, we're not going to worry about that. Oh, right, we have to... As soon as I'm out of character select, I'm just going to load a pre-made character. But I just think it's fun to see where the series began. And if you've been to Sentinel, don't you recognize these arched columns? And the striped pattern? Like, that's totally in ESO. Not a coincidence.
Do not fear, for it is I, Ria Silne.
Some extremely rudimentary voiceover.
You have been left in it now to die.
I remember the first time I tried this game when I was like, I don't know, 25 or something, 20, maybe a bit younger, 23. And this looked so much like my mate's mum.
In that act of arrogance, he had made his first mistake. Look to the north wall of the cell. You will find a ruby key which will unlock the door. Take it and make your escape. The passages here were once used by Thorn to hide treasures.
Yeah, given the limits the devs had at the time, it's a very clever system. I completely agree.
You can gather enough to support yourself away.
Dark blue dots on a black background.
Be careful. There are many creatures which inhabit the sewers now. Vile rats.
Maybe going 3D was a downgrade. Yeah, the pixel art is really good. It's really, really good.
Only my powers as a sorceress keep me between this.
So she, in case you missed it in the beginning,
That power, however, is waning.
she just died. Jigathan, she was his student, and he kills her because she's about to warn the Imperial Council, the Elder Council, of his treachery.
Travel west from this cell, then south. You will find a ship's gate. It will transport you far enough from the center of the Empire that you should be safe. If you survive these sewers, you will see me again.
Remember, Bobo.
has taken on the guise of the Emperor. No one will gainsay his word for yours. I will come to you again in your dreams, so it is imperative that you rest from time to time. In that way, I will be able to communicate with you and lend my aid. You are entering a dangerous arena, my friend, one in which the players are beings beyond your mortal comprehension. I do not envy your role. There is, however, a power within you as yet untapped.
Just gonna turn off the kitty.
Gained experience in the world. You are my last and best hope.
Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. So this is how you start. It's an Elder Scrolls game. So where do we start? You awaken to the drip of water from somewhere above. The cell walls are covered in slime, as are the chains which hang from above. Your eye, however, immediately goes to a strange ruby glint from the corner of your cell. So, you know, Oblivion, it literally starts like that. It's a lot of fun. So this is, it sets the tone for so much of what's coming. Where's your character wearing latex leggings? Yeah, I'm underwater, please help. Right, let's load up a different game. Oh, wrong one. So it was actually sound, and I actually got ahead of this. So we're at the exit, Ahead of you, you see the shimmering field of the shift gate. So we're actually at the exit. That's the sound of a monster coming. It's a pretty big dungeon. And it's full of, like, genuinely tough enemies. But you have absolutely nothing to fight them with. A lot of them are just rats. And check this out. You right-click and then drag your sword across the screen. That is the control scheme. Oh! There we go. I found 30 gold! Balorda. You couldn't afford leather ones? Yeah. I didn't want to be going commando in metal or leather, frankly. Latex was the way. But in the same way that Doom had the little grunting monsters as they move around and try and figure out where you are, this game is the same thing. I'm not sure what that thumping is, but I think it's a big enemy coming. By the way, I'm using the mouse only for moving the cursor. The camera is moved by the arrow keys, as you probably gathered. Next question, why leggings at all? The answer would alienate you. Now I really want to know, why leggings? According to the wisdom of Balorda. Why not leggings? I've got to admit, alright? This is a very male thing to say. I get it. I'm not, like, trying to say that everyone should dress for my convenience. But sometimes if I'm driving and I do see a jogger, specifically a lady jogger, but honestly, a male jogger would have much the same effect on me working, you know, working it. And they're wearing those, like, skin-colored leggings that make it look like they're completely butt naked. You do definitely do a double take when you see that. It's just human nature. So I don't appreciate it when people are jogging along the side of the road with that outfit. You know what I mean? Anyway, let's get out of here. How much voiced is this? Almost not at all. There's Rhea Sylmaine. She comes to you in dreams. In dreams I walk with you. Hey, it's nighttime, so there's almost never anyone awake. There's a fucking crusty juggler, and we can talk to him. Who are you? Good day. It's nighttime, dumbass. I'm Solomon Jorarin. And if you think you've got problems, listen to this. What did the High Elf woman say after she was told she was pregnant? Is it mine? Now, what's thy story? What? Rumors. So every city, most of this game is procedurally generated, which is kind of mind-blowing. So the way that it works, in order to find out where anything is, the first time you visit that town, you just have to ask them. You have to ask people, oh, it's northwest of here. Oh, it's east of here. Let's ask them about general rumors. Moose, I do appreciate it. The good news is that this year's harvest looks as good as last year's. What the hell do you know? You're a juggler. I should also put away my weapon. It's a bit rude, isn't it? I'm also going to turn up the CPU cycles a little bit. Does he start juggling faster? He totally does. I'm turning down the frame rate by forcing DOSBox to run on fewer CPU cycles per second. So the frame rate is literally tied to how fast your computer is. And turning it back up to 30,000 and the juggling speeds up a bit. Flesh color is one thing, but see-through? Yeah, yeah. It's just the leggings question. It's a little bit like once Praetorian was doing a PvP session with us on a Saturday morning. And it was an incredibly hot day in the summer. We were getting ready to do some PvP together, and I hopped into the voice channel. No one else was there. And when my Swedish buddy logged in, or joined me on voice, she said hello. I said hello. Typical like English fashion. I started saying something about the weather. And she immediately just commented, yeah, I'm sitting here in my bikini playing video games because it's too hot for anything else. And I just was immediately thrown completely off guard. Oh! Oh shit. The archer just doesn't give a shit. Oh no, we're gonna die. Luckily I saved. You see how punishing the game is? Oh, come on. Just let me load. Basically, if you stand outside for too long, enemies will converge on you. So let's just get out of here. Yeah, those leggings are a bit confusing. There was an Austrian Just Dance streamer wearing flesh-colored leggings. It was so disturbing. The way he chuckles looks like he's flipping you off. Rude. Rude, mate. Alright, well, let's... If he's still there... Oh, shit. Dude. Two of them. Yeah! Just like Doom Eternal, right? You see a goblin. Alright, let's ask this dude for directions. Where is... the inn? I don't care which one, come on. If I could see your map, I'll show you just how close you are. Awesome. Does that mean he's marked it on our map? Hell yes, it's like straight ahead. Hey, there we go. Alright, get ready. Who likes MIDI music? Get ready for the inn music, man. I love it. The Black Huntsman seems to be the last bastion of warmth and light against the Arctic darkness outside. What the hell is he doing in his pocket? Gross, dude. I'm not eating any of the wine gums you fish out of that pocket. No. You really have to rethink your mission of finding the worst stuff on Twitch. Oh, is that why Belorda hangs out here so much? Should jump or you'll hit your head. Exactly. Ah. I miss the old Twitch meta where all the OF streamers would wear green screen hot pants to put the gameplay on. That was content. Yeah, I don't think I ever watched any of that. Alright. So this is it. We can ask him for rumors. What's up, dude? Work. Wish I could help you. You might try asking people on the streets. Most of us in Alinor are pretty friendly. Alright, so we got spat out in Alinor. So we were in the Imperial sewers. But Rhea Silmain, in order to keep us safe, teleported us away. And I guess you start in your homeland. So we're in Alinor right now. Looks a bit different, huh? I'll tell you what, this is a fucking huge club. I would love it here. I would tear this place apart. Trestle tables, tankards, candles. I'm sorry, a barkeep dressed like that? And look how big the bar is. I'm so down. Alright, let's put the weapon away. It's a little bit rude. Alright, get the room. Let's just get a single. Cleanest single in town, and it's yours for only 10 gold. Deal? And then we can rest, and it should automatically port us to our bedroom.
It is said that Fang Lair
Oh, hello.
was originally built
Fang
by the
Lair.
gods of Kragan. Legend has it that a great worm drove the dwarves from their home in the dragon's teeth and took the lair for itself.
That pause. Took the lair for itself.
Perhaps there are sages or scholars who would know of this place. Somewhere in its dank depths lies the first piece of the Staff of Chaos. I wish you well. I do not think Thar knows of your escape, but I can do little else in this form. I have tried to obscure your identity with a spell, but I do not know how well it will hide you.
It's totally my mate's mum.
Thar may be searching. Go forth with the blessings of the true Emperor and myself.
You are healed. The music just kicks in again. Wait, that's the bed? But yeah, it's wild that this is where Skyrim, ESO, whatever Elder Scrolls 6 is going to look like. It will have had its genesis right here. And before that in a pen and paper campaign that Julian LaFay and Ted Peterson and co used to play. Look at this guy. The guy's gonna clean his glass so well the glass will shatter. Go learn jewelry crafting. The 4-second gif, yeah. The 4-frame gif, yeah. It's pretty good though for pixel art. It's decent, isn't it? The bartender will be more than happy to help you. Just move along now. Yeah, fuck off, basically. Leave me the hell alone. You seem like a nice enough high elf. Why don't you run along now? Oh, it's a fantasy game, therefore every lady has to be either a nun, a princess, or a prostitute. By the White Crystal. I forgot how many stupid high elf adventurers there are in the Black Huntsman. Alright, fair enough. Looking like that, she probably gets hit on a lot. That's fair enough. That's on me. Another one. If you must bother someone, bother the bartender. He gets paid for it. Alright, we're not going to get anything out of the regulars. For a 30-year-old game, this is impressive. I'm glad to hear you say it, man. I think so. And the fact that it's procedural as well. I think maybe not Alinor, actually. That might... But a lot of the content in the game is completely procedural. Like when you go out in the wild. So, for example, it's impossible to walk from one city to another. Whoops. If I right-click on it, I think I get... Yeah, the total... So, Alinor, for example. If we want to go to Riverwatch, we can't. Because we can't walk there. We'll have to fast travel because the landscape is procedurally generated. It will just infinitely generate new land and new dungeons and new monsters, even for this short hop. But yeah, she's suggesting we go to Fang Lair to find the first piece of the staff. That's gotta be... Hang on, Fang Lair. That's Hammerfell, right? Where should we go? Dragonstar? Sentinel? Any other places that are... Yeah, a lot of these locations... Belkarth? Should we go to Belkarth? See if anyone's doing trials. ESO is ES6. Yeah, fair enough. This is already aged better than Starfield. Oh, poor Starfield. Alright, the town of Belkarth Gard in Hammerfell Province. Based on current weather, it will take 43 days to travel here. 2,000 kilometers. You should arrive by mid-ass 16th of Sun's Dawn. Well, at least it'll be the same year. Alright. And then once you have it selected, you just click the horse icon and... Yeah, there we go. You have arrived in the town of Belkarth Gard in Hammerfell province. The date is Turdas, 17th of Sun's Dawn of the year, 3rd era, 389. It took 43 days to reach your goal. Welcome to the town of Belkarth, held by Princess Madka. We would appreciate any business you can offer. All right. Looks a bit different. Where is, that guy's moving a little bit fast. Where's Big Ben? In zone chat, right? Only reason to go to Fanglair is the Worm Wizard personality. Well, that's the thing. Fanglair, Labyrinthian, Crypt of Hearts, these are all locations from Arena. Because I've turned up the game speed to make it look a little better on stream, the NPCs are now moving a little bit manically. Who are you? I'm called Syl, the town servant. You know, I do whatever needs to be done. Where is Fanglair? You wouldn't be the first searching for that. Why don't you try somewhere in the cities of Hammerfell? I heard something happened there. Dude, we're in a city in Hammerfell. Fuck is wrong with you? Let's try her. Where is... We're like Manamaka. Where is the Amulet of Kings? No one's heard of that in the past 500 years. Well, I have. Screw you. Big Ben is still busy reporting players. Jester, I think you sent me one of those. It was something. Wait, Big Ben's still busy? What the fuck? It's been... I don't know. I haven't seen or heard anything from him in a while, but we know... You guys know who I mean. So, I guess it's just winter everywhere. Does anyone know where Fanglair is? I'm in the right province. Isn't that just a legend? Locked in 2 years ago to clean up my zone chat. They call me Gorny the Mercenary. I move around a lot, but not right now. I'm working for the princess, doing odd things. Alright, where's the palace then? Let's... Palace. South of here. It's a pretty neat system. It means they don't have to have a shit ton of stuff like built into the game itself. The procedural landscape and all that as well. Pretty smart. Hang on. Yeah, I don't think we can see the palace yet. We're not close enough. And the cities are massive. And I think you can pick a lot of the locks in here as well. If you want to. Big Ben isn't around anymore, just joking. Is that a hat, hood, or a red-haired Gene Simmons? I think it's supposed to be a hood. Yeah, he's the one who always screamed about carry trials and stuff. Exactly. To be fair, there's an inn. We can ask the innkeep. Mulled wine is the featured drink today, and the White Griffin. You shake the cold from your shoulders and think that nothing could sound better. Classic, like, Dungeon Master, little, you know, 2-sentence capsule to give a bit of atmosphere. Alright, oh, we can't ask him where stuff is. General rumors. Well, you must know planting is coming soon. First planting. Maunda, 7th of first seed, actually, you know. That's when I might be cured of my social disease at no charge. What about work? Sometimes the princess hires adventurers like you, but not lately. Oh, well, screw it. Let's head and... most of the royalty, they have a job that you can do. And that's how you find out. The general structure is whoa, they must have they must have competition between those two. Those two inns. I just noticed the time. That was my phone going off. I just noticed the time. It is time to leave it here for today. Oh, I was kind of getting into this. I don't think that's a hood. That's hair, isn't it? Kind of a wild outfit. Anyway, thank you so much for hanging out while we checked out a little bit of Elder Scrolls Arena. The time just flew by, but if you want to see more, you guys can choose a lot of the games that we're going to be playing this month. I'm just going to have to leave it there. Oh, hello. That doesn't work. There we go. All right. Well, thank you so much for hanging out today. Wow, the time just flew by. Kind of need more than an hour to spend in these games, don't we? To really do them justice. Hey, let's raid Kamul. You guys know Kamul, no introduction necessary. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today. We will be back tomorrow. And the day after that, and the day after that. So please do continue.